This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, a wafer, Sauvignon, a guarantee, a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
This brook will continue to Babylon. I've been trying to find her heart, but I guess that is gone. That is all I wanted. I thought you wanted the same, and I thought I had found the answer in money, but lost the change. I can't keep following you down these blind roads, driving with no GPS. I lose you everywhere I go, and I wanted you to call me and say that you were right in front of me. Instead I'm writing songs thinking, what the hell have you done to me? What the hell have I done to you? I took away your innocence, but I guess it helped you out cause you're on your Miss Independent ship. I just wanted closure, you started it, let me finish it, but I can't get it right unless I write and send my penmanship. Lost that friendship, but gained experience. I was high off your love, but I think I'm getting delirious. You take over my thoughts, now that I know you hated it. I guess I'm just a blank space, and that would make you Taylor Swift. But let me take this path I chose, cause I'm sick of trying to find happiness in money, cars, and clothes. And I'm sick of everyone telling me that they've been down this road, cause I walked down it and found nowhere to go.
This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, a wafer, Sauvignon, a guarantee, a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destination, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
As I ramble on, trying to find nirvana, I'll have to find it alone. I can see that in your persona. I need to be here alone. There was nothing that you could help me with. At least back then I had somebody to be selfish with. All alone, it's just me and this pen. Lost my life, lost my girl, lost my world, lost my friend. I am in the places in, cause I made it past the misery. I'll never let another person take away my energy. I'll never look back and say I was too scared to go for it. Used to always do that, now I got nothing to show for it. Oh Lord, hose or hosier, take me to church because at least nobody knows me there. People without the vision hate it, but below they're scared. Hope I care a little, but look in my eyes and no one's there. But when the light drops, it turns into a solar flare, and everything's no longer black and white, no polar bear. And everything I thought was real somehow just faded, man. I just wanna look at my dad and say I made it, man. He told me, son, just speak your mind and never take it back. I'm trying to find a path to Zion, I hope I make it back. Until then,
this brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, then she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, a wafer, Sauvignon, a guarantee, a light left on. Believers and none will both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on, riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destination, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion. Da. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that I die. Lot of more day to the day that we die. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that we die. She's the breeze that blows my mind, and she's the heat that leaves me cold inside, and she's the reason I can't find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. I never realized she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected the wind but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. September 3rd, and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she say. Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, 'cause it's no longer that has passed the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. And in the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her. But I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. My baby's got something of an August way, yeah. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day.
The trans athlete is going to do a lot to like foster.
Alright guys, hello, my name is Cole, this is the Cole Lateral TV broadcast, that's Button, my co-host, and we will be playing some Diablo 3.
We're basically at modern day. Will you interview Tim Houthi? You know, if you wanted to. Do you know what the Houthi sign says? Yeah, victory to brave lefties everywhere.
Yeah, victory to brave lefties everywhere. You're fucking wild for this one, Booty.
That's what it says.
I should never, ever give you anything that you want.
Is it better to? Can you? Also, I need to buy an iPhone. Do you think it's better to go to a store to pick them up or to order them online? Also, I got my AirPod Pros. They are the best. They're just the best. They're the best earbud. It's just not even close. It's not even close. They're just the best. Oh, it's because I blocked him. That's why it doesn't show up here. Okay, I don't care about this guy.
Ew. Taco breath. Oh, I guess I should show Destiny to you.
The first gen is the
guys.
best. Why would first gen? No, shut up. Did you steal Fusli's drink takes?
Anyways, whiskey sucks. Honestly, alcohol is awful. It sucks. It tastes horrible. I am convinced that everybody who likes
True. Don't care.
Until something goes wrong.
I renounce veganism. Don't need to tell others. Do you actually think all carnies don't deserve to live? Yes, as long as they Knowingly and willingly support the murder of animals, yes.
Base.
What about people like Destiny? Yes. You chime into his stream quite often, and if I had to guess, I'd wager you might even consider him a friend, even though he isn't vegan. Yeah, I have non-vegan friends. That doesn't mean I don't think they don't deserve to live. Do you really wish him dead? Yes. Anybody who, like... What I really wish is they'd go vegan, but yeah, anybody who is not vegan and knowingly and willingly supports the murder of animals, yeah, ideally they'd go vegan. The only other option is, like, death. I hope they choke on their next meal.
Based. You read Greg Abbott's statement on self-defense? Yeah, we did earlier. Did you read your mom's statement on self-defense? Because you know what. Okay, turkey time. Finish this one. Then we're doing Yemen. Okay. Be right back.
Initially responded to CoffeeZilla with threats to sue, along with a myriad of other lovely things like this.
CoffeeZilla, your slangiest. He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, more like an internet criminal.
Oops, wrong video. That was the first response. He actually apologized in another response.
But after realizing there's no way he could win because CoffeeZilla was right, Logan Paul would finally come out and apologize, as well as promise to refund investors up to $1.2 million.
Alright, let's play some
The unexpected
Diablo
move by Logan Paul to address the situation came as a pleasant surprise, and CoffeeZilla acknowledged his attempt to step forward and assume responsibility. However, while Coffee acknowledged this effort, he also raised issues concerning that apology, aiming to analyze and highlight its nuances. One of his key concerns centered on the lack of genuine remorse conveyed by Logan, suggesting that the apology appeared more as a strategic move for positive public relations rather than a heartfelt expression of regret and empathy towards those who fell victim. Moreover, Coffee pointed out the discrepancies in Logan's proposed refund plan. Notably, the value of Ethereum at the time of Logan's pledge to issue refunds had significantly decreased compared to his previous valuation. While technically the refund in terms of ETH remained unchanged, the actual monetary value had diminished, resulting in, still financial loss for those involved. Another notable aspect flagged by Coffee was the limited scope of the refund, which solely extended to current holders of CryptoZoo. This approach meant that individuals who had previously invested, even if they sold their tokens at a huge loss, were not included in the refund. Nevertheless, amidst the criticisms, there remained a glimmer of hope as a segment of affected individuals would potentially receive some form of compensation. But 1 month passed, and then 2 months passed, and then 3 months passed, and then 6 months passed, and expectations turned to disappointment as Logan Paul failed to fulfill his commitment to repay. According to CoffeeZilla, there was a glaring absence of any concrete strategy or intent on Paul's part to rectify the situation. In a follow-up aptly titled "Logan Paul's Scam Isn't Over," Coffee took the initiative to shed light on the ongoing predicament. He presented a series of messages sent to Logan Paul in an effort to follow up on the initial assurance to reimburse CryptoZoo token holders. Despite these attempts at communication, the disheartening truth of reality unfolded without any response at all from Logan. Finally, after his 4th attempt, Coffee would get a response, but not from Logan, instead from his defense attorney.
So I opened up the letter and it read, "We represent Logan Paul. Mr. Paul has informed us of your outreach about the status of the CryptoZoo buybacks. Mr. Paul remains committed to this process. We are working with Mr. Paul to evaluate the best way to achieve this goal. In the meantime, please direct to our attention any further inquiries to Mr. Paul. Thank you for your patience and understanding." Now, that might seem like a good step in the right direction to you. At least we got a response on behalf of Logan. But when I read their response carefully, I realized things were actually worse than I thought. Because 2 things are absent from this statement. 1, a timeline for refunds, and 2, a plan for refunds. I mean, you have this abominable statement which says, "We are working with Mr. Paul to evaluate the best way to achieve this goal." So you're still at the whiteboard then?
Throughout all of 2023, it seemed Logan had no plans to repay investors or even offer further explanation for what went wrong with CryptoZoo. However, in January of 2024, he offered to buy back $2.3 million of what investors lost on the project. He also pledged to take those who he feels truly failed the game to court. But most of you will remember that this is a far cry from the true amount lost. His justification is very interesting. He claims that it's a way for him to make whole those who intended to play CryptoZoo. But apparently the buyback is not intended to compensate those who, in his words, gambled on the crypto market and lost. This very snide comment at the expense of his investors, who trusted him to deliver a successful project, felt like another backstab to his fans, a sentiment CoffeeZilla echoed in his follow-up video.
Will he try to dodge responsibility, cheap out, rip his fans off, and avoid accountability? I think it's the latter.
While investors lost millions because of their trust in Paul, ultimately this whole ordeal seems to be a thorn in his side that he wants to get past with as little involvement as possible. The Wolf of Wall Street is a great movie, following the real-life story of Jordan Belfort, a white-collar criminal who defrauded his investors of millions of dollars in the late 1980s, landing him in jail. As a result, he currently does speaking tours about his life and has made a pretty good penny off of just being the guy from one of Martin Scorsese's best works. Following the attention garnered by the CryptoZoo scandal, CopyZilla redirected his focus towards more intricate fraud operations, specifically targeting Trader's Domain, something that he posited was a much more far-reaching scam. In January, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, or CFTC, instigated legal action against Trader's Domain, leveling accusations that the platform served as a facade concealing a scheme that allegedly defrauded a staggering sum of $144 million from over 900 unsuspecting investors. The lawsuit was extensive, asserting that the individuals orchestrating the platform were entangled in 3 schemes. These schemes enticed investors to funnel their investments into a purported Forex trading firm, a firm that, according to the lawsuit, did not actually exist. Instead, the funds were diverted for personal use, while customers were shown fictitious account statements. Subsequently, the legal action initiated by the CFTC culminated in the immediate shutdown of the Trader's Domain website. However, delving deeper into his investigation in the collapsed Forex brokerage, Coffee shed light on how big this thing was, claiming that the CFTC's presented figure of $144 million barely scratched the surface. According to CoffeeZilla, the regulator appeared to overlook a staggering amount of $500 million that the firm laundered through cryptocurrency channels. CoffeeZilla suggested that the firm ingeniously orchestrated its operations involving lifestyle and business influencers to solicit investments on behalf of Trader's Domain.
I wanted to have a lifestyle change. I wanted to get into something different to give myself a better opportunity in life. And literally, I went through social media, found Nino on Instagram. I sort of laughed, actually, because I saw him with his Lambo and all his fun stuff. And me being as old as I am now, maybe 37 years old, 36 years old, I couldn't really fathom how somebody was doing what they were doing at such a young age.
Wow. The answer, of course, to Ted's question is that Nino was scamming people with get-rich-quick courses, and Ted soon figured this out. He started his own grift called the Forex Family Course, which eventually led to the launch of his very own Forex brokerage called Trader's Domain.
These influencers portrayed Trader's Domain as a lucrative, high-yield firm, supposedly managed by an experienced trader or a sophisticated trading bot. Once individuals wanted to invest, they were provided with access to a website, showcasing their account's performance. Coffee unearthed a detail. The platform's infrastructure was licensed from a third party, allowing manipulations to alter trade records, thereby casting doubt on the legitimacy of the reported performance. Moreover, CoffeeZilla contended that Trader's Domain utilized its pool's funds to make payments to investors who chose to withdraw their investments.
The founder believed that, quote, the Trader's Domain is clearly a Ponzi scheme. They have moved over $50 million in cryptocurrencies and U.S. currency directly to the Trader's Domain systems. Not only that, a different payment processor also had their transaction data with Trader's Domain leaked to us. With the help of a blockchain intelligence company called Crystal Blockchain, we traced even more money that had come in. According to them, roughly $450 million went into Trader's Domain. And that, combined with the $50 million from that other crypto payment processor, is where we arrived to our $500 million estimate. Now, bear in mind, this is just crypto. This is not talking about fiat here, and this is real money that went in, not fake Ponzi games.
Several people were paid large sums to promote this scheme, one of them being Jordan Belfort, or the real Wolf of Wall Street. Coffee contacted Belfort's team, aiming to get some answers as to how involved Jordan was with Trader's Domain. Specifically, Coffee pointed out that as of September 20th, 2022, Belfort held a significant balance of $325,000 within TD under the umbrella of his company, Future Gen LLC. Additionally, Coffee raised concerns regarding Belfort's association as a paid spokesperson for Omega Pro, labeling the project as a Ponzi scheme. Belfort's team promptly responded, vehemently refuting any claim suggesting his involvement as a paid spokesperson for Omega Pro. Instead, Belfort's team clarified that his collaboration with Omega Pro solely comprised of speaking engagements at 2 of their events. This obviously makes no sense, as that's what a spokesperson does. They then continued and said that these were 2 of over 150 events that Mr. Belfort spoke at that year, and he's never had any affiliation with the company and only vaguely knows what they do. In fact, during his speech with Omega Pro, he specifically Coffee stated that he was not there to speak about their particular business or making investments, as he was unfamiliar with what they do. This also obviously makes no sense, because why would you hire this person to speak on a stage in front of hundreds of people in Panama if that guy doesn't know what he's talking about? Another issue that Coffee had with Jordan is him pushing what seemed like a pressure tactic, convincing people that get-rich-quick schemes do actually work, or at least he very much implied it. When CoffeeZilla told his team that he would be showing this quote, they responded with, "The above quote you provided is mildly misleading, as it is only the first half of the quote. The full quote from the transcript is below, and Mr. Belfort stands by it to this day." Well, what is that quote? You gotta get rich quick, okay? And the reason for that is because we live in a world that's far too expensive to get rich slowly. You just can't get rich slowly over time. Between inflation and currency devaluations and all the hard work, by the time you get rich, it's too fucking late. But I'm not talking about a get-rich-quick scheme. That's not what I mean. So I'm not advising you to go out and find some get-rich-quick scheme, which is not a legitimate business. This would have been an okay rebuttal, but it turns out they were just flat out wrong or lying about what Jordan had said. What he had actually said was this.
You gotta get rich quick, okay? And the reason for that is because we live in a world that's far too expensive to get rich slowly. You just can't get rich slowly over time. Between inflation and currency devaluations and all the hard work, by the time you get rich, it's too fucking late.
And I will tell you this is a fact. I'm not talking about a get-rich-quick scheme. That's not what I mean. I'm not advising you to go out and find some get-rich-quick scheme, which this is not. It's a legitimate business, okay?
If you didn't notice, the parts they cut out were when Jordan said that Omega Pro was a legitimate business, instead of saying that get-rich-quick schemes weren't a legitimate business, which made the situation even sketchier. The deliberate exclusion of that quote was glaringly evident because it presented Jordan as knowledgeable about Omega Pro and its operations. This contradicted their prior assertion that Jordan had scant knowledge about the company. Coffee also expressed concern about Jordan's advice to the audience, notably when he encouraged them not to look at the gift horse in the mouth. Essentially, the phrase suggests not to examine or scrutinize something too closely or critically, to simply trust the situation at face value.
Just look around you. Who can smell money? Can you smell the money? Yes. Ladder, can you smell it? Yes.
The last and probably biggest problem CoffeeZilla had was Jordan's team's response to his investment, and it kind of speaks for itself with how ludicrous it is. As for Trader's Domain, Mr. Belfort has no knowledge of Trader's Domain or any link they may have with Omega Pro, other than that a very close friend of his said that he was making a lot of money with a managed account, and he convinced Mr. Belfort to give this money manager a shot. So Mr. Belfort made a small speculative investment of approximately $200,000. $200,000 is not a small investment. That is a substantial investment, and CoffeeZilla contended that Jordan must have been aware, or at the very least, harbored some level of trust or belief in this company. The fact that he chose to invest such a considerable amount of capital indicates a level of confidence or familiarity, despite later revelations that the enterprise was actually a fraudulent get-rich-quick scheme akin to a Ponzi scheme. Considering Jordan's history, where he gained notoriety for being a con man, it seems improbable that he had no inkling or awareness of this company's dubious nature. But to this day, Jordan is out doing speaking tours, paying the phantom tax, and hitting the gritty. He's just fine. Most influencer scams involve a creator promoting a dubious product to their fans to make a quick buck. But what about when someone scams the influencers instead? One of the scams that CoffeeZilla uncovered was a massive podcast scam involving several big-name celebrities from the comedy world like Theo Von and Brendan Schaub.
Our podcast was defrauded. We were stolen from. We were taken advantage of. A lot of ways to say it. The company that did it is Cast Media, and the man that did it is Colin Thompson.
Launched at some points in 2016 by Colin Thompson, Cast Media describes itself as a production company that specializes in podcasts. In practice, though, they function more as an ad agency, connecting sponsors to talents. They would get a brand connected with a podcast, and in exchange, before they would pay the podcast, they would take a cut of the revenue. The predicament arose here when Cast Media began displaying an unsettling trend of delaying payments. Initially, these payment delays stretched out over several weeks, but then it extended to months, leaving podcast creators in a lurch. They were doing sponsorships through Cast Media, but they weren't being paid for them. The situation escalated further when Cast Media suddenly announced that they were on the verge of bankruptcy, dropping the bombshell that in order for the podcasters to receive their payments, they would need to sign a particular agreement with another company named Podcast One, which was supposedly in the process of acquiring Cast Media. The proposed deal offered a compensation structure that included immediate payment of 33% of the outstanding funds, another 33% disbursed over a span of 2 years, and a portion of the company's stock granted after the same duration, the actual value of which remained uncertain. This proposal was underhanded, to say the least, pressuring creators into accepting an unfavorable deal under duress to retrieve money that they were owed. But CoffeeZilla was more curious about how the $4 million went missing in the first place. The first thing he did was ask the person that Theo Von accused of scamming to see what his side of the story was. Colin Thompson said that revenues had dropped 55% over 2022, and because of the model of the company, he was not able to pay creators on time. But then Coffee interviewed other partner creators that revealed these delays had actually happened way before 2022 and went all the way back to 2018.
Okay, you joined them in 2018.
2018.
Yeah. So
What?
when did you start getting late payments?
Fuck this,
Basically,
bro.
like they didn't come when they said they were gonna come. And when did you stop getting full payments?
I can answer that right away. That was right before, from the first check we were supposed to get. It didn't arrive when he said.
It was never on time.
PO,
So it wasn't unusual if it was like a month late, a month and a half late, and then when it goes from, all right, a month late to 2 months late to 3 months late, and then I would say, hey, where's the deposit at? Go, yep, they're trying to figure out, man. He says he has whatever investment coming, you're gonna get this huge lump sum of money. So then that didn't come, then you're looking at, now you're looking at 4 months, like, where's the money?
Initially, this issue may not have raised red flags because the outstanding amounts were relatively small. However, as the years passed, the numbers really racked up. For creators like Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen, the unpaid dues escalated substantially. The pending payments surged, stacking up to an eye-popping $400,000. And that's just for one show. They claim to be owed $1.6 million.
Now remember, Brian is just informed about fighting the kid. You have to manage Big Boy, Golden Hours, other shows that are owed money. So Brian's like, can you believe this? I'm like, yeah, that 400 grand is terrible. Try 1.6 mil, bro.
Right.
Colin, the individual held responsible by many, staunchly denied any suggestion that such events took place. However, CoffeeZilla's interview with one of Colin's business partners unveiled a completely different narrative. The partner disclosed a scenario where nearly everyone expressed grievances about prolonged payments, highlighting a situation where a lone individual managed funds using nothing more than Google Sheets. The entire payment process seemed convoluted, involving numerous email chains and random messages. Additionally, several other individuals whom CoffeeZilla had conversed with regarding this matter wished to remain anonymous out of fear that Colin might pursue legal action against them, a concern that Colin had previously raised by threatening Brian Callen with a lawsuit. Hey Brian, the ensuing damages, if you were to cause this deal to unravel, could be substantial, potentially falling within the region of 10 to 20 million, and would impact the broad spectrum of parties. Consider this a serious caution. Any attempt to disrupt or compromise this transaction would lead to decisive legal actions. We strongly encourage you to bear in mind the significant repercussions that your actions may bring about. CoffeeZilla delved further into uncovering the hidden intricacies of this scam. In the podcasting realm, one thing that many podcasters will seek for sponsorships is a minimum guarantee. This guarantee sets the minimum income threshold for a given month, safeguarding against potential financial struggles from keeping the show afloat. It's a safety net. However, Colin's explanation suggested that this was where the root of their problems lay. He attributed their financial decline to initially overpaying these minimum guarantees, creating an unsustainable situation where meeting these commitments each month became challenging. Colin's former business partner agreed, but he also said that he thinks some of the money went to Colin's personal fund.
We've got Colin's narrative. As his business partner, you look at this situation, 4 million missing. The big question on everyone's mind, where did the money go?
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple places that the money has gone. One is he built a custom house. He was known for going on big, crazy vacations. He went to Hawaii multiple times in 2022 and was posting about it on his social media.
CoffeeZilla proceeded to verify that Colin did in fact purchase the $1 million house, but his actions extended beyond this property acquisition. At the verge of declaring bankruptcy, he made a strategic move involving the house, shifting its ownership into a trust managed by an LLC he established. Coffee pondered this maneuver, suggesting it might have been an attempt to shield assets and prevent losing the house due to the bankruptcy process. When confronted, Colin offered an explanation, claiming that Coffee's assumption was incorrect and that his motives were driven by a genuinely sympathetic reason. Jim Cornette supposedly called out the general vicinity where Colin resided, stirring a slew of threats, which is why Colin opted to hide his house in such a manner. Intrigued, CoffeeZilla sought out the episode featuring Jim Cornette to investigate this claim, only to discover that what Colin claimed happened didn't happen. Jim Cornette never mentioned this guy's exact address, he merely alluded to the broader area. Moreover, Colin had concealed his house in June, but the episode didn't air until July, contradicting every everything he had stated. When confronted with this, Colin said that they revealed general details. I anticipated the possibility. Brian last threatened it very specifically in my original email exchange with him in May. When looking through the email exchange, CoffeeZilla saw that this threat did not exist at all. At this juncture, CoffeeZilla began to sense something off about Colin's narrative and became increasingly convinced that he was lying. So he took it upon himself to delve deeper. His first lead, the website where Colin registered his LLC, the one he purportedly used to cloak his house. Lo and behold, the site explicitly declared its primary function as asset protection. It's a fancy way of saying that they safeguard assets in case of bankruptcy or other liabilities. When confronted, Colin said, "I can't speak to what's written as marketing material on a website. I didn't write it."
Come on, bro. We got you, okay? I can't go show up at an asset protection only store and say, hey, I was just looking for a little anonymity. You know, that's not being honest. And look, I don't know how dumb this guy thinks he is, but in my opinion, what happened is pretty simple. I think Colin bought a $1.7 million house the same year as he had trouble paying. I think his accounting was always sketchy. I think he overpromised people money to attract new talent. And I think in the end, he tried to sell it all to a bigger company and force these podcasters into raw deals.
Ultimately, though, there were no legal repercussions faced by Colin for his actions, leaving Coffee to emphasize a crucial lesson. Often, you might not actually require an intermediary. If you're a podcaster and you want to get ads, you can do it yourself. You don't need this company. Cast Media now appears as a blank page online, with many still wondering about Colin's current endeavors and whereabouts. Unfortunately, at this point, it's unlikely he'll ever see justice. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Do you think he'll ever change his name to something more serious? All right. Uprising. Wow, Brent Starcraft, thanks for subbing. Starcraft, wait, what's that? I've never heard that. On May 23rd, a day after Saleh refused to sign the transition agreement, Sheikh Sadiq al-Ammar, the head of the Hashid Tribal Federation, one of the most powerful tribes in the country, that supported the opposition and his armed supporters, came into conflict with loyalist security forces in the capital Sana'a after Saleh ordered al-Ammar's arrest. Heavy street fighting ensued, which included artillery and mortar shelling. The militiamen had surrounded and blocked off several government buildings in the capital, and people on the ground were reporting that it looked like the situation was deteriorating into a civil war. Hashid Tribal Federation, one of the most powerful tribes in the country, declared support for the opposition. Armed supporters began fighting. Dylan Burns confirmed he got banned for reacting to a Shakira debate. Really? That would be wild, considering Hassan spent longer watching it, I think. Note if they are Sunni or Shia. I legitimately don't think that Sunni or Shia has literally anything at all to do with anything going on in the Middle East. I don't think it. I think it is just totally and completely not related. But hey, listen, there is going to be a conflict that I will study, and I'm sure that the religious stuff is going to come up a lot, but I don't think. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get there. As the situation in Sana'a was developing, about 300 Islamist militants attacked and captured the coastal city of Zanzibar. Holy shit, Zanzibar? Hello? During the takeover of the town, militants killed 7 soldiers, including a colonel and 1 civilian. 2 more soldiers were killed in clashes with militants in Laudar. On day 3 of the fighting, military units that defected to the opposition were hit for the first time by mortar fire, killing 3 soldiers and wounding 10. By the evening, it was reported that tribesmen took control of the Interior Minister Building, Sabah State News Agency, and the National Airline Building. A ceasefire was announced on the 27th of May by al-Ammar, and the next day a truce was established. Opposition demonstrators had occupied the main square of Taiz since the start of the uprising against the rule of President Saleh. The protests were, for the most part, peaceful. However, that changed on the 29th of May, when the military started an operation to crush the protests and clear the demonstrators from their camp in the square. Troops reportedly fired live ammunition from water cannons on the protesters, burned their tents and holdovers, and ran over some of them. The opposition described the event as a massacre. How many died? Why wouldn't it say? 35 to 71. By the 31st of May, the ceasefire had broken down and street fighting continued in Sana'a. Tribesmen had taken control of both the headquarters of the ruling General People's Congress in Yemen and the main offices of the Wadi village. On the 1st of June, units of the Loyalist Presidential Guard, commanded by one of Saleh's sons, shelled the headquarters of an army brigade belonging to the defected 1st Army Division, even though defected military units were holding a neutral position in the conflict between the Loyalists and tribesmen. The worst of the fighting was in the northern Hasaba neighborhood, where tribal fighters seized a number of government ministries and buildings. Government artillery fire heavily damaged the house of Al-Mar, and the government cut the area's electricity and water supplies. The government units, led by one of Saleh's sons, and Loyalist special forces attacked but failed to recapture the Hasaba administrative building. Tribal fighters also seized the office of the general prosecutor in the city's northwest. They were backed up by 2 armored vehicles from the 1st Armored Division. The Interior Ministry stated that the tribesmen had also captured a 5-story building in the pro-Saleh Hadan neighborhood. During the 24 hours since the breakdown of the ceasefire, 47 people were killed on both sides during the heavy street fighting, including 15 tribesmen and 14 soldiers. Lots of fighting between loyalists and rebels ensues through the end of May, I guess. Like all of this. Wow, Brent StarCraft, thanks, buddy. Wait. Okay. Presidential Palace assassination attempt. On June 3rd, bombing attempt against Saleh's life happens at the Presidential Palace. A bombing at the Presidential Palace left Saleh injured and 7 other top government officials wounded. Saleh, the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Parliament Chief, the Governor of Sana'a, and a presidential aide were wounded while they were praying in a mosque inside the palace compound. Saleh was initially said to be injured in the neck and treated at the scene. Later reports indicated his wounds were far more severe, including a collapsed lung and burns over 40% of his body. 4 presidential guards and Sheikh Ali
that's just
Mohsen
doable.
al-Matari, an
That's
imam
kind
of
of
the
fucking
mosque,
dumb
were
that you
killed.
can't get hit by traps, but like, unless they end up fearing you, you can kind of just stand in between a bunch of the traps, and that'll be okay.
Yeah, never. As Saleh flew to the Saudi capital of Riyadh for surgery on the 4th of June, a ceasefire was brokered by Saudi Arabia's King Abdullah. Vice President Abdrabah Mansur al-Hadi took over as acting president and supreme commander of the armed forces. Despite the ceasefire, sporadic violence continued in the capital. Saleh's powerful sons also remained in Yemen instead of traveling to Saudi Arabia with their father. On July 6th, the government rejected the opposition's demands, including the formation of a transitional council with the goal of formally transferring power from the current administration to a caretaker government intended to oversee Yemen's first ever democratic election. Wait, I don't understand this. First ever democratic election? Well, I thought they had elections prior to this. The one guy that they were revolting against, Saleh, I thought he was elected twice. Or elected by the parliament. Was the parliament not elected? Maybe the parliament was just like appointed, and then from the parliament they nominate a president, 2 people, and then the people vote on that, I guess? I guess. In response, factions of the opposition announced the formation of their own 17-member transitional council on the 16th of July through the joint meeting parties that functioned as an umbrella for many of the Yemeni opposition groups during the uprising. So the council does not represent them and did not match their plan for the country. On the 6th of August, Saleh left the hospital in Saudi Arabia, but he did not return to Yemen. He will fly to Riyadh for surgery on the 4th of June. Left the hospital on August 6th, but did not return to Yemen. Don't blame him. Refused opposition demands for a transitional council. On July 16th, factions of the opposition claimed they would form their own transitional council, I guess. Jesus fuck. On August 6th, Saleh left the hospital and said fuck that and never went back to Yemen. On the 18th of September, troops loyal to President Saleh opened fire on protesters in Sana'a, killing at least 26 people and injuring hundreds. Witnesses said security forces and armed civilians opened fire on protesters who left Change Square, where they had camped since February, demanding regime change. Bro, camped since February till September? Do you motherfuckers not have jobs? Kiska might hop in a second. Apparently Mike did a 6-hour stream on me today too. Jesus. Occupy Change Street. True. Earlier on the day, government troops fired mortars into Al-Asaba district in Sana'a, home to oppositional tribal chief Sheikh Sadek Al-Hamar.
Let's go.
Fighters did not return
Fucking goat,
fire
man.
after the shell by the Republican Guard.
Get death blowed.
Oh, no way.
Get him, little buddy.
No way.
Go. He shall destroy you, big motherfucker.
He's one of the most powerful.
Yeah, you died pretty quick, didn't you? Yeah, but. Stupid how.
On September 19th, snipers in nearby buildings again opened fire on Monday at peaceful demonstrators and passerbys in the capital's Change Square.
Passers-by.
Lots of protesters getting shot by military / shelled in Change Square by military. Sadek Al-Amar claims they did not return fire. That team will never get me down. Listen, once we learn Iran, okay, I'll take a month off fly banks and we will play games. On September 22nd, fighting broke out between Republican Guard troops led by Saleh Ahmad. Oh, we should do September. Remember the late night Darkwood streams? That game was such a good game, okay? Fuck. Fighting which had been concentrated since the 18th of September. Wait, this is a different guy. Is hold on. Oh, Al-Amar. Ali Mohsen Al-Amar. Is he related to Sadek? Ali Mohsen and Sadek, are they related? Bro, seriously? No? Okay. He is not a member of the Al-Amar immediate ruling family of the Hashid tribe. Oh, so his dad... Okay. Why? What does Al-Amar mean? Bin means of, right? What does Al mean? B? Al-Amar is a common family name. Oh, so some of them have family names and some of them do like the of dad names? Okay. Government loyal to powerful dissident tribal chief Sheikh Sadiq Al-Amar traded fire with followers of Sadir bin Aziz, who tribesmen loyal to Saleh. Return of Ali Abdullah Saleh. Oh, he comes back! Our king! President. On the 23rd of September, Yemeni state television announced that Saleh had returned to the country after 3 months amid increasing turmoil in a week that saw increased gun battles on the streets of Sana'a and more than 100 deaths. Why did he come back? Okay, return of Ali Abdullah.
Return of the Mac.
Saleh.
Return of the Mac.
On September 23rd, Yemeni state television. Television announced his return. You really gonna remember these names? It's not, when you're reading this stuff, guys, it's not about remembering all the names, okay? It's about spending hours reading Wikipedia so you can say you did it later. No, it's just like if you read the names and you see them pop up over and over and over again, you'll get like a general feel for things. So if it comes up in the future, you're more likely to be like, oh, this guy. That's the reason, okay? You don't have to remember every single fucking thing you read. You just read it to develop like a feel for it, right? As long as you have like a feel for it, then it helps you figure shit out in the future. You just need a feel for it. We're going for vibes and feels here, not like autistic rote memorization of every fact, okay? The vibe right now is that Yemen has been 60 years, 70 years so far, just basically civil warring itself over and over and over and over and over again. That's the vibe. But don't worry, I'm sure in 2010 that's all going to change and it's going to be a clear bad guy, which is Saudi Arabia and the United States, and a clear good guy, which are the Houthis. We'll get there, okay? As of October 1st, 2011, Human Rights Watch were able to confirm 225 dead, over 1,000 wounded, many from firearms, since the Arab Spring protests began in Yemen. According to the Committee to Protect Journalists, photojournalist Jamal al-Sharabi from Al-Masdar was the first press fatality of the Yemeni uprising and killed while covering a non-violent demonstration at the Sana'a University. On the 18th of March 2011, Reporters Without Borders... There's Reporters Without Borders? Oh, that's cute. Reported that Mohammed
Yeah, that's way
Yahya
cuter than Doctors Without Borders.
Malaya, a reporter from Al Salam, was shot at Change Square on the same day but died later. Camera operator Hassan Al-Wadhaf captured his own death on camera while assigned a protest in Sana'a on the 24th of December 2011. Grim.
How do you capture your own death on camera? Wouldn't you like...
On October 7th, the Nobel Committee announced that protest leader Tawakkal Karman would share the Nobel Peace Prize with
propped up
Liberian
your camera
President
to
Ellen
record
Johnson
your
Sirleaf
own death?
and Liberian activist Leima Bouawi. Karman was the first Yemeni citizen, first Arab woman to win a Nobel Peace Prize.
It just, that seems
On
like it's
December
lacking in
2017
detail a bit.
December 4th, I'm sorry.
Like maybe
2017.
Maybe say
December 4th,
like
2017.
how he
Ali
captured
Abdullah
his
Saleh
own
was
death
killed by
elsewise.
Houthi
It
militia
sounds a
in
little
Yemen
bit
following the
far-fetched.
First name. Oh man. First name drop with the Houthis. Damn, they kill this guy. On December 4th, 2017. That's a lot of years in the future as well, though. On June 3rd. Wait, what the fuck years were we at here? I think we were still in 2011, weren't we? Am I crazy? I think this was all 2011. Yeah, it was. So when did he come back? September 2011. Okay, he did come back. It was 2011. Houthi militia killed Ali Abdullah Saleh in Yemen following days of conflict. His nephew, Tarek Saleh, was thought to have been killed the following day as the fighting between Saleh's soldiers and Houthis continued. A few weeks later, Tarek Saleh appeared in Aden with various stories about his escape, including using women's clothing. Okay.
Cute.
Power transfer deal on the 23rd of November 2011, Saleh flew to Riyadh. Oh, he's back. Oh, we're going back in time. Okay. In Saudi Arabia to sign the Gulf Cooperation Council Plan for Political Transition, which he'd previously spurned. Oh, he finally signs it. Good job, dipshit. On November 23rd, 2011, Saleh finally returns to Riyadh to sign the Gulf Cooperation Council Plan. Hello?
What a big guy.
Yeah, how's Abbott doing? Give me, can I read 3 paragraphs and then we'll chat for a second?
Go ahead. I'm chilling.
Upon signing the document, he agreed to legally transfer power of the presidency to his deputy, Vice President Abdrabbu Mansur Hadi, within 30 days and formally stepped down by the presidential elections on the 21st of February 2012 in exchange of immunity from prosecution for him and his family. On the 21st of January 2012, the Assembly of Representatives of Yemen approved the immunity law. It also nominated Vice President Hadi as its candidate for the upcoming presidential election. Saleh left Yemen on the next day to seek medical treatment in the United States and is reportedly seeking exile in Oman, although now we know he's dead. I'm guessing this was probably written like more current events, and then they added this paragraph up here, I guess. The presidential election was held in Yemen on the 21st of February 2012 with a report claim. With the report claims that it has 65% of its turnout. Hadi won 99.8% of the vote. Rabu Mansur al-Hadi was taken the oath of office in Yemen's parliament on the 20th of February 2012. Saleh returned home the same day to attend Hadi's presidency inauguration. After months of protests, Saleh had resigned from the presidency and formally transferred power to his successor, marking the end of his 33-year rule. As part of the agreement, al-Hadi will oversee the drafting of the new constitution and serve only 2 years until new parliamentary and presidential elections are held in 2014. Okay. Yeah, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. It's a really great day. How are you?
Pretty good. Wait, why is it a really great day? What happened?
It's just a beautiful little Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you befuddled by Abbott?
Befuddled? I'm not sure. What do you think about like immigration law and the federal government and states affected by immigration law? Do you have like general feelings on it?
Policy-wise or legally?
Yeah, I guess legally. Let's say that like, before we dive into this in particular, let's say that you have 5 states that feel they're disproportionately affected by immigration law, but the Congress decides not to do anything about it, and then these 5 states feel particularly disenfranchised. How do they like seek remedy in this situation? Like, what's their path to doing that?
They don't. They vote for president.
So you're just fucked?
Or they vote for their congresspeople to pass new laws.
Yeah, but assuming they're always like a minority.
Then they lose. That's called democracy. Do you deny that if Congress wanted to, it could just open the borders?
If Congress wanted to? I think so, right?
If Congress wanted to pass laws, they had no more immigration law. Everyone can come in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously giving exception to like the president and wartime powers or whatever bullshit. Yeah, sure, yeah.
States don't have the authority to do that. So it's been long recognized now, after numerous cases, sometimes that go against Democrats who want to do certain things, and sometimes, especially against non-citizens who want to have some sort of rights or want some substantive rights to stay in the country, that the power of the United States government, not the state governments, is a broad and some even say plenary authority. That has been interpreted for years and years and years. Since the Chinese exclusion cases, it's been referred to as the plenary power doctrine. Actually, that terminology is more recent, but at least we have acknowledged and understood that federal power over immigration matters is supreme. If Congress wanted to, it could pass a law tomorrow that expelled all the all the green card holders it wanted to. It could. If Congress wanted to, it could get rid of all immigration laws. And there ain't nothing a state can do about it. It's not their authority to do so. Okay. What about that logic is unclean?
The logic is clean. It just seems like obviously very unsatisfying.
So there's a procedure for it, and that's called democracy, and it's
Well, you
called
keep
voting
saying
for-
democracy, but this would be this would literally be a tyranny of the majority, right? Like it wouldn't work. Like saying like there's a procedure for, you know, like disenfranchising black people in slavery. We would say, well, actually, in this case, we're going to be undemocratic, but we think we can be more democratic by being undemocratic and limiting people's abilities to discriminate against certain people, right? So that would be
Yeah,
like
I mean,
arguably like an undemocratic measure, but we would say this undemocratic measure is the two
You think
wolves
it's
and a lamb.
undemocratic? You think it's undemocratic for the nation to pass immigration laws, to elect a president, and to have that president enforce them in the way that they're allowed to under the law?
Well,
that's undemocratic.
The issue is that the Congress has the ability to legislate and rule on things in ways that disproportionately heavily impact some states. I think that's the issue that the people in those states have.
Yeah. One example of that is slavery, where certain states were going to be more negatively affected by a federal policy that limited the expansion of slavery. And one of the arguments, that's not fair for us, the states that who are relying on slavery or slave labor. That's never been we're a union of states. And yes,
Sure, although while that's true, I think the comparison is a bit different because you're talking about like a whole change of policy rather than like enforcement of policy that we're kind of supposed to agree on, right?
Let's stop with the whole notion that Biden isn't enforcing immigration.
Yeah, actually, hold on. Yeah, I don't want to get into that real quick. I was just kind of because you are right. Because my next question, because getting the Texas thing, we have to actually look at like what are the facts of the matter,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Okay.
So imagine that Biden wasn't actually enforcing any immigration law. I even think in that case that Texas has no role in the maintenance of the borders, except to the extent that by grace, the executive or Congress allows them to.
Sure.
If they want to allow them to help with the immigration matter, that's one thing. But if the federal government is displacing state enforcement or state maintenance, that is totally separate. And they're incompatible. And the federal government just wins. You might not like that, and that might make you upset that I'm saying this. That's just reality. And if you
You're
want
using
to be
you in the
different-
general sense, though, right?
Yeah, you and the royal you. You might not like that, listener, conservative on YouTube chatter, but that's just the way our system works with respect to immigration. And it couldn't work otherwise. Like, imagine that it's not just immigration either. It's interstate borders. Texas could be like, well, we're getting all this economic pain and suffering from our neighboring states. They wouldn't be allowed to just like erect a border around Texas and block off another state, even though they might think it's in their interest to do so for whatever reason. Let's say that the neighbor.
Yeah, a
to
little
Texas-
bit, but that's a little bit different because that's like an explicit. Is it Article 4 section? It's because like there the Constitution explicitly says you're not allowed from one state to another.
But we've interpreted the plenary power of federal government over immigration to be just as vital to the national sovereignty of the United States.
Sure.
This is a country with where is the power of the national government more at its peak than when dealing with international issues?
Yeah, I mean, I
Nowhere.
don't necessarily disagree with you. I think that I think that probably the more compelling conversation then has to do with the facts on the ground, like what's actually happening, I guess.
Yeah. So this was actually happening.
Wait. Also, just as a real quick question, because you asked, what if the president wasn't enforcing the particular immigration law? Wouldn't that be like isn't that what everybody's worried about for constitutional crises? Like technically, like what do you do if the executive doesn't enforce a law passed by Congress? Like, what are you supposed to do there? I don't know. Besides impeachment, I guess.
Yeah, you could try to do an impeachment, which they're trying right now. It's totally baseless because, as we'll talk about in a second, Biden is absolutely enforcing immigration. But if you really felt that Biden wasn't fulfilling his oath to take care that the law is executed, you could absolutely try to impeach him for it. And I don't even think that that's a groundless conceptual reason to impeach a president. If they're just not enforcing federal criminal law, for example, I think that might be a justified basis to impeach a president for sure. Okay. But the process isn't. Well, everyone's on their own, anarcho-capitalism, base Governor Abbott gets to do whatever he wants, no matter what.
Sure.
And you wouldn't say that if there were a Democrat or left-wing state that was like, we don't like this policy from the Congress on the border maintenance, so we're just going to tear down this piece of wall, or we're gonna make a tunnel and we're gonna, even though it's not crossing the border at the specific port of entry, we're gonna find some way to undermine the border policy of the United States to make it more lenient and less, like, we would not allow that. And it's different from the case law that prevents state governments from being mandated to help out, or to voluntarily trying to help out when they're not asked to help out on the enforcement of immigration law. Those are different. It's about staying in your lane, and the lane of the state governments is not to enforce federal immigration law. It's not, or to embed their own law, or to maintain their own border. That's the national sovereignty of the United States government, and they should stop.
What is Abbott's claim that, like, Biden is not enforcing? What is the claim right now?
It's complete gaslighting bullshit. Because there are a lot of border apprehensions, there are a lot of border encounters, and because there's a lot of immigration at the moment, his argument is, well, therefore Biden's not enforcing law, which is total bullshit. Biden is enforcing federal immigration law. He just is. The immigration courts are packed. Anyone who at all practices in this area knows this. The number of cases to pretend that, like, the Executive Office for Immigration Review is not inundated with cases, that the loads are ridiculous. And right now, Biden is trying to debate and argue for a compromise deal to increase funding for border security, trying to legislatively get to some solution here. He's not asleep at the wheel. He's absolutely enforcing immigration law. He's deporting all thousands and thousands of people. Those of you who believe the nonsense that he's not enforcing the border law or immigration law, you are buying propaganda and bullshit. He is. And in fact, a lot of left-wing people are upset because he's I would say, not totally the same as Trump in his immigration policies, and he's rolled back a lot of I think bad immigration policies from Trump, but he hasn't gotten rid of all of them. He's still enforcing elements of the Trump immigration strategy.
All right.
And he's obviously still apprehending people.
We're gonna see. I'm dragging them up. Let's see what they have to say. Mew.
Yo.
What are you in the channel for?
I wanted to give a reasonable disagreement from a Western perspective on Ukraine support.
Oh, listen. Later. Love you.
Oh.
Who's here for immigration? Mel. Okay. Enkar.
What's up?
Are you here for immigration?
No.
Batman.
Yes.
Are you here for immigration?
Nope. Kick me.
Okay, well, never mind. Fuck. I just don't know the facts, I guess, of what people are contesting as much. I don't know what's going on with Texas. What?
Why don't we talk about what to do with Texas?
What
should be done?
Oh.
Let's talk about what should be done. If it's the case that the federal government decides that they want to get rid of these fencing, these barriers, this whatever, wired fence, Texas has absolutely no right to stymie that decision for whatever reason. And they can kick and scream all they want. If they are trying to obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration law, they should be punished. There should be consequences. And if they try to do so by force, there should be major consequences. And I think it's absolutely insane if the Biden administration tolerates what's going on here. They should assert their authority and take complete control of the situation right now and stop this lawlessness at the southern border from the Texas state officials.
All right. Well,
you disagree?
No, I don't know enough about the facts on the ground though to like have a strong opinion on it. Every state has its own National Guard, right? Or its own guard? Am I making that up?
No, National Guard, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so like the Texas National Guard, that's not a federal entity, right? That's a state entity?
They're dual roles. So they're typically under the command and control of the governor of a state.
Okay.
But they can be nationalized, and there are specific grants of authority for the president to nationalize or to federalize, I should say, the National Guard. And one such source of authority is if it's required to stop the obstruction of federal law in a state, or to put down insurrection or rebellion. And I think that if there's an attempt by the Biden administration to stop the policy of Texas, and Texas refuses, I think that Biden should absolutely federalize the National Guard and make this an issue. Because to do anything less than that is allowing Texas to obstruct federal immigration law.
What? Why are these people joining this room? Arm, what are you here for? The Texas State Guard is a completely separate entity from the National Guard. The Biden. Okay. Does every state have a state guard?
I think Texas has some unique military of its own. It's part of its history of, I don't know, independence. But I'm referring to the Texas National, which it has, as well as state.
I would imagine states would not be allowed to do that. States can raise their own militaries?
I don't know exactly the justification of it. It could just be a unique thing of Texas. I think it is.
Okay.
I'm curious where all your conservatives in the YouTube chat that always wanted to take this. I'm getting a lot of dummies adding me on Twitter. Sorry, X.
Bayo.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Yes, most states can have a state guard and a federal guard. The state guard usually will just be funded by the state, and then the regular National Guard is federal and state.
Okay. Do you disagree with anything?
Yeah. So with the border decision,
what's up with your shit?
Yeah, your mic is on.
There's not been a significant increase in the federal funds to supplement what's happening in Texas, so Texas is having to bear all the cost.
What do you want me to say to that? They have to bear all the costs. They also have other benefits to being a part of the union. They also have other detriments. Other places have other benefits and detriments by virtue of where they exist. That doesn't give them the authority to take power they don't have. If you have a problem with how immigration law is enforced, vote. Elections have consequences. If you think Biden is doing a bad job, vote. There's no remedy to just steal power from the federal government.
Right, so if, say somebody's coming across Texas border, Arizona border, New Mexico border, what right do they have to use state resources rather than federal resources once they get into that state? Because once they get into that state, they have to cross.
Different question. Okay. We're not talking about whether Texas has to provide, its schools or its resources to pay for undocumented people or anything like that. We're just talking about the ability for Texas to defy the border policies of the United States government.
Right, so basically it would be preventing the ports of entry from operating, right?
Say that last part again?
It'd basically be for ports of entry to operate?
No, I don't think that the immigration authority only extends to ports of entry. I think that Texas has no right to tell individuals that, generally, that they can't be in their state. What power is that? Do you think Texas has the power to, banish people?
No. But the federal government, they're in charge of the ports of entry. So you have ports of entry, people coming in, and then you have the areas between the ports of entry. If no one is adequately defending the areas between the ports of entry,
they don't get to decide that. They don't get to decide what's adequate and what's inadequate. People get to decide what is adequate.
So the jurisdiction of each property between the ports of entry is on the federal government, not the state government?
The federal government gets to decide what is adequate border enforcement. What's too much, what's too little, what's the Goldilocks amount. Texas doesn't have a right to say this is too little, too... Well, they can say it, but they can't enforce their preferences on the country. The United States government is an entity that enforces immigration law. And it doesn't just extend... It's broader than just border policy. It's broader than that. If the president, if he wanted to, could parole every single illegal immigrant into the United States. He has statutory authority that extends that far. It's crazy how much authority has been granted by Congress.
No, absolutely. But if So a sheriff has jurisdiction over a county, right? And you have
over what? Sorry, over what?
Over a county or area.
Does Texas have jurisdiction over a county?
No, like a sheriff in a county.
Texas is sovereign. Texas is sovereign, but there's two nucleuses of sovereignty here, and to the extent that it's incompatible with United States sovereignty wins. And so yes, Texas has control over conduct within its borders to some extent, but not to the extent of defying or undermining or conflicting with immigration law enforcement by the federal government.
Right, but if a state has said this is causing a public safety emergency or public health emergency, and you have 200 miles of border that is not being cared to by the federal government, is the state supposed to just let whatever's going to happen there happen?
I don't understand. So your point presupposes that Texas has a right to conduct border policy in contradiction to what the United States government says.
Well, they already have. There are already MOAs and memorandums of agreement between the Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas National Guard operating under a state agency with Operation Lone Star, and before that, Operation Guardian Shield. They are.
The state can agree with itself all at once, right? You can have
they have an agreement with the federal government. And
okay, that's different. Yeah, if the federal
right.
government makes an agreement with the state, that's different. Then the state is acting as a functionary and as a agent of the federal government. There's plenty of precedent for that. What we're talking about is if there's an incompatible preference or policy from the federal government, it's not up to the states to obstruct that.
Would this not just be a mechanism of how they are obstructing it? Because they already have the mission to go obstruct it via DPS, troopers, et cetera, et cetera.
No. So enforcement policy always has trade-offs and balances. Like, we don't enforce all laws to the maximal extent, sometimes because we have a lack of resources, right? In the case of immigration, we simply have a lack of an ability to enforce immigration law perfectly. Everyone acknowledges that. There is no capacity currently in our DHS to enforce the law perfectly, even if it wanted to. But even if it did have that capacity, it's a matter of policy for the government to say, we want to enforce the immigration up to here, but not further. We want to enforce immigration law in this respect. We want to enforce immigration law by having one barrier, by having two barriers, by having see-through barriers, by having barbed wire, that's all up to the federal government. States don't have a role in that.
So what about a private? So you have a private landowner on the border. Can he erect a fence on his property?
Not if it's in conflict with federal policy.
So if he's 20 feet back from the border, and there's the Rio Grande's right there, he has the property 20 feet back from the border. He can't.
Thing called eminent domain. It's a thing called eminent domain. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, no, absolutely have. But so they would have to go and eminently domain each individual property down there to stop those people from coming across into those individual pieces of land for that immigration policy.
The government could seize that property and give some just compensation in return. But once they do, like, they have that authority because it couldn't be otherwise. Imagine if private citizen ownership of land could prevent the national government from exercising its sovereignty to exclude who it wants when it wants. The countries can't work that. Imagine, like, all right, I'm going to buy up all the land on the border, and when I do that, I'm just going to let everyone in.
Okay, so kind of shifting gears a little bit to the main question I actually
Wait, do you agree with anything? Do you disagree with anything I just said?
No. Legally, I completely agree with you.
Okay, if you agree with me legally, then you should condemn what's going on in Texas. You should have some balls, and you should say,
I don't condemn it because I think what the reality is in Texas and what the reality of what's coming across the border, and due to what happened in 2021 when OGS was shut down and the enforcements and our ability to enforce the border policy went down dramatically.
But you just said you agreed with everything I said legally. But
No,
so you're okay with Texas breaking the law?
Yes, for public safety.
Okay. As long as you admit
because,
it.
I mean, I do because so Operation Guardian Shield. Are you familiar with that?
Is that when the
Obama
Texas
policy?
Rangers or whatever went
I don't know.
down? Oh, never mind.
No, remind us.
No. So OGS it started in 2018 under Trump. It basically surged a shit ton of National Guard down to the border. So you had, I think it was like 48,000 guardsmen over the span of 2018, 2019 that went down, and they were operating pole cams. I was the liaison doing the aircraft. stuff for it. In one of the sectors, we were putting ISR aircraft, things like that down there to help enforcement. Because Border Patrol just doesn't have the personnel. AMO, OFO, the Office of Field Operations, and Customs Border Protection, they can't physically take care of all of the quote-unquote encounters that they have down there. So we were helping them out as the guard. That was ended both due to COVID, I think, and due to policy change. But that allowed apprehensions to actually increase. If you go look at the numbers for 2019, it looks like there was a massive spike in immigration. It was actually a low immigration year, but there was, I think, a 43% increase in the amount of encounters and apprehensions that happened along the border. Because that policy ended, now you have the same amount of immigration coming across, but you don't have the enforcement mechanisms to actually get those people. So that large number of people coming to the border, I don't know what we were supposed to tell a state to do.
Yeah, and you're saying break the law. They should break the law.
Yes, because I mean we've seen.
Aren't we a country of laws? Aren't we a country of laws?
We are also a country that is capable of defending its borders, but we're choosing not to.
Oh, okay, but then pass a law. Then vote for Trump this election if you think that he's going to do a better job. If that's what you think. But don't tell me that the state government is allowed to defy the federal government on issues of immigration, because that's bullshit. And that, there are similar people who said similar things about certain enforcement of other federal laws back in the 1860s. And those comparisons, that can't be the reality we live in, where states get to decide when they break the law and when they follow the law.
I agree with you legally. I think we have a disagreement morally on, not morally, because you probably want the border defended as much as I want the border defended, but I think because the states have seen the reality that the country can actually put a dent in immigration, but they're choosing not to. I think the representatives of those states at the local level and the state level
break the law. I mean, how can you say that? It sounds like you're law enforcement, right? We swear an oath. We swear an oath to the Constitution. We swear an oath to uphold the Constitution. And there's a little part of the Constitution called the Supremacy Clause of the United States that says that the Constitution and the federal laws made pursuant to the Constitution are the supreme law of the land. Anything in the state laws or state constitutions notwithstanding, the Constitution of the United States explicitly calls out contradictory state laws and contradictory constitutional provisions as not being able to supersede the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution and federal laws made pursuant to it. How can you swear an oath to the Constitution and then willingly say, I want to violate that? I want to violate the Supremacy Clause of the United States.
Well, there's a difference there between me actually doing that thing and me thinking a policy position that somebody in the state.
You just said you're in favor of it. You just said you support it.
No, I
you support violating the oath of the Constitution.
If I was that policymaker, I might have a different stance on it because I would be in the
your stance on whether or not you support the breaking of your oath to the Constitution would depend on whether or not you were actually in the position to do something about it. That's a scary world, folks.
If it was my responsibility to ensure the safety of the people on the border of Texas and those communities down there, then I would have to take
No. Your first and principal oath is to the Constitution of the United States. That's your first oath. That's what binds our country together. And any other thing is secondary to that. I thought when you're in the military, isn't the the first allegiance to the Constitution of the United States? But what you're saying is
first allegiance to the Constitution is also to life, limb, and eyesight of U.S. citizens.
Wait, say that one more time.
To life and limb of U.S. citizens and the U.S. Constitution. So if there's something happening and you have to interject in it, and there's a question of legality, then you say.
Hang on a second. No one is saying that Texas cannot use its state law enforcement to do certain targeted actions to defend their people. No one's saying
so that. They can to the extent.
No.
Mobilize them in the state guard status, put them all across the board. You just couldn't have the razor wire.
No. You cannot try to enforce immigration law as the state. The state can enforce its criminal law, but of course, just because illegal immigrants are, increasing economic burdens, or illegal immigrants have a greater propensity to commit crime, doesn't give you a right to shoot them. You can arrest them if they commit crimes. You can arrest them if they violate the law of Texas in other ways, but you can't enforce immigration law. You can't usurp the power of the federal government. And that should be a plain, you yourself agree with me on that. I shouldn't have to explain that. But you're saying that you're okay with Texas violating that and violating their oath, which acknowledges the supremacy of federal law on immigration.
I don't think that so the razor wire, I wasn't in that decision-making process. I don't know how that legally was justified.
Whether you were or not, do you support
after
it?
This, so the razor wire, not necessarily. I don't know much about the razor wire itself, but the state having its individuals on the border enforcing federal policy, which is you can't come across the border between a port of entry if you're title, I can't remember the numbers, 8 or 42. You can't come across the border.
The state doesn't get to decide that. The state doesn't get to decide whether or not it is or is not enforcing federal law. The federal government will be telling the state whether or not they're going to be, allowed to be used as part of an instrumentality to defend or to support immigration law. But the state doesn't get to unilaterally decide, hey, we're just following the law of the Congress. Congress was very specific in who they wanted to enforce immigration law. Initially, under the Department of Justice, and now under the Department of Homeland Security, which is the enforcement part of it, and obviously those cases go up to the Executive Office for Immigration Review. That's the enforcement structure. And to say that we should have this, it's free reign for any border states to want to enforce the border however they want. It's an invitation to chaos.
So it has to be a state law for a state entity to enforce it, is what you're saying?
It needs to be, in order for a state to be involved, there needs to be federal cooperation. It needs to be voluntary. It needs to be consensual. The federal government has had this authority from time immemorial for the start of our country, right? Like, we understand. Now, it's true that state officials have enforced aspects of federal law before, but that's with the consent of the federal government, but never in defiance of it.
There's currently memorandums of agreement in place between Texas DPS and Texas National Guard working in a state status as well as in a federalized status to enforce border policy, which is to stop or stem illegal immigration via increasing encounters and apprehensions.
Then why is the Biden administration in court? Why is the Biden administration in court against Texas if there's agreement?
I believe it would be the optics of the razor wire, if I was just guessing. Because
but then there's no agreement, right? Is there an agreement between the Biden administration?
Yes. Hold on. Also, I just want to say this because I've seen this come up in like every single chat. People keep trying to bring up sanctuary cities as a counter to this. I don't believe, I could be wrong, but I don't believe there's any like legislative action from Congress or any part of the Constitution that demands that states cooperate with the federal government in order to do things like turning over immigrants. I don't think that's part of our Constitution.
Nor could they. The federal government cannot commandeer the state enforcement apparatus either, right?
Now, if it was the case that, like, I think sometimes people, misunderstand what sanctuary cities mean, and please don't agree if I'm wrong, but, like, a sanctuary city does not mean that, like, if you make it there as an illegal, you're either going to get citizenship or you're, like, safe from the feds or anything like that. Like, I'm pretty sure a federal agency, the DHS, could still find you in a sanctuary city and deport you. It's just that officials or law enforcement in those cities just won't, like, generally voluntarily turn somebody over to DHS if they think they might be, like, they just don't ask those questions.
1,000%. And you can't, the federal government also can't do certain things. They can't commandeer Texas State Guard and be like, hey, you have to enforce immigration law.
Although also be careful because when you're comparing this to the sanctuary city thing, to make the sanctuary city thing comparable to Texas would be like saying California could say, listen, we actually disagree with Trump's Muslim ban, or we disagree with these countries. We're actually going to let whoever we want fly into California, into LAX, and we're going to say that, like, we're going to tell the DHS, Homeland Security, TSA, we're going to just have LAX police here. We're going to let whoever wants to fly into the country fly into here and be here, and we're going to let them into the United States because we think that we disagree with Trump's ban. Now, California can't do that because that's immigration policy, which is in the purview of the United States, right? They can't decide or dictate the enforcement of that,
Well, I think, though, with sanctuary cities, some of the states had either statutes, I don't know, laws, whatever they would call them, directives to city entities that they are barred from assisting the federal government in making removal actions. Is that correct?
That's a matter of their policy. They can do that. Yeah. Why can't they?
So
why can't they say we don't talk to the federal?
Well, a city can go to the feds. The feds say, hey, we have supremacy here. We are getting these people out, and we need assistance doing that. They're breaking a federal law.
You can't commandeer the state officials. You can't. They're state officials, and the federal government also has an obligation to stay out of domains that are squarely in the purview of the state, right? The federal government couldn't take all the state police force of California and say you have to enforce federal drug law now. That would be commandeering.
Right. I'm not as spun up on the sanctuary cities.
There's no comparison here. We should go back to the base principle, and I think you should agree with me. Listen, I know I'm being an asshole, I'm being whatever, but it's just because I feel very strongly that we cannot allow defiance of the Constitution. And you just agreed that I think you agree, and you can say maybe now that you don't agree. Whatever you want to take back what you said, that's fine. But I thought you agreed that you agreed with us on the federal government's supremacy in immigration matters, and that to do what Texas is doing and trying to change what immigration law is would be illegal, and therefore it would be in contravention of the supremacy clause, and therefore it would be violating the Constitution. And how can you say that it's good or you want that?
Hang on, let me put it like this. I agree with Supreme Court's decision, and whatever they decide is the way that the Constitution is being interpreted. I agree with that.
Okay,
As
cool.
it stands now, and that decision's been made. I also agree with the state's responsibility to the citizens of that state to assist in the public safety, and if there's memorandum is in place and or MOAs, whatever you want to call them, in place to assist with enforcing federal policy, I think that the state, however legally they can do it, should be doing that to the highest degree they can. Now, razor wire has been taken off the board, but if they wanted to state mobilize the guard and put them across the border in order to fulfill the agreement they already have with the federal government, I have no problem with that.
I have no problem with states making agreements with the federal government to help enforce immigration. What I have a problem with is states doing anything contrary to federal enforcement of immigration law. That's what I have a problem with. And I also have a problem with people lying about the administration.
If the razor wire was contrary, the part that was contrary to it, and not actually enforcing the policy, then I have no problem with them saying, "Hey, get rid of the razor wire." Cool. All right. Well,
But come on, Bayo. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. That they're going to court about this shit. They don't agree on it, clearly.
Right, but there's also the optical fight that comes with immigration every time, because we know that there's
Whether
no
it's
possible way
optical
we're
or
going to be able
substantive,
to-
whether it's optical or substantive, it's dispositive. That is, there is a disagreement based on optics or based on substance or based on policy, whatever you want to say it. There's a disagreement, and if the disagreement exists, there's one party that wins, and the winner is Biden. The winner isn't Abbott.
Okay. Well, okay, so Abbott is in control of Department of Public Safety, the Rangers, and the state guard or the state militia outside of the federalized National Guard, right?
Yeah, he's in charge of all those entities.
Okay. And he wants to say at Eagle Pass. He wants to go down to Eagle Pass and Del Rio areas and put guards from there to assist in the already standing MOAs away from the border 2 miles. Is that okay?
If he's doing it with the express consent of the federal government, that's fine, yeah. Because then you have two-way agreement, right? Like, the federal government is not forcing Abbott, and Abbott is not in violation of the federal government supremacy.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I agree with that.
I guess like here's like I think this is like a really simple thing is to look at make an event that's like the contrapositive of this. So Texas doesn't want immigrants, so Texas is hardcore trying to do their form of border enforcement. What if California wanted immigrants, so they started tearing down the wall? Would we be okay with that? Like, let's say California's like, actually, we love agricultural workers and everything, so we're going to go to the border and we're going to use the California State Patrol to start destroying the wall to let more people in. Would that be okay?
Or paving. If you don't want the destruction thing, they're paving the roads. They're making it easier. Whatever way you want to say.
Well, during the Trump administration, California was very adamant about allowing any further border wall construction, and they actually limited the amount that federal RPAs could fly over into their airspace, despite it being federal airspace.
Hold on, wait. California was able to restrict their airspace?
No, sorry. They raised a big fucking stink about it, and it was when you get down sub 3,000 feet, and you're talking about flying state to state, they can, I can't remember the technical term for it, but there was some restrictions they could put. Oh, there's landing. So that you could not land a UH-72 Lakota is the aircraft that was flying. So they would fly Arizona and the next areas, and then they might need to land and refuel or drop somebody off in California. They were not allowed to touch down in California because that was California's soil, right?
Wait,
So
I don't know if
did do that
California
thing.
has California soil that's not like also under the purview of the federal government for purposes of like federal government enforcement, no?
Well, that absolutely happened during OGS, for example.
Hold on, wait,
So
can you
we
real
would-
quick, I'm not accusing you of lying or whatever, because the specific actions taken are important here. So what are you claiming happened? Or what can I look up? Like,
I
what's something I
agree, and
could
this
Google
is-
for an article to see this?
I don't think this would be totally anecdotal, and you would have to take it completely good
Oh,
faith.
fuck. Because I'm curious, or like, basically you can answer, like, if the federal government was going to do something, does a state have the authority to be like, sorry, no, you can't land at this airport, you're not allowed to do something? If the federal government is doing something in the purview of the job of the federal government?
I doubt it, but I don't know for sure.
So if it is, so it had to do with guard assets. So
Had to do with what?
National Guard assets. So it was Arizona National Guard assets flying in Arizona. So they would pick somebody up, but they're carrying a Fed on board to do their enforcement action. They pick them up somewhere in Arizona, and they're flying over, and they cross into California. Once they crossed into California, there was nothing that federal officer or that aircraft would do other than call somebody and say, "Hey, somebody walked over," and then it was on the feds in California to actually come over and interdict that person. To find anything on it, it would probably be UH-72 or UH-72 Lakotas, and New Mexico and California, because New Mexico was doing the same thing. Their governor basically made the same policy. So
I
you could
understand
only
a fucking
fly-
word you just said.
Yeah,
I
your
don't know
mic is
about you,
also
Steve.
really, really, really bad. Wait, what kind of microphone are you using?
I'm on mobile. I was at the gym and nobody was arguing. So
Oh, fuck. Okay, it's kind of hard to make out. You're not just on mobile. You're on like you're on some kind of like AirPod
You're on
thing,
mid-mobile.
but not actually AirPods. You're using like another like in-ear bud thing that's like you're talking to us through, right?
yeah, I can head to the house and hop back in when I get there. It's like 5 minutes.
Or just talking to your phone's microphone would be a lot better too. But I understand if it's weird that you don't want it screaming out in the. Massachusetts National Guard sends helicopter to help patrol southwest border. This was linked by Puppy Gups. Was this supposed to be the story that he was talking about, or oh, this is related?
I don't know. I don't know why that's relevant. We have everything we need to know right now. And if there's any state enforcement strategy from California or a liberal state that's designed to be contradictory, in other words, incompatible with what the federal government's trying to do, then we would obviously be against it. If California was letting people in violation of federal law, that would not be okay. It's very different when you're saying, well,
Oh, and I would say even one step further. I would say you can do things as states that might be like contradictory, but incompatible is not allowed. Like one could argue
Correct,
that a
yeah.
sanctuary city might be contradictory, but it's not incompatible.
But it's not incompatible, yeah.
Or like licensing like marijuana stores, I think might be contradictory, but not incompatible with how states are legally allowed to function. Yeah, I don't know. I would be curious about this California thing because I've never heard of this, but yeah. But I'm curious. But returning to the question though, like, would you be okay if California decided to open the border? Not open the border, but go down and like destroy parts of the border fence to let immigrants that they think should come to the United States in?
Of course not, Bayo. Hello?
Okay.
Hey, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Did you hear what Steven said?
Okay.
Hey.
All right. Well, hey, listen, Bayo, we love you. Be careful. Stay safe. What the fuck? Okay, who's got the strongest opinion here about the border stuff?
I think I might have the strongest case.
Go.
So, you mentioned the supremacy clause of the Constitution. We have a treaty agreement with Mexico.
Yep.
We have a treaty.
Wait, okay, hold on, stop, wait, if you just join, turn the stream off. Sorry, real quick, if you just join, turn the stream off.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry, go.
So we entered into a treaty in June of 2019 where anyone crossing the border seeking asylum would be returned to Mexico to have their case adjudicated there. The supremacy clause of the Constitution clearly establishes that treaties don't need a corresponding domestic law to be enforceable. So there's a difference between law and government policy, right? Isn't Texas just helping enforce the treaty agreement, and the supremacy clause would guarantee that that should be followed?
First of all, let's make sure the treaty was actually passed with advice and consent of the Senate, with 2/3 consent, number one. And because there are sometimes there are treaties and there are treaties, right? So that's number one.
Sure.
And so whether or not the treaty itself is self-executing or whether or not it has the force of law might depend on whether or not it was agreed to with advice and consent of the Senate, which is provided for in the treaties clause. Number two, Texas is not a party to that treaty. Correct?
That's fair.
So whether or not we're in compliance is a matter for the national government to decide. The treaty isn't Texas and Mexico treaty. It's it's United States and Mexico. That's the treaty, to the extent there is one.
So there, I mean, we have other disagreements between state and federal law, like marijuana legislation, right?
Sure, but there's no incompatibility there. I mean, the state, as a matter of state law, some states do not have criminal laws, state laws against marijuana. But that's not a law that says, in our place, you cannot enforce federal drug law. You can enforce federal drug law in states that have legal state marijuana, right? Agreed?
That's fair. I just think the lack of enforcement is more of a matter of policy when we have law. I mean, basically, we have immigration laws, right?
We do have immigration laws, that's correct.
It's just they're not being correctly enforced, so the state of Texas is choosing to...
Who gets to decide whether the laws are being correctly enforced?
The courts.
How about also the
I think this
branches?
is legitimate.
How about this is not... And actually, courts have been reluctant to get into matters of immigration policy, substantively. Yes, they'll come in if there's an administrative procedures violation or if there's some constitutional concern, maybe they'll weigh in. But in terms of the actual enforcement, that's typically up to the political branch. That's up to Congress and the President of the United States.
I would agree with you about the reluctance. I even think, like, on matters of state and federal disagreement, like when California appealed their gay marriage ban, the Supreme Court declined to hear the appeal. I think the courts are not doing their job there.
Oh, no, but come on. Immigration law is special. We all recognize that. Immigration law is a special category of legislation over which the federal government has absolute supremacy. Now, you can have all the comparisons you want to gay marriage bans that aren't in keeping with whatever federal law, or you could say that the drug laws of the state are incompatible with federal drug laws. I don't agree with those comparisons. I think that state laws not having drug laws isn't incompatible with the federal government having drug laws. But however you want to slice it, the organizations, the entities that get to decide whether immigration law is being properly enforced or not properly enforced are the political branches of the federal government. Those are the entities in charge. If they wanted to, they could say, hey, we don't even have any immigration law anymore. That's proper enforcement. Proper enforcement is equivalent to no enforcement. You don't get to decide in the state of Texas that we know the proper enforcement of immigration law because they don't have that authority. Because it affects us all. It's just a national sovereignty. And so the decision about whether or not federal law is even being enforced correctly is not up for Mr. Abbott to decide. And it's
I guess we don't actually disagree there. That's fair. I just think the federal government is clearly not doing its job properly.
Okay, you can say as a matter of policy that, but you would agree that Governor Abbott should be brought to heel. That Governor Abbott needs to stop his unconstitutional, unlawful actions. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I would also say that the Controlled Substance Act, when we look at like drug legalization, I believe that I think that that's the same thing as a sanctuary city. States don't really have the technically. I don't think things are legal. I don't think that's like a category of things. I think things are like either misdemeanors or felonies or like infractions. There's like acts, but I don't think there's like a thing that's like legal. Like is sex legal? Like there's not like this is a thing. So when you talk about like the Controlled Substance Act, you talk about like the federal government policy on banning drugs or making certain narcotics, the states can have the opportunity or have the can have the state of position of like we just don't enforce this, right? So when a state says we don't have laws on the books relating to marijuana being illegal. I don't think that's comparable to the border policy where you're saying like, hey, we're going to go and do this border policy because we think the federal government is failing. That would be a state saying like, hey, we're just not going to enforce this under the federal government feels because we're not just going to have this law on our books. I think that's like that's what it means to like make something decriminalized in the state. You can't necessarily make it like legal federally, but you can just say in your state we're not going to enforce anything related to marijuana because we're not going to make that law.
But imagine
we don't just decriminalize it though. We like some states, you know, they have medical laws.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying that none of that, I don't think any of that flows up federally. Like you can have, my understanding is, you could have a medical, please correct me if I'm wrong, I could be in a state, actually I don't know what the answer to this is, but my guess is I could be in a state, I have a medical marijuana card that's licensed by the state, given to me, and then I have all the marijuana that I want, blah, blah, blah. I think a Fed could still come up to me and I could get in trouble with that, no? Or is that protected somehow?
Yes, absolutely, you can.
Oh, then yeah, well then...
And that
yeah,
does
then,
happen.
Yeah, then that's the argument then, right?
It's not comparable, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, the only thing that would make it comparable would be like if a federal enforcement agency was about to break into somebody's house and then like a state police came up and they're like, hold on, this is an unauthorized entry, and the feds are like, well, hold on, we have our blah, 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 we've got all of our shit around. They're like, no, because we don't want you to do drug policy this way. We disagree. We're going to stop you. Yeah, and then you say, well, hold on, no. Now we're talking supremacy clause stuff, right? Like you can't just on a state, you know, contradict federal law enforcement like this or federal law like this or whatever. But I don't think the supremacy clause means you have to enforce all the federal law. I also think that it's kind of confusing too, because like a lot of things that we think are like felonies or really, really bad things are all these like federal things. But the reality is like the vast majority of all crimes and everything are all state laws. These are all enforced by the states. Like, I think there is federal murder, but like murder is always 99.9% of the times like a state charge, or rape is like a state charge. Like all of these things are criminalized by and enforced by the states as well. But I don't think they necessarily have to be. Please correct me on that. Like I think in a state you could make it so that like, well, I don't know if you get like other weird challenges around like equal protection, I don't know, or something weird like that. But I think a state theoretically could say like, oh, we're not going to make rape or murder legal, or we're not going to make this illegal, and if you want to, you can. Now, if a Fed busts you for raping or murdering somebody, you might get in trouble. But I think technically, I think a state could do it. They might face other constitutional challenges relating to it, but
we have agreement. So I mean, we agreed that what Governor Abbott is doing is wrong. It's incorrect, and that Biden should do something about it. The federal government should not allow this to stand. We can't allow states to be in open defiance of federal law.
Can I ask a question real quick? What exactly?
How do you guys have the worst microphones ever invented? And I don't understand, guys. It's 2023. You can get like the best mics ever for like $2 at Walmart. What do you? No, let's start. Go.
Let me apologize right quick because I'm like at work right now and I'm like using a Blue Parrot headphone.
All right, okay.
But like, what does like the punishment for? Because they're gonna make the feds. They're gonna push the issue with the feds. What would like the punishment actually be for something like that? Like, what are they gonna do about Abbott doing this? And that's about it.
Yeah, if they are at the point where Biden is ordering the National Guard to enforce federal law or to stand down, or there's some federal asset that's attempting to take control of the situation, and Governor Abbott is refusing and using force or the threat of force to prevent that deployment, I think he should be arrested by the Department of Justice and he should go to jail. That's my
come on.
What do you mean, come on?
You sound absolutely ridiculous right now.
Wait, why is that ridiculous? Explain it.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever
Wait, why is that ridiculous? Can you explain that?
Have you ever been to the border?
Why is that ridiculous? Of course I have. Why is that ridiculous? Can you get to the state of the argument instead of going personal?
I'm asking you. Have you ever been to the border? Do you know what's going on right now?
Can you make the argument without going personal?
It's not personal.
Yes or no? You're saying you're presuming that we've never been to the border. You're presuming we've never been to the border. And you're saying
they're abusing the asylum system.
You're presuming that we've never been to the border, that we've never had clients who have been in the immigration system. Some of us, let's say, hypothetically.
Yes.
We haven't.
You're a lawyer. Yeah, we get it.
Okay, so then why don't you stick to the argument and stop trying to attack the person making it? How about that? For once.
The idea that he would arrest a sitting governor is completely absurd.
Oh, really? Is it absurd?
I think it's highlighting.
It's not absurd. It's not absurd at all. In fact, it should happen. To be honest, like at this point, like Texas is so crooked that there should be something done about it. I wish that we could just like like vote him out. But like I like we're so like gerrymandered and we're so right leaning that I don't know how like that would ever even happen. But I appreciate the answer to the question. I'm out.
Love you.
Okay, can I continue now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to ask Pisco, has he ever been to the border?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
what does that have to do with that? Can you explain why that has to do with anything?
I'm trying to say, okay, have you seen the latest Channel 5 video?
Wait, what does that have to do with anything?
He blew this whole situation wide open, okay? He's
Are
got
you trolling?
people on video walking across the border. The cartel just lets him in.
Okay, you're trolling.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm serious.
Are you
Go
trolling?
watch the latest Channel 5 video.
Okay,
People
can you
are
tell me?
abusing the asylum system.
Okay.
Oh, it's literally on video. They got people coming in. They're burning their documents when they come in. And then they're saying, I claim asylum. And then what are the people of Texas supposed to do? They're just supposed to let them wait there?
Is there a right to asylum? Is there a right to asylum procedures for individuals who arrive at our ports of entry? Yes or no?
I mean, yes, but then the federal
is that a part of federal law that at the very minimum you have expedited removal proceedings, and that you get seen in front of at least somebody to adjudicate your
claim?
claim?
The problem is, and they show this in the video.
Wait, can we answer that question? Is that a part of our current immigration law? Yes or no?
Yes, but the problem is
when you say enforce immigration law, I just want to make this clear. I just want to make this clear. When you say enforce immigration law, you say excluding the asylum laws and procedures. That's what you mean, right? Ignore those?
I don't know what you're talking about. If you just let me finish, I'll explain what I'm talking about, okay?
Should we ignore the asylum procedures that are established by federal statute, yes or no?
I don't know what that means, okay? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Do you know asylum?
When they come in, they're keeping them in the state. They're keeping them in Arizona, Texas, whatever. Does that not become a problem for Arizona or Texas when they come in?
I'm sure it becomes a problem.
Isn't it the federal government's job?
That's not an argument. Whether it becomes a problem, immigration can be a problem. You don't have a right not to have problems.
What do you mean you don't have a right to not have problems?
A state doesn't have a right to be free from problems. I forgot. I missed the part of constitutional law where we were talking about how states have an inalienable right to be free from problems.
What you're saying is basically anyone has a right to come to the border, claim asylum, and they get to be housed in Texas until their court date. That's what you're saying.
I didn't say that. I said that federal law provides for asylum procedures and for individuals to claim asylum. Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Does federal law provide for asylum procedures for individuals claiming asylum?
Yeah, I agree with that in spirit, I think.
Okay, so should we follow those immigration laws?
Yeah, but the problem is...
What's your issue? What's your deal?
The problem is these people are being housed inside the states, so isn't it their right that they don't
should they be housed some... Wait.
States?
Okay, well, first of all, a lot of them are... There was a Remain in Mexico policy, and I actually think that there's some asylees or people who are claiming to be asylees are being housed outside of the country. So just as a matter of fact, you're not correct about that. I don't believe that. I actually think that there are many asylum claims that are being adjudicated outside of the country. But even if it weren't the case, you agree these people should have their claims adjudicated. You just said that.
Yeah, I agree in spirit, okay? But the problem is that people are abusing the asylum system.
Oh, there it is. There it is, folks.
No,
the conservatives say they're law and order, except when it's a law they don't like. Then they say, I'm okay with Abbott doing something illegal.
Listen.
Except when it's those, pesky asylum laws.
Okay,
right? Who needs to follow those?
Get off your fucking soapbox for a second so I can finish, okay? They're abusing the asylum system in the way that they come to the border, they burn their documents, they walk in, they say, I claim asylum. Then
Change the law then. Change the law then. I don't know what to tell you. Change the law.
What do you mean change the law? What do you mean change the law? What does that supposed to mean?
As you're aware, if you don't agree with asylum...
Take infinite people in because we have to change the law?
If you don't agree with asylum, get rid of the law. It's the law. Isn't it the law?
You know more about the law than I do. I'm sure you know how hard it would be to change the law, don't you?
Well, that's a democracy.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as like federal law goes, that shit's fucked, man. That shit's never gonna change.
So you're saying because it's hard, democracy's too hard. It's too hard to convince their fellow citizen. Wasn't it like the conservatives that are telling us that we need democracy for abortion issues? That's not hard.
I mean,
this is the
those
problem with
states
conservatives
are
like you. I just want to
divided.
say, this is the problem with conservatives with you. You all agree with democracy when it favors you, but you have no principles and no values. When it's too hard, then you're okay with doing a little end run, a little insurrection here, a little, fake elector scheme there, and a little end run around asylum laws there. Like, it's no consistency. You guys don't believe in law and order.
Here we
What
go
you
on the
believe on,
soapbox again.
what
You
you
really have a
believe
very
in,
specific soapbox voice. It's very
what
good.
you
It sounds like
believe
you
in,
practice it a lot.
what you believe in is your policy preference being imposed on everyone who disagrees with you, regardless of what democracy demands. That's what you agree with.
No, that's not what I agree with. That's what you're saying I agree with, which is what you're good at, by the way. You're good at saying what other people think and claiming that they do.
Harkin, this is a little parallel to my argument. Do you mind if I jump in for a second?
Go for it.
Not at all.
Okay. So one thing that always really deeply struck me is Antonin Scalia. Is he had this point where he made a speech and he said, "There is no procedural right for the factually innocent to not be put to death." And there's some validity to what he's saying, right? It's like, well, what does factual innocence actually means? But on the flip side, I think that anyone upon hearing that is going to say, wait, that sounds deeply unjust. It's like, if there's someone that is very likely to be factually innocent of the crime that they're found guilty of, there should be some sort of procedure. You don't want to execute even one innocent person. And so I think what we're seeing here is you're saying, okay, this is the law as it stands here. But a lot of people essentially want some reform, or they want like easy changes. So if Biden is saying, I want to move all this Constantine or whatever, if he has the authority to make that decision, he could also make the opposite decision, right? And say, okay, we're going to enforce immigration law, but we're not going to interfere with Texas's state decisions in this matter too, right? That would be within his authority.
Who are you asking?
Oh, so I'm
Yeah,
asking,
the problem
would it
is-
be within Biden's authority to not disagree with Texas's or not interfere with Texas's
Who are you asking?
measures? Peace gun.
Yeah, Biden could do the opposite of what he's doing, yes.
Yeah. And then, so the easy kind of requirement becomes, is like, okay, even if we acknowledge that there's technically, because of the supremacy clause, there are some rights for him to do this. I think a lot of people are saying, well, he should choose otherwise, because we do have these centralized problems that are just in a few states. And the federal government doesn't seem to be providing actually solutions that help alleviate the undue burden on specific states.
Mm-hmm. You're saying, as a policy matter, he should change.
Wait, can I hold on? Can I real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. This is the issue that where you guys are fighting on, and I think it's important to recognize where you're fighting. Okay.
Yep.
The issue is you guys feel like something bad is happening with immigration in border states, mainly Texas. You feel like too many illegals are coming in, or it might even be the fact that too many illegals are coming in, and the federal government, the way that they are choosing to enforce the policy, okay, legislated to them by Congress, is inadequate or ineffective, or you have massive moral disagreements with how it's being done, okay? All of these things might be true, but this, unfortunately, is not the ground to fight on, because legally, this particular enforcement is fully and 100% within the purview of the federal government, and the state government just does not have the right to act here. And I think that the thing you have to be careful about is when you start making moral arguments that defy procedure, you're opening up such an unbelievable can of worms that essentially says, as long as you don't like how the federal government is approaching an issue that's within the purview of the federal government, the state can do whatever they want. And while we might feel giddy and happy and excited to watch a state enforce immigration law in a way that we see fit, there are a million other things that we could probably say quite easily state shouldn't do, right? We want to protect our people, and we want to put money towards our homeless people, so we are no longer going to have any of our citizens pay federal taxes because we don't want to support the military. We're going to take all that money, we're going to collect the state tax instead, right? I imagine, assuming you're not like a libertarian opposed to all taxation or whatever, you'd say like, well, hold on, you can't do that. You can't just say that we're going to defy federal tax collection because we oppose the military. There are like a million different things that other states could do that we would not want them to do, even if the state and all the population disagrees with the federal law, because the breaking of that procedure would necessarily break like all parts of our federal system. We would devolve into 50 different countries, and then those would devolve into different, cities and districts, and it would just be chaos. And I think the test of the test of our federalized system is, unfortunately, saying like, well, fuck, right now there's like federal policy that we disagree with that kind of sucks, but all you can do is like, the remedy for that is in the federal system. It has to be in Congress. And as it stands right now, conservatives are already given a huge amount of structural benefit, whether we're talking about how districting is done for the House, which favors lower populated areas, or whether we're talking about the upper part of Congress, the Senate, which favors land over people, and that every state is allotted 2 people, or whether we're talking the Electoral College, which is favoring land over people because more land, more states get electoral votes that are not proportionate to population. So there's already a lot of parts built into the government, I think, that would favor conservative ideas. But if you have all those things going for you, and you have a disagreement on federal law, the answer, it could be, if you want it to be, it could be like open revolt or rebellion or insurrection. That's fine, it could be. You just have to be honest about what's happening and say that, like, this is what's going to happen. We don't like this federal law so much, we're going to be an open revolt or rebellion against the federal government to do it. It can't just be selectively following procedure or rule of law when it benefits you, and then not when it doesn't.
Yeah, I would agree with. I'd agree with everything you said there. I actually have a question, and then for Pisco specifically, because this falls into your expertise. Does equal protection prevent states from giving increased penalties to illegal immigrants for, say, a state-level crime of jail?
So, first of all, I don't want to claim to have an expertise. I'm just a dumb lawyer. Lawyers are dumb, generally, and so don't believe what I say on face value. Don't trust me just because I am a lawyer. Like, I'm a baby lawyer, and so I don't have any specific authority on constitutional law, but I happen to know that a protected class, so far as state, so the burden analysis, right, for equal protection purposes, has to do with whether or not you are there's a protected class at stake. And one protected class is, or one area where you're not allowed to discriminate all the time, is based on alienage for states. Alienage referring to whether or not you're a citizen or not. The federal government is able to discriminate on the basis of alienage, but states are not always able to discriminate on the basis of alienage. So I think that that law that would treat non-citizens worse than citizens for purposes of state criminal law would probably be challenged for an equal protection violation, and I would say likely the non-citizen would win.
Okay.
Yeah.
But let's actually, it's kind of related, so that like constrains some things. But let's say that, for example, Abbott said, okay, I am not formally, officially enforcing any federal immigration laws, but rather I am going to be very strict in terms of, say, this strip of land, which happens to be at the border of the state, enforcing anti-trespassing laws, or, for example, loitering laws, failure to, say, like a variety of like different crimes which you might easily commit in the process. Would you disagree with that on a legal basis? Would you have a moral
So
problem with that?
instead of phrasing it as immigration law, you just define this area in the border as some kind of special respiratory area that people who violate that go immediately to your state prison. I think that those are, there's some difficult questions there for sure, but to the extent that you are trying to use this power that you're calling the trespass power, or the power to define the scope of property rights for public usage or whatever, and you're defining it in terms of alienage, right? I'm assuming you're doing that. You're saying we're going to treat non-citizens worse. Then I think that there would be,
well,
and if it's clear it's a ploy.
I mean, I think you also, don't you just kind of run into, like, this isn't going to do what you want it to do, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's say, for instance,
you go to jail for trespassing.
Exactly, yeah. Because remember, you can only enforce your state law. I don't think a state can make a law about immigration. They can't, because it's a state. You're just a state, right? So let's say that you were to set that issue up. You set up, so you've got the brilliant idea of, we're going to just set up our own border behind this thing where we highly enforce trespassing. We get our own huge wall. We've got all the things, blah, blah, blah. You could do that, but now you've just become literally the best funnel point for every illegal immigrant wanting in the U.S. Because what they do is they all run to that point, and then, oh shit, the Texas Guard is here. They arrest us. However, the only thing you can arrest us for is trespassing. You're going to have like cruel and unusual punishment. You put a lot of people up for life for trespassing. You're not going to change those laws, I don't think. So somebody basically goes to one of the state jails. You convict them and everything. Now they're in jail for what, 30 days or whatever, misdemeanor crime, I don't know what, for trespassing, and then what, you release them? You can't ship them back to Mexico. You don't have the authority to do that. I don't know what authority a state has when it comes to releasing somebody from state prison. Are you allowed to drive them somewhere? Now you just have like all the illegal immigrants flooding your prisons and then getting.
And you're not going to get them all. You're not going to get them all. You're going to be spending a shit ton of money because all these people deserve trials, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about criminal law.
You have to prosecute all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and now they all have the right to attorneys, right? They all have because there's a right to representation for indigent defendants. A lot of these people will be indigent defendants, and so I mean you can try it, but it's not going to turn out the way you think, and it's not going to be effective. That's why they want to have this razor wire. That's why they want the federal government in charge, because it's too much for. I don't think they have a willingness to do it. Well, they probably would, actually, to be honest with you. But I think that they would incur substantial costs to do this. But it's not their role to do it, and even if they did, it wouldn't stop the problem.
Pisco, I have a question for you, and then I'll go. Do you think the federal government has a place stepping in with the interstate conflicts that are arising from this? For example, like Texas busing tens of thousands of migrants to New York, to the point where it's like broken New York City's budget.
I don't know. That's a tough question. On the one hand, I think that yes, but on the other hand, like I don't know that the states are breaking unless they're doing fraud. Like, what law would the states be breaking by voluntarily entering into like contracts with non-citizens? I don't think that there's a law broken there necessarily, unless maybe you could pass a federal law that made it a crime or something, or sanctionable or not allowed to get into agreements for transportation for non-citizens. But I imagine that it's not something I would support. So I don't even think necessarily that Ron DeSantis, these people, to the extent they're not doing fraud, right, are committing crimes. To the extent they're doing fraud, it might be a crime, right? Or they might be illegal. Right. To the extent that they're just like voluntarily entering into transportation agreements and paying it themselves, I don't know what a legal objection could have. Maybe I'm just not thinking.
Yeah, and I think we have sort of guaranteed right to transit between states anyway. That would
sure, yeah. Like, what would be like wrong with the state being like, hey, do you want to go to Boston? And they're like, yeah, we'd love to go to Boston. Okay, here's $1,000 for a plane ticket or whatever, for bus ticket or whatever, to get up to Boston from fucking wherever you are, Arizona. It wouldn't even be that expensive.
I just worry that those like interstate conflicts are also like a powder keg that's gonna explode at some point.
I'm not as concerned about that stuff. I mean, that is like, there are limits to that quote unquote busing policy, and there's also an argument from like fundamental fairness from the southern states where like, hey, why should we have to bear the brunt of all to the extent that there is a brunt of like non-citizen shit. I don't know that it's my biggest concern.
All right, thank you.
It's a stunt. It's like a political optics stunt, but. Wow. No one's willing to defend Abbott's actions. Crazy.
Can you ask them when next time you get a contestant? Can you ask them like they think this is such a severe issue that they would support, Texas, going to war with the U.S. government, seceding, whatever? Because like everyone says, yeah, they have the right to do this. But things are so bad. Well, have them qualify how bad it is and whether or not it's actually justified to suffer the repercussions for the people of Texas to suffer the repercussions.
We're about to find out. Hope.
Okay, I'm dragging in the next lot. Fuck it. Good luck.
Wait, hold on. Steven, are you eating?
Oh shit. No, not tonight. Fuck it. Sorry. Back to normal tomorrow. Yeah.
All right. Bye, guys.
No, not tonight. Fuck. Turn off the stream if you're in here. Fuck. Sorry.
All right, real quick to answer what Lycan said and made my last point before I get out here is I think there's maybe some indefensible takes here, and it's very easy for you to attack them. It's like, okay, should governors just be able to do whatever the fuck they want without regard to the law? But then I think though, Pisco, is you're actually a lot of your stances, coincidentally, but also not so coincidentally, line up with a fairly pro-immigration stance. because again, the Biden administration could choose otherwise, and so on. For example, we can say, okay, yeah, the ultimate immigration authority is federal, but I mean, we devolve authorities all the time. Or we
Hold
have,
on.
like,
Wait.
parallel-
No, okay. I think, okay. Yes, in one way, like, Pisco might be favoring this because it favors immigration policy, but, like, depending on the thing...
I resent that.
Well, or, I'm sorry, hold on. I'm saying that his view happens to line up with that. Sure. But, like, in other senses, like, right now, I think Pisco would agree, I think, that, like, states, as it stands right now, have the ability to decide how they want to treat abortion, right? That's
Yeah,
been,
they-
as per
yes.
the Supreme Court, that's been relegated to a state issue. The federal government doesn't have a right to intercede there. That really sucks for progressives.
Well, sorry, the courts have not gotten involved. I haven't said that the federal government doesn't have a role. I think
Wait, what do you mean
federal
the courts haven't
government
gotten involved?
So Congress could pass legislation, I think, nationalizing some abortions.
Wait, what
I
does
think
Congress have to do with the courts? I'm saying, like, the courts, and the Supreme Court has decided when they
The
overturn
Supreme Court
Roe and
has said
Casey,
that there's no right to it, but I don't think that the federal government therefore doesn't have a role to play. Just separate
Oh,
that
sure,
out.
potentially, sure, yeah, potentially. But as it stands right now, states seem to be within their legal authority to outlaw abortion if they want to, right? Which I imagine, on a moral level, I think Pisco would disagree with that.
Yes.
Yeah,
but on the,
and I would as
on
well.
the legal level,
but yeah,
I don't think it's insurrectionary to do that. I don't think it's now back in the day when Texas was like defying Supreme Court precedent with their bounty hunter law. I thought that was really, really bad, but the Supreme Court then like very quickly showed an appetite to overturn Roe v. Wade, and so then you're fighting on the merits in the court. But we lost. We lost. Roe v. Wade is overturned, and that's just what happened. And we abide by the law. So I don't want the Biden administration to be doing something inconsistent with the Supreme Court's ruling. When Biden lost on the student loan shit, it was the most ridiculous opinion ever. Biden very clearly had the authority to cancel $10,000 of student loans. But did I say, no, Biden should cancel it anyway, even though the Supreme Court said no? No, I didn't say that. We live in a country that's supposed to be governed by the rule of law. And when you have people who are law enforcement coming here and saying, I support illegal actions, I mean, what country are we living in here, folks?
Yeah.
What right does the state have to enforce? Like,
none. For immigration law, none. I don't believe, right?
Yeah, none. I think that they could.
Even in the
federal
case where the
government
state
allows
is,
it.
even in the case where the state is quote unquote enforcing immigration law, what that enforcement looks like is you arrest somebody, you think they're an illegal immigrant. The next step is you turn them over to the
You
feds.
call them, yeah.
That's all you can do. You have no authority past that to enforce U.S. immigration. You just don't.
so the state's just kind of fucked.
Well, they're not fucked, but this is a power that's been dealt. The same way that California is fucked if they decide that they want to let in a whole bunch of immigrants, but they're not allowed to because the federal government says no. Yeah, immigration is purview of the federal government. Or the same way that you're fucked in California or San Francisco if you don't support the United States sending money to, to Israel to genocide Palestine or the Palestinians Gaza Strip. You're fucked. You still have to pay your federal taxes. There's nothing to do that. California can't contravene there because it's not in their purview as a state to do that.
There's a big like AMCAP. I don't know if it's Millet being elected or some shit, but like people seem to be wanting to only care about the law when it's stuff that they agree to.
Yeah, but that's not
what this
ANCAP.
country's
That's
about.
just like partisan. Right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, in some cases, technically, I would say that sanctuary cities and also like marijuana, even though you say yes, there's legal precedent for why that's technically different, like the feds can't commandeer state apparatus is, I think a lot of people have actually said, wait a second, this just kind of ignoring federal drug law actually worked out really, really well. Or historical examples like the fugitive slave, with the northern states just saying, no,
It's not. Hold on. I take issue with like this technically. Like there's some insane legal loophole. It's just the states don't have to enforce federal laws. Like the states don't have to do anything about. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think states have to do anything about like currency manipulation or whatever, right? Like if you find fake dollars, you could. Well, no, actually, currency is different. You can't say we accept fake dollars, but you don't have to turn that over to the secret.
Before, like
they were, yeah, but
were they?
They were, yeah, they were.
Some act gave the United States. Because I know to make fake U.S. currency is literally a federal.
Part of the
crime.
Constitution, yeah, part of the Constitution gives Congress the authority to like mint money and shit like that. And,
Yeah.
And there's some exclusive areas of federal jurisdiction and federal legislative authority for sure, but
I don't think states are ever
Congress is
forced to
not allowed.
enforce federal law like that. Where
The
you
only
have
time,
to,
the only time is certain state courts are required to, because the judicial system is a little bit different, where the assumption is that state courts would be the ones to enforce federal law in the courts. But that's not necessarily true of the political branches of the state governments, which need to be answerable to the people of those states, which is why there's a commandeering doctrine that prevents the federal government from just usurping the political branches of the states and just deputizing every state actor to become federal actors. And that's to protect the sovereignty of the states. It's done to protect the states.
Sure, but on the flip side, we have had some things upheld, like for example, national highway funding directing minimum drinking ages to be 21. Or
No, that was hang on, that was voluntary. That was voluntary.
Yeah, voluntary, but coerced by federal funding.
well, wait, hold on. Coerced by federal funding is different than because you don't have. Doesn't Montana not? Isn't it like one state that doesn't accept federal funds for highways, and you can something like you're 18, the drinking age? Am I making that up or?
Some things have been held unduly coercive, but it wasn't not the highway fund. It was the the Medicaid, I think it was the Medicaid expansion in the Affordable Care Act case. That was deemed unduly coercive. But that's to protect the states. That's to say, like, the federal government is giving a benefit to the states, and you can't make such an amazing benefit contingent on your following.
Apparently, it's 21 in all states. I thought there was one state that broke.
And that's to protect the autonomy of the states and the sovereignty of the states. It's all protecting this division between the federal government and the state government. That's been consistent in all these rulings.
Oh wait,
the
it's a
Supreme
bit more
Court is very clearly laying out the differences between the federal government and the state government, and it's trying to protect the sovereignty of the state government. And that means dividing their powers. The federal government is a government of limited powers, but when it invokes one of its limited
Is murder
powers,
federally illegal? I believe it is, but most murder is like a state.
And that's clear in the intent of the Constitution, in Article 6 of the Constitution. And if we don't believe in that, then we don't believe in the Constitution. And you just think that, I don't know, we should all go back to the Articles of Confederation, or we should get rid of the Union. Because that's what our entire Union premise is, a union with different spheres of sovereignty, but where the federal government is at its apex, it overrules.
What are your thoughts on the dissenting opinion on this case?
There's not a big opinion on in terms of, you're talking about the fence case. This is like an emergency application, injunctive relief thing. There wasn't any like reasoned opinion given. It was like, we're gonna grant the stay, and these people dissent. They didn't like have an opinion about it other than a summary opinion saying this is granted and these people dissent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
The official case hasn't been decided yet. It was granting, but one of the factors in granting a stay or granting an injunction is likelihood to succeed on the merits. So typically when an injunction or a stay is issued, we know pretty much where the Supreme Court is leaning. It's possible that they could rule the other way, but it's very likely now that the Biden will win the merits.
Is there any precedent, for example, if you think the U.S. government has the responsibility to do something, and then let's say hypothetically they completely abdicate that responsibility. Yeah. Let's say they don't do it at all. Do you think a state has any right or authority to intervene, even if it was against the federal government's wishes? For example, let's say hypothetically that the U.S. federal government was in fact not enforcing any border law at all. All right, they carte blanche, complete abdication of that responsibility. Do you think the Texas government would have any reasonable grounds to?
Everybody up in
I did some research into this back when I was in law school.
Essays,
basically, do you have a duty to legislate?
Like,
or duty to regulate? Can you sue the government for not regulating
in a given area? What you got to say.
There's not a lot of great case law on that, because I think it shouldn't be the role of courts to decide what policy should be, right? We typically want the political branches answerable.
Well, wait, careful. I think he's asking about the constitutional crisis question, basically. Let's say that the Controlled Substance Act is passed in Congress in like 1970. Let's say that the executive says, okay, that's
Doesn't
cool.
enforce it.
Yeah, we're not going to make the DEA like, yeah, sure, that's the law.
No,
the law and it's illegal.
I-
We're not going to enforce it. I don't think there's a history of that ever happening in the U.S., right?
I don't know that there's a single case you can point to, at least a federal case, where you've been able to successfully sue the executive government to say, you need to enforce this.
Yeah.
There's a case, I think it's called Heckler v. Cheney. Someone can look this up. Heckler v. Cheney, that's about this, I think. Anyone who's familiar with law stuff, look up Heckler v. Cheney or something like that. It has to do with the executive branch's discretion for enforcement. And that is typically like unassailable, right? One of the prime authorities of the executive branch is deciding what to enforce and what not to enforce. That's like the reason that we elect an executive that we trust, is to enforce law in a given way and not other ways, because there's limited resources. Like if we elect a president who says, I'm going to enforce all the drug laws in the books, we're allowed to vote for that person. And if the alternative is someone who says, I'm not really going to enforce the drug laws that much, that's a legitimate choice for us too.
Well,
now, it could be grounds for an impeachment.
To
if you think that
be clear, to be clear, when we call that a legitimate choice, I'm pretty sure that's why it's called a crisis, because we probably wouldn't consider that a legitimate choice, because the reason why it's called a crisis is because there's really no recourse, I think, other than impeachment. I guess you could argue maybe impeachment is the recourse if the president is like, we're not going to enforce any of the laws, right?
Yeah, that's an impeachment question, right? Like, but if I elect someone who says, I'm going to pardon every federal marijuana offender, you think that we can't do that? And then how can you say that he's enforcing marijuana law if he just says, I'm going to pardon everyone who ever is convicted of this crime? He has the authority to do that.
I understand that the president has fairly broad powers to enforce laws in the way that he wants, right? But for example, let's say he did something that was, I guess, against laws. For example, let's say that he decided that he would exclusively pardon only white marijuana offenders, but not pardon any black marijuana offenders, or just to extend the border hypothetical a little bit to a sort of an absurd degree. Let's say that expressly against the will or law of Congress, the U.S. president decided to take an active role in busing the U.S. military, went down to Mexico and started just busing Mexican immigrants into the United States, right? Crazy hypothetical. But let's say he does that expressly against what any reasonable person would understand the law to be. Do you think the state would have any legal grounds to say, okay, wait a second, what's going on here?
They could sue him and say what you're doing is illegal. But that's premised on what the president is doing being illegal. And you could get a court order that says that you have to stop this. That's, again, premised on the illegality of the action, which here, I don't think any of you people can say it's illegal for the president to take down a fence on the border. Can anyone reasonably argue that? No,
I'm not going to argue that, but what I'm going to say is, it sounds like what you're saying is, in order to change this, why not just vote somebody else? And you do realize that that just can't happen. Like after let's say for example, this is going on in like Joe Biden's first presidency. What are we supposed to do then? Are we just supposed to like kowtow out of this situation, just wait 4 years until we?
First of all, you're catastrophizing, and just even me accepting this hypothetical, I just want to remind everyone: Joe Biden is enforcing immigration law. He is deporting a shit ton of people. He is absolutely.
I'm not saying.
Wait, actually, and even that fact of the matter doesn't even matter. Let's say that he chooses not to. Yeah, you do have to wait 4 years. It sucks, but like, that's your only option, right? Because think of what you're saying on the contrary. If a state really didn't like a president that was legally elected, made it to office, sworn in, and starts doing his duties, and they really didn't like it, we can just say like, well, you know, it looks like for the 2024 election year, these 6 states reject the president. Like that can't be, right? Right?
Yeah.
So, it sucks. I agree that it sucks. I mean, it sucked for Trump. It sucked that he was the president, but he is, right? For 4 years, that's how it works, unless you can impeach him.
I was going to bring up a question about, so, Pisco, are you saying that any law that's passed, the president is ultimately responsible for deciding themselves how much they want to enforce that law?
No, I think that there are mandatory things that Congress can impose on the president and duties, right? But there's a limit there. Congress doesn't have the authority to enforce the law. The executive does. And to the extent that you can say it's an enforcement action, right? Then Congress can't enforce it, right? There's a very awesome, I don't know if it's awesome, but it is a case that exists about the legislative veto. And essentially Congress tried to give itself the authority to like rescind the powers that it gave to the executive branch. And what the court decided in that case was, no, you can't do that. You can't usurp the president's role in enforcing the law. The president enforces the law. That's so like. Are there
Somebody
ways
tell
to
this motherfucker that it's usurp.
bad faith non-enforcement? Yes. There's the impeachment clause. There is voting for a new person. There is, some other. So like, for instance, like the 25th Amendment, if you want to go there. But like, or you could have a court order to do certain things or refrain from doing certain things, but it is limited because guess what? We elect a president to enforce the laws, and if you don't like how the laws are enforced, the primary mechanism for changing that is elections.
So, like, would you make that same argument about, like, say they passed a constitutional amendment that made marijuana illegal? You say that the president has the duty to uphold the Constitution. Does that change the, like, width he's given to enforce that, or is it still basically the same standard?
If there's an amendment that legalizes weed, you said?
No, that criminalizes it. Like, does Biden now have a higher duty to go further in enforcing that? Like, above what's required by a law? Or
Yeah, and how does he enforce that?
The amendment is a little bit weird because you're saying the president, imagine you had an amendment that said the president has to do something. Like, I don't know. I'm sure that you could have such an amendment and you could create such a text that purports to be mandatory on the president.
Well, we can just look at what did the Prohibition Amendment look like?
Yeah. But like, there couldn't have been perfect enforcement of Prohibition, right? The president has to decide when and how to execute the laws. Now, I'm not saying that it's impossible for you to write an amendment language that purports to be mandatory, but it's just reality that there's a limit on resources. Now, the prohibition of marijuana would have other kinds of effects above and beyond the enforcement issue, which are like, you probably couldn't get a license for selling marijuana. You could probably, like, there are other things and consequences above and beyond the enforcement stuff. But it just, we live in a world of material reality, and it's going to be difficult for you to be like, the executive has to charge every single person that they find doing X thing.
Did some states not follow prohibition? I'm so curious about this. Is it
didn't follow?
Yeah, were there some states that like we're not?
I don't know.
Like marijuana.
I don't know, and it's very different than the question presented here. The question presented here is like, it should not be difficult. Immigration law has historically been understood to be, if not plenary, close to plenary to the federal government. The court has described it as plenary. And so how?
Yeah, sorry, my understanding, so the it was 5-4, the decision was 5-4 on this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what the merits on the other side are, because I'm reading I think Alito put out a piece, right?
Did he?
Yeah, I think so.
At least I read it, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe I'm not a lawyer here, so I'm looking at this, so I'm just trying to figure out like why this would be 5-4, right? If it's such
a good question. I think it's absurd that it is.
My understanding is the language is that he's focusing on is that it seems to be the case that he believes that the U.S. government isn't reasonably enforcing like any sort of understanding of border law. Like the language is like shall versus may. Basically letting people stay here. So that's why I asked the question earlier about, if you think that the U.S. government is grossly not enforcing the law, which seems to be the position of at least 4 members of the court, or something resembling that. I don't have a perfect understanding of it. Then does this?
We don't know what the grounds are, honestly, and I mean it could be that the court is saying, hey, just because the federal government has authority to enforce immigration law or to build a border doesn't mean it's an exclusive power. But they lost. When you're talking about the Supreme Court, what do? You count to 5. I count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 justices have upheld or have I think issued a stay or an injunction, or otherwise like got rid of the Fifth Circuit's order, and so that's it. I mean, that's...
Yeah, sure. I'm not interested in what the ruling was.
You're
or
interested
what
in the rationale. We don't have it.
Yeah, I'm interested in what it should have been, right? For example, if the U.S. Supreme Court ruled tomorrow that all abortion is illegal, forever, I'm sure you would have issue with that. In the same way, I'm kind of wondering, like, I'm trying to get an understanding of like, is Biden really enforcing the border law? Because if he's not, I feel like there's merit for the state to do something there, right?
If
Or
he's
maybe not. Is there?
I don't
if,
think
if
so.
He's
Well,
really
here's like the
not,
question. Let's say, let's say that we felt like Biden wasn't doing a good job in supporting Israel. Would there be merit for Texas to raise an army and then send them internationally in Israel to fight against Hamas?
No, but I don't think you could say that it's. I don't think there's like as much of an interest there, right? I think there's a very clear interest for the border. That's why I ask.
Who decides whether it's a clear interest or not?
Well, the people in the state. I think it's reasonable.
Okay. Like, well, we would have to decide, right? Obviously, there's no. It's not written in the sky that. I mean, you could argue that any foreign policy issue can affect any state individually, but this affects Texas directly. So that's why I'm saying there's very, sort of direct line.
So anytime a state,
right?
Anytime a state thinks there's a clear interest in something, they can like disobey.
I didn't say anytime. I said in this particular instance, right?
Okay, but how do you distinguish it? How do you distinguish future cases where people are like, wait, this clearly affects me more than others?
Well, you yourself said that this was relatively novel, right? So that standard would have to be developed over time, like anything else, correct?
What did I say was novel? I'm maybe not following. I think
when I asked you earlier about situations relating to sort of a dereliction of duty of a president not enforcing law, you said that you had looked that up.
And the hypothetical amendment.
And you said that was relatively novel.
No,
so that's
not novel. There's just okay.
There wasn't a lot of precedent for it, right? So, right for
there's not a ton of cases. Right, there's not a cases upholding, if any, that I can think of, a lawsuit for failure to regulate, and I can't think of any in the federal context. That now this issue has come up before, but it's never come up from what I recall from my research, that would like favor a lawsuit brought that says that Congress has to pass a certain law or the president has to enforce a law as against certain people. It doesn't happen with regularity from what I recall from my research. Again, I can't point you to specific things other than like this Heckler case that I'm citing. I think it's called Heckler.
I looked that up, and that had to do with something relating to like a death sentence, lethal injection, FDA. Does that sound right?
Yes, yeah, it does sound right.
Oh, okay. But
so in that case, it was. Hang on, I'll get it. I'll explain it. Heckler v. Cheney. So this was a case where the procedure to be used was lethal injection, and basically there was an appeal to the FDA, and they were like, hey, FDA, you should intervene to have some enforcement action to prevent this lethal injection or whatever. And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. And they're like, wait, you should reach a conclusion. And the court's like, we can't review this agency's decision that's been sort of given to it. Their discretion has been mandated, or it's been imposed on them. It's not like something that we can review. And so it stands for the notion that the decisions of executive branch officials to take actions or not take actions that are within their reasonable discretion are not really subject to court intervention.
Oh, wait, hang on. I think both sides invoke Heckler, because Alito mentions Heckler, I think it's a son. As the court acknowledges when it invokes Heckler directly, the decision is not about standing, it's about the interpretation of the statutory exception to APA review actions committed to agency and discretion by law. So, it's...
So I would think
Heckler
that, like...
expressly...
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
You go.
Yeah, Heckler expressly contemplates that any presumption of discretion to withhold enforcement can be rebutted by an express statutory limitation of discretion, which is exactly what we have here.
I don't think we have that here, first of all. And
why?
First of all, it's the second, to the extent that there is a question of discretion or non-discretion in the use of the immigration power to detain people. That's usually what we're talking about, is whether or not there's mandatory detention for these immigration cases. It has nothing to do with the state involvement, right? There's separate issues. Whether or not the federal government has or does not have discretion to enact laws or to enact laws or to exercise enforcement in a certain way, that is a separate question from, in the absence of certain enforcement, do states have the power to supersede the lack of enforcement of the federal government? And my answer to that is no. Even if it's the case that there's no statutory discretion for this agency or whatever, it doesn't therefore result in the state having the authority to step in where the federal government won't. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have quite enough to argue back into the details on that point.
I was gonna ask, Pisco, do you think it's actually a likely scenario that Biden deploys some kind of force to go
I
and
don't
arrest
know.
Abbott? Because I feel like that's extremely unlikely.
Listen,
Absolutely not. That won't happen.
But Biden is, I think, a de-escalatory guy. But if it comes to it, he should. Like, if Abbott is truly refusing to adhere to law, let's say that the federal government just decides to either federalize the National Guard there and take control of the border in those places, and Abbott tries to say no and tries to get them to have like a stand down with military force, I think he absolutely should. Whether or not he will, I think they'll try to find some way to de-escalate, maybe, or go to court and get a direct order ordering Abbott to stand down. And if Abbott continues and like defies court orders, then you have like a nullification crisis. And in that case, I think absolutely or the DOJ stress. 100%. Think about that. Think about it. If we go back in the 50s, yeah. If we go back to the 50s, when we have Brown v. Board, right? And there's a governor, I think from Arkansas, right, who says, "I'm not going to enforce Brown v. Board. The Constitution. Your interpretation of the Constitution is not enforceable to me." And the Supreme Court said with one voice, "Oh yes, it is." And the government said, "Oh yes, it is." And they went down there with marshals to enforce the law. And that's exactly what I think it should happen if it gets to the point where he's openly defying a direct court order or a directive from the President of the United States to take control of the border. I think that they should absolutely do that. Whether or not he will, maybe Biden will find another way. I trust that he doesn't want this to turn into a big political mess, but it is time to assert federal authority, and we can't let Texas be broken.
I mean,
that would be horrible precedent. I would criticize Biden for letting that happen.
I feel like the most likely scenario is just it's gonna come down to whatever happens with the border funding bill that's in the Senate right now. If it gets passed, I think Abbott loses a lot of footing to stand on about he's not doing enough to protect the border.
Wait, really? You think Abbott will? If there's like 10 Republicans in the Senate who go along with the border bill, and enough Republicans decide with the Democrats in the House, you think Abbott's not going to say this is the biggest bullshit in the world and we're not listening to it?
No, I think he'll stand down because I don't think there's any way that.
No, he won't stand down. You think he's going to stand down? He's a lawless governor. He's a lawless governor. He doesn't give a shit. He wants to enforce his policies, and he wants to. Really, truly, he doesn't care. If Congress were to pass a law that says explicitly he can't do this, he's going to invoke. Look at the statement he just put out. He just put out a statement that said, "No other federal law can trump my right to self-defense as a state." That implies an intent that if Congress were to come to a different conclusion than Governor Abbott, do you think Abbott's going to listen?
I think Abbott's going to listen because I think the alternative is I think Biden would actually, if Congress passed some kind of bill saying, you know, we're going to approve these kind of security measures, and Abbott still said no, we're not taking it, I think Biden actually would send down some kind of.
You think Abbott's going to give Biden a political win and be like, oh, he made a reasonable deal for the border, and he this assuages all our fears, and so Biden actually did something good. Wow.
I mean, I think he'll do that over like Biden sending like SEAL Team 6 in through the roof of the governor's mansion to arrest him.
God
I don't
damn
think
it.
there's
Fuck.
any fancies.
Yeah, like
you,
if they work out
bro.
a deal and be like, hey, let's do this, we can make a wall or something. I'm just pulling them out my ass at this point.
I hope that there's a way for Biden to avoid arresting people or having there be conflict. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I don't want them to have to arrest Governor Abbott. But I just don't think that Abbott is going to, like, in his generosity, listen to the political branches of Congress or of the president. I think he's going to do what he wants to do. He has his own legal theory, and the rest of us be damned. And there's no reason to think that he'll do anything else. He's openly defying, and he's thumbing his nose at the federal government. He's saying that the federal government broke their compact with the states. It's an absolute challenge to the authority of the federal government, and he looked like a weakling to stand down. And I don't think he won't.
It's also a little bit annoying that, like, I think that Biden can stand on strong legal ground when he says that the United States has exclusive purview of the federal government of, like, regulating immigration or enforcing immigration law. It's a little bit annoying that I could be wrong, but I don't remember hearing any Republicans scoffing at Donald Trump when he threatened to deploy the National Guard because he felt like states weren't dealing with riots well enough. I don't know if Donald Trump had any authority there as president to deploy the federal National Guard into a state because he felt like they weren't dealing with a protest well enough.
I think he might have.
Really? For what?
Yeah.
If they weren't threatening federal buildings or federal administration?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I do think that. I think the president has the authority. If there were some insurrection or illegal combination, or there's direct authority for the president to federalize the National Guard in those instances.
Hold on. Well, careful. When you said insurrection against federal property, I could agree with you. But you're saying that the president of the United States, if, let's say in Georgia, let's say there's a giant protest that's raging through some city. It doesn't involve like federal people, but it's raging through some city. And the governor says that they're dealing with it how they want, and they don't want the president involved. The president could just come in and nationalize that state's federal guard and then just go deal with it?
There's specific portions of the authorizing statutes for the National Guard and the militia. One of them is tailored to federal authority. It's section 332, I think, of Title 10. I could be wrong about that, but it says whenever the president, this is the federal one, whenever the president considers that unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages, or rebellion against the authority of the United States make it impracticable to enforce the laws of the United States in any state by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, he may call into federal service such of the militia of any state and use such of the armed forces as he considers necessary to enforce those laws or suppress the rebellion.
That sounded like if it was in. That sounded like
that's the federal hook.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that there is a similar provision there for state things that states can't handle. I think that there is something there. I don't recall right now the specific statute, but I believe there is another source of authority for when states can't handle certain things. I think that's possible.
Okay. I'm not aware of it then.
Pisco, I just came in really quickly to ask you, did Destiny openly concede the self-defense argument to you yet?
Not yet, but we're...
So Jessica is soying and shitting himself
Destiny's
through...
exact argument, and now that Abbott's making it, apparently Destiny's totally flipped.
Yeah.
That if somebody's like not fulfilling their monopoly over force, and you're the person they're supposed to protect, apparently that's not a big deal now.
Oof.
Yeah. That's an amazing argument. If Texas was an individual citizen and the federal government was just, what do you mean, what's the difference? I think that states and bodies of people that are part of like systems have different obligations and responsibilities to themselves.
So individuals get in their infinite wisdom, individuals can defy the laws of a state, but not the state governments. There's a big difference.
There is a huge difference. Yeah, I would say there's a huge difference.
We want to let individuals defy the law, but not the state governments.
I'm not saying that.
I don't
I'm not
think
necessarily
Destiny's
individuals
position was
can.
ever to have like carte blanche to defy all laws in
yes,
general. And besides, since when do you get to just scale everything up, right? I don't think you can just like scale up everything from a person to a country. That's such a bullshit position.
Wait, hang on a second. He has said.
Hold on,
right,
wait, hold on. Let me understand this. You're saying that any single like law or moral judgment of an individual necessarily scales up all the way to the international union level?
How are you?
I'm not saying that. But
okay, so then you recognize that there might be a different obligation that a state would have versus like an individual might have.
I can think of one, but I can't think of the rationale in this case of self-defense. I can't think of a convincing argument why we should have a higher threshold for individuals to break the law of self-defense in their own capacities, but not the state of Texas when it comes to massive incursions by illegal immigrants.
I think to make it comparable, I think the state of Texas would need to be looking at oblivion. I think that if it were the case, for instance, that 50 million Chinese or Mexican people were at the border, we're at the border.
It didn't matter.
It said that what didn't matter?
The fact of the matter did not matter. You said
no, he's saying oblivion, like an invasion.
I'm saying I'm saying if you're facing oblivion, I think that you could start to make different arguments. For instance, I don't think that a state has a right necessarily to secede, and also I might even, and I think I literally said I could grant that that would be a type of insurrection or rebellion, but you would just own that. You would say, yeah, the state is going to be acting in rebellion of the United States or insurrection because they feel like they're facing oblivion. Sure.
I can buy the distinction, Justickle. I mean, that's something he can hang his hat on. I don't agree with him, but it is a distinction, and he can say
hold
that
on.
it makes sense.
No, hold on. Okay. No. Now I got the rope around Pisco's like, now I'm going to drag Pisco for me. Pisco, you would agree. You would agree that. You would agree that. No. Okay. You can say I wouldn't agree with what the state of it was, but it's pretty obvious contextually what we're talking about. If Mexicans were coming over the border with nuclear bombs strapped to their back,
Yes,
and
I
Biden
would-
said,
yes,
then
yes,
we're going
I
to
would.
say, okay, well, hold on. If Texas wants to enforce immigration law, fuck it. I understand, right? There's going to be a difference there. Now,
Yes,
it would
yes.
still be
Everyone
in,
has a line. Everyone has a line.
Of
You're
course.
right.
It would still
You're
be
right.
an open insurrection or rebellion of the federal government of the United States. We would say they have a reason to do
sir.
it. Yes.
You're
Fuck you.
right,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank
Of
you.
course.
Thank you.
Except in Destiny's self-defense argument, there was no imminent harm, right? It was the slowly stealing blades of grass over time. So
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that we have a different line, and that Destiny puts it at his saxophone and his internet, and we put it at like slavery or nuclear destruction and shit like that. But that's just our different lines, you
Good.
know? It's our
Okay,
different lines.
Cool. Anything else, Big Dog, while you're in here?
no, why are you acting like I didn't send this to you in a DM before I said it? In
You
chat?
did. Why do you think it mattered if you sent me a DM if you never actually voiced the opinion except in chat room and jokes?
Why wouldn't it matter? I'm confused why you just said that as if you had a huge own.
I pray one day, Justical, that I have a fucking house and I see
Are
you stealing a
the
blade
whole
of grass
point of
from
it being
me. I
Big Dog,
hope
Small
one
Dog
day.
is that apparently in chat you could miss it. I sent it directly.
No, the point
to
of Big Dog, Small Dog is that you send me things in DMs or you type in chat, but you never actually come on to defend your opinion.
I just came on to defend my opinion.
Yeah, because I Big Dog, Small Dog memed you.
What's Big Dog, Small Dog?
Big Dog is the meme where you're the big dog and you're like, yeah, this is fucking horrible. But then as soon as you show up in person, you're the small dog. You're like, well, actually, I understand your
I don't think he backed up. To be honest, I think Justical just said he acknowledged that your position is consistent, but consistently stupid, right? I don't know. Justical, what do you think? Do you think he's consistent or not?
Well, it's not consistently stupid because you
No,
agreed.
it's not consistent because he literally
I
said,
agree.
I don't care what the underlying fact of the matter is.
About what? About the individual or about the state?
About the harm present, like what you're needing.
Oh, but he clarified that there is a level of harm for which he would say state
Obviously,
has the right
because
to
I'm
do
pretty sure this came up in the context of like, what do you do if a president you don't like it for 4 years and they're doing things that are really bad? But you're like, well, let's talk about it. You deal with it. Like that's unfortunate. That's it. Your only remedies are impeachment. But this is like I'm working in the real world here. I'm functioning in the real world.
But that's
here.
what
If
the
it
thing
was
is.
the
I extend
case-
that to individuals.
Yeah, I
and it
don't
would have to
understand how
be-
it doesn't extend.
Yeah, like in the case of individuals, I truly think that there are very few circumstances where I'm going to be okay with them in the context of a system that is more or less democratic, more or less working properly, that I'm going to let them just make their own laws. But if you have like a North Korea, I'm not going to be like, okay, you have to follow the North Korean law. If you have like the system of, I don't know, what's another good one? If you're in like an anarchy state, if you're in Mad Max, I'm not going to impose that you follow the law of like whatever rival gang claims sovereignty in the area. But if you're in a place which relatively is responsive to democratic impulse, I think that you should follow the law there unless you have some superseding circumstance of the destruction of the foundations of that system. And I would see that in the state context as well. Like if it truly were oblivion for the state of Texas, maybe I'm with Steven there. But I just think we have a different line drawing thing where we're measuring the harm very, very differently. But I think Steven's moving a little bit on self-defense, a little bit.
I only took issue when he said he didn't care where the line was there. He said it doesn't matter.
Okay,
where it
I am
comes from
very
laws.
sorry. Let me qualify it more. I do care for the line. If Texas was facing oblivion, then I could understand them. Although even at that point,
Sure, that
I think I
standard
would
is
say
massive,
even at
though,
that
and then
point,
you have the
even at
blades
that
of grass
point,
standard for individuals.
I don't know.
This
Hold on,
is
you're trying to
making
compare.
sense.
You're comparing wildly different things. Also, I actually hold on. I
That's
should even bit the bullet
true.
on this. I don't know if I said that Texas would be like justified or be legal. I'm pretty sure. I think I capped my whole defense or presentation of the Republican side off saying, listen, if Texas wants to do this and wants to force immigration law, that's fine. Just admit that you are in like open rebellion against the federal government. That you're doing something that is
No,
not
that's a
allowed
cop
by
out,
law.
Steven.
What do
I
you
think
mean? What do
would
you mean?
say
What's a
fuck-
cop out?
I think you would say fuck around and find out for Texas.
Well, I mean, you
say-
would fuck around. You're obviously, if you're in, wait, hold on. What do you think if you're opposed to federal law, if you're an open insurrection rebellion means? Of course, the consequences from that are you're
Okay,
rebelling against the country, so things would follow naturally, of course.
Okay. But I mean, I just think that you're not going to be in support of that action. You're going to be like, this is wrong. They should face the consequences.
Sure, I wouldn't be in support of that
But you
action,
wouldn't-
sure. Same
you
way I
wouldn't say
wouldn't
that
be in
the
support
the
of somebody
blade grass
killing somebody.
person.
I wouldn't be in support of somebody killing the blade of grass person if that was illegal in their state. Because we were talking about what the law ought to be, not what the law was. If the law says you can't kill people for trespassing your property, then you probably shouldn't unless it's literally like you're facing like
So
certain
you're
death
going to
or
let
whatever.
people infinitely steal from you a blade of grass?
If that,
if
that's
just the law says it.
Yeah, there's a difference between what the law is and how a person should act according to
There
law
you go.
versus
I
arguing
told
what the
you,
law
it's
should
perfect.
be. But that's always been the case. There's no contradiction there for anything we've ever said ever. When we were arguing self-defense before, we weren't arguing what the law is. That would be a very simple, very quick thing. What is the law? Oh, this is what you have to do, and then boom. The argument was what the law ought to be.
Then I fundamentally misunderstood our conversations going back 2 years. But that's cool. Now
Wait, hold on. No, stop. You thought that
What?
2 years ago I was arguing that every U.S. citizen is legally entitled to kill people who steal blades of grass? You think that was my position?
Yes, I thought that was your position.
I don't believe you.
Justified, that it was justified morally, right?
Justified morally is not justified morally even against the law?
Yeah, so even if it's against the law to do it in the place, it would be justified morally.
I'm not sure.
So think
Now I'd
about
have to go back and
think
visit.
about your DDoS example, right? You think it would be moral to kill the
Yeah, but
damn
you would
DDoSer.
still have to. You'd still suffer the consequences, right? So hopefully, don't get caught.
But you would, wouldn't it be immoral if you're not following the law of self-defense in a place where you're living and you're?
I feel like
having
the
benefits
argument was
of-
over what the law should be. So saying like, wouldn't it be immoral to not follow the law? It seems a little bit circular in an argument over what the law
so
ought
let's
to
go
be.
there. Do you think the law should protect the blade of grass example or the attacks on DDoSers for people who feel that they're
I
in
do think
extremist
so.
being-
Yeah, I do
Okay.
think it should protect the
All
blade
right,
of grass.
then you
example.
haven't backed down.
Yeah.
I guess you haven't.
Wait, Pisco, let's say that let's say under the law, all self-defense was fundamentally illegal. So let's say that somebody is torturing you, they've cut off your hand, they've gouged out one eye, and they keep hurting you. And the law says no matter what they do to you, it's illegal for you to, perform self-defense. Do you think at that point, if you perform lethal self-defense, that's ethical or unethical, even if the law says?
Yeah, no. There's at that line, I would say yes. I would agree with you that absent some circumstance where there's perfect enforcement of the law, which is or like I don't know, some robots that automatically self-defend for you, or some immediate remedy for you, that in those contexts, if there truly was no right to self-defense against deadly threats, I think that would be an environment where even I would buckle and be like, okay, the law here is clearly. Everyone has their lines. Everyone has their lines for sure.
Let's go one step farther. So let's say that you're very, very poor, right? And this is the only job that you're able to get because you're disabled and you struggle to get a job, and this is your last job. The only person who will hire you. Maybe you have a felony on your record, whatnot. And let's say that somebody is slashing your tires every day. Classic example. They do that, and 100% that if they continue to slash your tires, that you will not be able to get another job, you'll be homeless, and you'll starve to death because your country doesn't have a welfare state. So let's say in that example where you know that the loss of your livelihood will inevitably lead to your demise, but self-defense is still illegal in your society, do you think it would be moral to commit deadly self-defense? Let's say you don't put the person on notice. Or let's say you do put the person on notice or whatever. You kind of follow the correct steps.
The answer is no. As long as that system is operating like democratically, I think that there's enough attenuation there from the threat where we would want to channel those disagreements through court systems that you could say are corrupt, or through legislation, which you could say doesn't work. But ultimately, I think that the attenuation there from the act of violence specifically and the loss of life, right, is sufficiently unconnected, and there's in my opinion sufficient time and alternative remedies that if you were constructed a rule, right, which is what we're talking about here, constructing rules for society that allowed for deadly self-defense in those circumstances, it would lead to a lot more bad outcomes, right? If you had a rule that said you're allowed to use deadly self-defense in those circumstances where your economic conditions are so dire such that a deprivation would equal the loss of your life or the oblivion of your property or whatever you want to say, that those situations wouldn't result in these perfect information scenario hypotheticals. It would be people taking the law into their own hands, deciding for themselves when is and when is not enough economic damage to justify deadly self-defense, and it's not okay because it's a rule that leads to bad outcomes, in my opinion.
So you personally have to kind of die or suffer for the benefit of society, is what you're saying, right? So even in this circumstance where somebody's doing all of this, that I kind of have to suck it up, suffer, die because, kind of for the overall benefit to society, because
yes,
if I do this, then,
the purpose of not having frontier justice, the purpose of not having these rules where everyone decides what is the permissible scope of deadly self-defense is so that we have one set of rules that everyone listens to and we can channel conflicts and disagreements into places that are fit to hear them and where there's a sufficient amount of procedures in place to prevent the worst of all outcomes, which is
Wait,
like
but fundamentally,
blood feuds
wouldn't
and
you
shit.
put that moral obligation on the law or the lawmakers rather than the individual, right? I feel like that moral obligation if the law is truly so bad that I have to suffer all these grievous injustices upon myself, upon my livelihood, and it's immoral. Like, I don't even know what immoral
It's a question
means
of who
at that
decides. Wait, it's a question of who decides, right?
Do you think in that circumstance, well, here's a question. Let's say you make a rule for society where it's ethical. Do you think that, saying it's immoral or immoral would actually change the statistical probability of people doing that if they're in that situation? For example, I can imagine a situation where you personally believe it's
Wait,
immoral.
hold on, real quick.
Quote,
You're everything you're about saying is correct, okay? But here's like the problem I think with the examples that you're giving, okay? Is that I think a lot of our defense of rule of law, I would imagine for Pisco, definitely for me, relies on the idea that we live in a democracy, okay? If this was like an authoritarian rule, we might have way different stances on how we go.
Yes.
So there's like a weird hypothetical that's asked where the hypothetical question kind of like betrays the fundamental presupposition of a democratic system, which is that it's like supporting most
Responsive,
people.
yeah.
Exactly, responsive, yeah. So it's like saying, let's say in a democracy, there was a law that said that at any point in time, a police officer was allowed to go to your house and rape you and beat the shit out of you. Like, would you really follow that law in a democratic society? And it's like, well, no. Whoa, well then how about any law? Well, it's like, I understand the question, but the problem is it's hard to imagine in a democratic society a law that most people would disfavor heavily would ever come into enactment. I think that's like the issue sometimes.
The example kind of presupposes the breakdown of society in a way that I think is challenging our preconceptions.
I completely understand what you're saying, but I think that your point sort of belies the strength of my argument. So the example that you bring up typically, right, with the DDoS kid is an exceptional circumstance. So back to Pisco's point, where he's saying, well, if we have this rule where everyone would do this, I think the counter to that is the fact that these are exceptional circumstances, right? So you can say, well, hey, look, if we make this rule for society, oh my goodness, everybody's going to
No. That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. It's not exceptional. The DDoS situation, the facts of those specific cases, yes, the facts of those specific cases are exceptional. 100% agree. But
it's the exceptionality that makes it so important, right? Because the law didn't cover that. There was no way to
finish it. Yeah. So first of all, it may in fact have covered it because there are federal laws on it. What the problem was, the enforcement in that case. I would agree with Steven that there were some novel issues of computer intrusion, and that we still haven't even figured out all the scope of people's rights under various federal statutes there. But just to get what I'm trying to say out, the fact that you have a economic injury that could wipe you out based on some intangible property right, that is not something that's like totally unheard of, right? There are people who steal each other's intellectual property, there are plagiarists, there are individuals who related to their home and who evict people on no good basis, or who make horrible conditions, or who commit fraud on each other, that totally wipe each other out to the same degree or more than what Steven was facing. And my argument was always, listen, if you give people their own responsibility to decide what is wiping you out, what's enough process, when is there enough channels for you to reasonably go down before you're allowed to resort to violence, what you're going to have is people taking the law into their own hands and deciding for themselves when it is and when it is not acceptable from economic perspective to invoke deadly self-defense. That's my problem. And construct a rule really that includes Destiny's situation that wouldn't include a bunch of other bad examples. Would your rule be like, anytime a kid DDoSes you and you try for months to call their dad and it doesn't work, and the rule would be so specific to Steven's facts that it would be no good as a rule, and it would seem totally ad hoc just to fit in all of Steven's life and allow him to kill anyone he wants, and he can be James Bond. So you would assume you would have to make a general rule that gets at the kind of thing that Steven was suffering, which is economic harm that wipes you out. But that is so, I think, broad that it would encompass a bunch of landlord-tenant relationships, copyright infringement, patent infringement, which we really want the courts to be doing. And that's why I think that Steven was struggling before in our conversations.
Landlords being able to forcibly evict tenants, hell yes.
I mean,
that's what we need.
Think about it. Imagine you're a landlord and you rely on your income from your tenants, and 5 of your tenants are all in default and they're not paying, and you don't have the money to go to housing court to evict them all. And you really need to free up the space so you can have brand new tenants who are going to do whatever to you. But the police are not going to help you. They're like, go to the housing court, go to the housing court, go to the housing court. You would never say, would you all right, he's going to be wiped out to the same degree as the DDoS kid, so he can go in and kill every single one of his tenants. Would you? Joffrey?
I would say that there's probably like a threshold of, I guess, sort of like interference or damage done to you where I think you are allowed to use escalating levels of force. But I would also say conversely that I think the government should prosecute you.
I do too, and I think that they should have prosecuted the DDoS kids. But answer that question: do you think that
you as the landlord, right? So let's say you, I don't think you've reached a threshold at that point where you can kill 5 people. I think you've reached a threshold where you can start escalating that level of force.
Wait,
but probably is a threshold where I'd say
kill the DDoS kid, but I can't kill the tenants who are not paying me money. And they even acknowledge that it's due under the lease, and they're like, yeah, we know this is due, but we're not paying it, and you're gonna have to catch us in court, and we know you can't do that. Haha.
Wait, yeah, but it's 5 people as opposed to 1.
Okay, just imagine it's 1. Imagine it's 1.
All right, 1. If you truly have no other recourse, right? You've exhausted it. You've gone to the police. Everything. Yada 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 yada.
You're just
I mean,
priced out a window.
There
is a remedy. There is a
What?
remedy. There's a remedy. It's called housing court, but it's uncertain and it's going to be expensive.
If you 100% can't afford it, you've contacted the police, then yeah, sure, fuck it.
Come on, we don't want to live in that world.
I'm fine living in that world. I pay my rent. I'm not going to do that to somebody. This is if you were to ask me, what kind of world do you want to live in, and I look at like what are the actions and consequences of that, that's a world I'm fine living in. Like if I were to apply that to the rest of society.
Living in a
also, if Tectone wants to come in and debate this with
some people
Pisco,
get fucked over. That is part of it is the case when you live in a society and you don't want to pay taxes to fund a war. You're gonna get screwed. Or you wish that the property rights of intellectual property extended to 3,000 years past when you die, and that Mickey Mouse and Willy's.
Wait, oh my God, not Tectone, Drone Tech. I don't know what this fucking word. Drone Tech. If he's in there, he might.
Or whatever it is, right?
There's
You're screwed, right? There's winners and losers. Yeah.
Yeah, so the distinction is like if I'm a tenant who's doing that, right, I have to go above and beyond to be kind of a piece of shit, right? Like I have to go really go above and beyond.
How many tenants do you think exist that are like late on their rent or in open defiance of?
Well, you
their
didn't
lease?
say late on your rent or open defiance, right? This is like end of the road. They've been occupying there for like 2 years, and you can't get your rent, right? That was the hypothetical, right?
There are a lot of these long.
This is like your only rental property. You see, that's the thing. Like, there's a lot baked into this hypothetical that I think I'm right. As I'm assuming this is like you're the one tenant. This is your source of income. This person absolutely nothing will not move.
That's my point. That there are so many factors, and you never have perfect information, and we don't want to leave it to the hands of this like drunk landlord to decide when he's gone through enough channels in order to enact deadly violence against his non-paying tenant. Because guess what? He could be wrong about the law. And maybe the rentoid is rightfully withholding rent because it's not met the threshold of habitability. And for whatever reason,
do you think a general moral rule that no one will follow, or that is completely unreasonable to most people, has any meaning or value at all? If you say general moral rule that people are going to follow,
I guess I don't know what you mean by value. To me, maybe not. If it's not effective, I'm a very big pragmatist. I want rules that work. I don't want rules that don't work. But I think that most people will be like, hey, if you went and shot your tenant because he wasn't paying rent, I think most people will be like, whoa, that guy's unhinged, go to jail. I don't know about you though. I think if you heard someone was like, yeah, he wasn't paying rent, and the landlord went and shot him in the face, and when the police arrested him, the guy was like, he wasn't paying his rent for 3 months. He said he hated me. He was never going to pay it. And I don't have money to go to court. I don't know how to hire a lawyer. You'd be like, wow, that guy's unhinged. He should be in prison for the rest of his life.
Okay.
Would you agree with that? Wait, can you answer that? Wouldn't you think that? So my rule is workable. It's the majority rule in most states. It's workable. Clearly, it's workable.
I would, yeah. So no. You're missing the point of my question. What?
Okay. Wait, do you agree that you would think that the guy who went to the tenant's house and shot him in the face with a shotgun and said everything I said he said, that person would be unhinged? You'd be like, he should be in jail.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat some of that? I was I'm not buying for time. I swear. Okay, go ahead.
So the landlord shoots his tenant in the face, and when they arrest him, they're like, he wasn't paying rent for 4 months, and he said he was never going to pay me. I don't have money to go to the housing court. And it's on TV and all that shit. Do you think that you'd be like, wow, they shouldn't arrest that guy. He shouldn't be in jail for the rest of his life? Or do you think most society would be like, damn, he's dangerous. We should not let him around people?
Wait, is your question about I would think or what most of society would think?
What do you think most society would think?
What do I think?
And also,
I think it
what
was
do
on the news. Most of society would think he was crazy. That's why I explicitly.
What would you think? Do you think he's crazy?
What?
Do you think he'd be crazy? That guy is like unhinged?
Well, if it came on the news, yeah, right?
So don't you think you would be unhinged for Destiny to kill the DDoSer if you saw it on the news?
If I saw it on the news, yeah, I'm baking in a lot of other things,
it
but
would.
that's why I
Yes,
explicitly
it would.
said
1000%
earlier
you would.
that I didn't think the law should be changed, right? I said that it's the responsibility of the government to follow the law, whether or not we can carve out edge cases that we think are moral or immoral.
There you
right?
go. I mean,
even you agreed earlier, right? You agreed earlier explicitly that there were circumstances that it would be completely ethical for you to defy the law and for the law to
I think when you're
you
reaching,
have a duty to enforce bad
has,
laws, but I still also think it can be moral for you to break an
yes, in certain
ethical law.
circumstances, yes. I agree with that. Yes, there are some points where you'll push me and I'll be like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to enforce that, or yes. But I don't think this is one of them. I think there are a lot of good reasons why, for these property or economic damages related things, even when they're severe economic damages, even when they're wipeout economic damages, that we want to channel those through our courts and our legislators. I don't think it's a good idea to channel it through deadly self-defense. That said, I do think regular force is acceptable in those cases, and I think if someone tries to escalate your justified force with force of their own, it could get to deadly self-defense. So if you were trying to use force to prevent someone from stealing your candy bar, and then they escalated against you, it could result in you being justified to use deadly self-defense against them. Does that make sense? So there's pathways to use regular force here that I don't think
I would definitely agree with that. I want to circle back.
I have to go in a minute, so but if you have one more question,
I have a question. Oh, you can go. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I should probably stop talking to you, but I do want to focus on one point where we were talking about like having these general rules because we want people to do things. But I think if you have such an extreme circumstance that basically everyone would kind of make an exception for themselves anyway, I think having a quote-unquote general rule where it's not legal or whatnot, it's kind of meaningless, especially if it's not like an
people don't do that, bro. Like every time that there's a case like this in the news, people think that the people who did it are unhinged. Okay, it's not. Most people don't shoot a shotgun at someone for stealing their candy bar.
There was one guy on the news in Texas.
I ever brought up shooting someone with a shotgun for stealing a candy bar. That's a little bit.
Most states have rules against. Most states, the majority rule is there's no deadly self-defense just for property. There are some exceptions to that, which require additional circumstances that create a nexus with life or serious bodily injury. But for the most part, the majority rule in the United States is you cannot use deadly self-defense just for property. There needs to be a nexus with your life or liberty, right? Or sorry, just life, my bad. Or serious bodily injury. So that's the majority rule. It seems to be working. People are following it, and society hasn't broken down. Fair? I mean, if it's the majority rule, how can you say it's so unworkable? What I'm citing to you is like what most people follow in this country.
Sure, and for the most part, I would agree with that. That's why, I explicitly.
You want to make a carve out for Destiny when he kills the fucking kid.
Or the landlord.
I mean.
Or the landlord. I mean, it's absurd.
I was 100% consistent with that, and I think
because you love Destiny, and I get that.
I said no, and added additional caveats, right, of things that would need to happen.
You're constructing your rules such that it is
ethical, and then even then, I still said that the government should enforce its law and send that guy to jail, right?
Okay, wait, this is really key. If Destiny killed that kid, do you think he should have been sent to jail?
Only if I got caught.
Yeah, I agree with that. Right? That's a base position.
You agree with that? Okay, you think that's base?
Yeah, he would have. I think he would have done. I think what he would have done, I think, would be morally justified. Like I would understand.
Why would you send him to jail for something that's morally justified?
I also think that person should probably go to jail, right? Like I think the government has to function. Right, we kind of rely on the government functioning on assuming its own laws are enforceable and enforcing those laws. Just like in the Texas, border dispute, we kind of rely on the executive enforcing laws, right? That's yeah.
Well, hang on. He also said it was a democracy, so what do the people think?
Also, wait, qualify this real quickly for what's being said. The law does, Pisco might know more here, the law does kind of take into account these things where you're saying like, oh, well, some people support this, because I think you can have like aggravating and mitigating factors relating to a crime that can modify the severity of the punishment. Whereas like, we would say that like, you should never murder somebody, but like if you had like, you know, if you were sexually abused by this person for 4 years and then they did this and that, and then you went back and you killed them, like that person would probably, they might get like literally a full conviction for first degree murder.
You bad boy. You're a high profile case. You're a high priority. I'm putting you away for life, bro. If you're killing that DDoS kid, I'm fucking going after you.
Yeah, well, listen. The whole jury would be asleep by the time you finish your opening statement, so I'd win that case, okay? Because I only need one to sleep through your whole statement to hang that jury, okay? But I'm just saying that for criminal courts, even if you have like broken a law, when it comes time to sentencing, there can be aggravating and mitigating factors that can modify the sentence, even if you have broke the law. We agree you broke the law.
I have to bounce. Last minute things. All right, we're good. Love you guys. Stay cool. And Steven.
Hi.
Hope you have a good day.
Be careful, babe. Okay, any of you fucking losers have anything else before I kick you all out and read about the Houthis?
It's not a democracy.
Yo, they're in Yemen.
What?
The Houthis.
What
they're
about
in Yemen.
The Hooter people?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I was
so mad at you for banning me from your subreddit.
Good, you probably
Wow.
deserved it. Okay.
That's probably forethought. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I was, yeah.
Go, Jen.
I
what?
love your content, Destiny.
Thanks. Bye. Okay. Esports Batman, you're here.
Or maybe he's not.
Okay, good job, guys.
Sorry about that. I was just listening. That's all.
Okay.
Sorry.
Have fun. Bye.
All right, bye.
If a Houthi member offered to come on your show and get interviewed, would you accept? Yeah, of course. According to Ahmed Adagashi, a professor at Sana'a University, the Houthis began as a moderate theological movement that preached tolerance and held a broad-minded view of all Yemeni people.
Yeah, I'm fucking tired of you, Destiny. You need to start playing video games and doing drama streams.
Their first organization...
...2014 was a very different time on the YouTube landscape. PewDiePie, Smosh, Epic Rap Battles of History, and even Skyda's Minecraft were dominating the platform. We make it look easy. The adpocalypse wasn't a thought in anyone's minds. The most viewed videos were Super Bowl ads and music videos peddled on Vivo channels, a far cry from what we see on today's YouTube. Potato quality videos with borderline deafness-inducing audio was much, much more acceptable. With this sea of lower quality viral content would emerge a purely unique artist and internet sensation with the moniker of Ice JJ Fish.
Baby, won't you come my way?
Born Daniel McLeod on July 30th, 1994 in Chicago, Illinois, not much is known about Ice JJ Fish's early life. As it would seem, he's tried to keep most of his personal life and past off the internet. Daniel would start his channel on May 12, 2007. His first videos were original rap songs in the typical vein of most gangster rappers of the time, often on the subject of getting higher than an airplane and telling Shorty to back that ass up. Often Daniel would upload remixes of popular hit songs by the likes of Frank Ocean, Future, Drake, and even Beyonce. The only remaining song uploaded on his channel from this era, titled Rawest of Them All, featured a clear preview of things to come with his signature fire high-pitched singing.
I'm gonna go ahead and sing this song right. It's called The Rawest of Them All.
From what we can gather from the sole interview of Ice on YouTube, prior to this moment of virality, Ice lived in poverty, sleeping on a bed that was so small that his feet hung off of it, and he needed to be curled up to even fit. When Daniel saw his first mini viral hit, On the Floor, get 30,000 views in less than a day, he knew it was time to quit his job, which was washing dishes, to pursue his true artistic calling.
When I saw my video get like 30,000 views, like 10 hours, like I knew I quit my job and then I knew it was gonna happen.
A If only Daniel had been prepared for what would come next. That 30,000 view count video would quickly double, triple, and continuously exponentially grow to millions upon millions of views. In 2014, he began to take his career seriously and signed a 3-video deal with a San Antonio-based production company called That Raw. His first professional music video, titled No Topping You, features him dramatically lit, shirtless in black and white, getting rather touchy with an Instagram model named Jessica Rico. Ice JJ Fish clearly lift weights based on his shredded physique in this video, okay? He's hitting it hard. He actually is kind of based. Next up, That Raw would help Daniel produce the viral hit video that would change his life. On the Floor would absolutely blow up. The video would feature his signature bizarre vocals, along with him using truly fascinating dance moves to rizz up a Latina gat known as Karen V. Karen is still active today on social media, where she makes relationship advice TikTok content and smells her boyfriend's clothes. So freaking zest. The internet would lose their collective minds over this video. We can see that after only 1 year of uploading, On the Floor had 34 million views, amassing nearly 500,000 subscribers for Daniel. This is impressive even by today's standards. This is like huge.
It's something about the girl.
Following his newfound fame came Daniel Tosh with his highly popular comedy show, where he would roast viral internet trends on Comedy Central. Tosh would interview Ice JJ Fish, asking questions like, do you hit it raw? Are you high right now? And whether or not being light-skinned is a blessing or a curse in the black community. Tosh is notably very, very edgy throughout the segment, indicating that this truly took place in a different landscape. I can't imagine this being on TV right now. This is the only time we hear about the origins of the name Ice JJ Fish. Daniel would go on to explain to Tosh that he simply put ice in front of the name of his favorite fried chicken restaurant in Chicago, JJ Fish. Truly a visionary of our time. Ice would also express that you gotta have a pretty girl in every video, and that his impressive physique was not built in the gym, but by salads, the use of his juicer, and of course, JJ Fish's fried chicken. Daniel actually seemed to have a great time on Tosh, even though he's pretty clearly being trolled and made fun of throughout. His positive attitude and constant laughter at Tosh's questions really shows his likable, endearing personality. The end of his Tosh.0 appearance features him performing a version of his first upload, Rawest of Them All, with a professional a cappella group where he runs around on stage shirtless, thrusting at the sole female singer, showing he's very clearly in on the bit. This appearance heavily muddies the water on whether or not Daniel's music is serious or just a massive, very well orchestrated troll project.
How long you been making music?
I really started like on my senior year in high school.
How old are you now?
19.
Okay, so you're just 1 year out of high school.
Yeah.
Oh, do you miss that high school?
Oh, no.
Oh, you sick. That's why still every now and then I take a dip.
What you mean you take a dip?
What he would later clarify on YouTube, his work is not a joke, expressing anger at those who call him a comedian.
It's not a joke. There's no comedy about this. This is not a comedian channel. As you see, it's been like 5 years or 4 years since the On the Floor video dropped. Have you seen any other fucking videos that look any similarity to any of this since then? No, it's not a joke. If you think it's a joke about this time, you need to go to the fucking hospital. There's literally something wrong with you.
The video following the viral hit On the Floor, titled Like I Want To, features a world star hip-hop graphic in the intro, indicating Ice was getting industry eyes on him, for better or for worse. But it's possible this was just pulled offline and pasted in for clout. It might not even be real. The only articles available about this online were mostly clowning on Ice and calling him retarded. It's important to note that Ice JJ Fish seems to be a little more self-aware on some of the following music videos, like Gettin' Money, where he can be seen rapping outside the fish market with a shark costume on, with Fish Nation crudely drawn on the costume. Later on in the video, he's also seen acting out what seems to be a parody of like iced out rappers in the studio, and also holding up a cardboard sign seemingly parodying a homeless rapper. His next, more seemingly self-aware video, Got That, shows him unsuccessfully rizzing up a bikini-clad Yat on the beach, only to look around for witnesses and promptly pick her up, abducting her from the scene as two large men, presumably her boyfriends, frantically search for her. The video ends with Daniel at the bar, ogling and a new shorty, only to be out-rizzed by another woman. This video ends with Daniel hanging his head in defeat. Fan favorite Ice JJ Fish certified baddie Karen V would even make a return for one more Christmas-themed love song. This Christmas would show Ice epic-style stunting on a familiar face, a great move for his fans that remembered her from the legendary On the Floor video months prior. In 2015, he would make another appearance on primetime television, but not on Tosh. This time, it was on Nick Cannon's comedy freestyle rap show, Wild 'N Out. This show was a breeding ground for amateur comedians to get a chance in the limelight, similar to how SNL gave many people their start to their respective careers. Timothy De La Ghetto, Cat Williams, King Bach, Mikey Day, who later became an SNL cast member, Pete Davidson, Kevin Hart, Akash Singh, and even Matt Rife were all at one point featured cast members on seasons of the show. Even Rice Gum was a cast member on their 13th season, funnily enough. Ice JJ Fish was only a guest for one single episode, which appears to actually be an instance of lost media, as it seems the episode from season 7, featuring him and Ty Dolla $ign, is not listed on Amazon Prime Video and Paramount Plus, and there are only very short clips uploaded to YouTube. A heavily audio-distorted version is available on Dailymotion, likely attempting to circumvent copyright, but it's like basically fucking unwatchable. From the short clips we can see, it would seem they brought on Daniel only to be a metaphorical punching bag for that night's episode. A cast member known as Chico Bean roasts Daniel, basically calling him tone deaf to his face. It's unknown if Ice was part of the bit this time, as he seems to not take it as well as he normally does. He seems like actually a little bit hurt.
Hey, I'm proud of your success. Glad you got your grind right. But do you not know that this is what you sound like?
Leave my boy alone. Following his Wild 'N Out appearance, Daniel would next star in an episode of Loiter Squad, what they describe as a reality prank whatever show on Adult Swim featuring rappers Tyler the Creator, Earl Sweatshirt, and other members of the rap collective Odd Future. Ice is featured in a few skits called Peach Sandwich, Ghost Vocalist, and I Just Bought a Bugatti. They parodied modern rappers in a very over-the-top fashion. Meanwhile, Daniel's vocal contribution was really the main punchline of all the sketches. Funnily enough, Daniel would get to star with presumably one of his idols, Frank Ocean, in Peach Sandwich.
The f this? You think you Frank Ocean or something? Wrong, you not. You a brown that needs to make my peaches sandwich. Yeah, make us peaches sandwiches. Make us peaches sandwiches.
For reasons unknown, Frank Ocean's face is censored. The internet speculates it's part of the joke, as Frank Ocean will be incredibly famous at this point. Daniel appears rather stiff and uncomfortable in this particular appearance, possibly due to being surrounded by famous artists. Many comments suggest that Ice JJ Fish doesn't seem to understand that it's a joke. The truth is, this appearance would only further obfuscate whether or not Ice was aware of why he was being asked to do these guest starrings. It definitely wasn't to showcase his singing skill, as this one was seemingly designed to treat him like a punching bag. It was particularly humiliating. But many aspiring artists such as Daniel will jump at any chance to be on live television with such famous artists, no matter the cost.
Young in the mouth studio with IJ. Tell these who you is. I'm Ice JJ Fish.
Around 2016, Ice JJ Fish's music videos had quite a noticeable drop-off in quality. The next uploads we would get were all filmed in what seems to be the same location, with very little production value and mostly just Daniel dancing or singing along to his tracks. It seems he was unable to get a video production company on board this time around, despite growing his audience to quite an impressive level. I think it's obvious to most viewers that there was a noticeable drop-off in production quality here, from stock transitions to poorly pasted in text. I personally would speculate that Fish himself was producing these videos instead of any company, which is why they have these very cool artistic choices. His final two music videos currently uploaded to his channel, being My Bay and I Want You, feature very visibly uncomfortable baddies. These videos are legitimately painful to watch. In I Want You, the model can be seen physically recoiling as Daniel gets close to her. When he touches her face, she's not into it. It's also funny that the aspect ratio changes randomly throughout the video. It seems to be a side effect of Daniel's, production skills or lack thereof. This would be the end of Daniel's foray into music videos. And from then on, he would only post songs over static images of album art. Even though Ice has had many, many detractors over the years, every video has a significant portion of positive comments, encouraging Daniel for his seemingly unfaltering, no fucks given attitude and work ethic. Many found Daniel's character very endearing, finding a newfound respect for him pushing through all the online hate and just continuing to upload his music despite it all. There's something almost nostalgic and charming about watching Ice break it down in public with his insane, yet confident moves, which fans have dubbed his infamous fish and chips dance. In the hundreds of songs Daniel has put out, it's not hard to see the potential in his abilities. He's actually more than capable of writing a catchy, original melody. If you're not careful, you may catch yourself humming along to the earworm tier melodies throughout your day, for better or for worse. Many fans express in comments how Daniel could have easily had a great career as a songwriter in the hands of a good producer or with a good singer. A channel under the name Ice JJ Fish Dose would upload a professionally tuned, cleaned up version of On the Floor around the same time of the original's release, labeling it an alternate version. In order to effectively pull this off, the person making this version would need access to the entire project file pieced out with the instrumental and Daniel's isolated vocals. It's impossible to prove this isn't just a completely remade version of the song, or even if it is Daniel's vocals at all, as it's unknown if Ice JJ Fish has any actual affiliation with the channel. It's hard to believe that Daniel's vocals could even be treated with such a professional touch, as they almost seem too good in this version.
Something about you, girl, that just makes my head wanna twirl.
Fans would leave many comments on this alternate version, highlighting how great the song sounds with professional treatment and mixing. But the more likely reality is that this is just a fan-made project, posing as Daniel and trying to capitalize off of his buzz related to the On the Floor video, while actually trying to, ask the question, what if somebody with a little bit more skill or production value or somebody with a better voice was making his songs? There does seem to be an overall significant difference in audio quality between the two versions, with Daniel's original song sounding greatly compressed, even at the highest streaming quality. This alternate version gave fans something valuable. It's insight on what could be. Perhaps the greatest tragedy of Daniel's career is his potential and his failure to have it realized. 2017 would mark a fascinating arc in Daniel's story. The rapper Lil Yachty would blow up during this time period. Born Miles Parks McCollum in August 1997 near Atlanta, Lil Yachty would drop out of college at Alabama State University in 2015 to pursue his music career. He moved to New York City and even worked at McDonald's to make some additional income towards his investment. After a few viral hits off his first few singles and EPs, Miles would release his debut full-length record, Teenage Emotions, which would debut at number 5 on the US Billboard 200 charts, despite middling critical reception and a ton of criticism for all of the mumble rap adjacent artists such as him. It would seem the world wasn't ready for Yachty's direction, yet he would prove to be ahead of his time, with many rappers following suit and gaining massive success off the same style. Yachty would go on to achieve tens of millions of listeners, hundreds of millions of plays, and even had a hand in writing the massively successful City Girls hit Act Up. Miles grinded for his place in the industry and surely looks back on his time working at McDonald's as a symbol of how far he's come. Ice JJ Fish, however, was not particularly impressed at Lil Yachty's prolific rise. Daniel would go on to accuse Miles of stealing his entire sound.
He copied my whole flow! Word for word, bar for bar!
Starting Twitter beef that confused the trolls and the fans alike. The court of public opinion would deem this claim far off from reality and proceed to clown on Daniel for his bizarre, unsubstantiated claims. Yachty only addressed this beef one time, simply replying to Ice with laughing, crying emojis. This is the end of Daniel and Lil Yachty's interactions. It's unclear if Ice genuinely believed these claims or if he was simply trying to capitalize off a rapper who had a lot of eyes looking his way, but needless to say, it didn't exactly go in his favor. Daniel proceeded from there with his career, releasing the single Get Lost shortly before putting out his album Lil JJ Fish, clearly referencing the beef between him and Lil Yachty. The album cover would even be referential, featuring Daniel photoshopped with Lil Yachty's well-known hairstyle, the beaded red braids. These particular songs are much closer to gangster rap than his typical love song type R&B tracks, with excessively raunchy lyrics in songs like The Bone or Just Like That. And yes, The Bone is about exactly what you would think. And he also rapped about flexing his jewelry and wealth in the song Ice on Me. These songs are some of Ice's best work. While it continues to be a mystery if Daniel is serious about his music, they contain some of the funniest lyrics, beats, and one-liners, with lines like "Bad bitch, I'm grabbing on her ass, owie." It's easy to see how fans enjoyed this side of Ice. There are additionally catchy parts in these songs, showing off more of Ice's poorly executed yet still existent creativity. Unfortunately for Ice's newer fans, he seems to have disavowed these songs, even apologizing for all of his raunchy stuff, culminating in Daniel removing all the videos related to this record. Luckily, this short album remains on streaming services like Spotify, unlike the vast majority of his records, which are only uploaded on his channel in pieces. So why was Daniel trying to distance himself from some of his most enjoyable material? If he thought that this story couldn't get any more bizarre or unpredictable, well, it's about to get weirder, okay? It is. 2019 marked the strangest moment in the history of Ice. Daniel would disappear for a couple of years and return mid-2019, publicly denouncing his former gangster lifestyle past and announcing his new top priority, Jesus Christ himself. During his break, Daniel had found solace and faith, leaving his daily marijuana use and promotions of a hood lifestyle in the past for good. But he wasn't quite ready to hang it up when it came to music. He would put out a full-length record called Seasick, which appears to be another case of lost media, excluding one track called Safe on Me. Daniel would show his work ethic had not changed along with his shift in values. He would release 3 more EPs called My First Love, The Beginning, and The Gospel, all of which showed Ice was strictly making love songs or gospel songs, expressing his love for God and all the joys that his faith has brought him. In songs like I Don't Deserve You and I Pray to Jesus, Daniel can be heard clearly showing remorse for the themes in his earlier music. Sorry for breaking all your rules being a recurring lyric in the latter mentioned track. This shift in music was shocking to say the least. A far cry from lines describing busting that guilty wide open, and how shoddy give good brain on prior songs like Get Lost. Even if he lost some fans by switching to a highly contentious brand, the strangely catchy nature of Daniel remained. Like, he's still Ice JJ Fish. He's still fucking in there. 2020 would unbelievably be even more insane in the timeline for Daniel. This year, Ice would release 2 albums. The first, Emotions for You, would include strictly endearing love songs like him and Kanye, and the painfully catchy Give Me a Chance.
Give me a chance, girl, give me a chance, give me a chance, give me a chance. Give me a chance, give me a chance, give me a chance. Girl, give me a chance, give me a chance, give me a chance.
The second, being Jesus is the Way, with on-the-nose track titles like Praise the Lord and I Found Jesus, expressed how faith was instrumental to his lifestyle change. The comments would continue to be awestruck to Daniel's sheer determination over the years to keep pushing the wheel, while complimenting him for actually improving his vocal ability. Perhaps the metaphorical armor of Christ protected him from the hellfire of hate comments perpetually thrown his way. But a few comments from Christians even send respect his way for speaking the truth of God's teachings. While the chronically online tend to label all Christians as radical zealots, bent on interfering with the general population's lifestyle choices, this claim is usually based on a minority of the loudest reactionaries and their intentionally outrageous statements online. But Ice was different, right? He was just a guy hanging out, chilling, going his own way. Surely he wouldn't be one of those loud reactionaries who pass judgment on those he didn't know. Or at the very least, he wouldn't just be someone who, I don't know, is like homophobic? Is homophobic the term to use here? I guess. I don't know. I don't really like to use that term. I feel like it's always used by cringe people. Well, I'll let you guys decide. Fortunately, or unfortunately for some, 2020 would have Daniel tweeting multiple times daily, sharing his rather harsh opinions on all things from COVID conspiracy theories, gay people, masturbation, and even our impending war with China, claiming that the world would be nuked in 2 years at maximum. According to Ice, Donald Trump would be our last president and be the symbol of the United States' inevitable destruction, even if he thought Trump was funny. Between his unhinged rants, Daniel would make sure to keep his followers informed on various fast food trends, including his joy at KFC bringing back their wings and how Wendy's pretzel bun was fire. Between all the madness, Ice would keep us updated on the status of his braces, with him finally getting them off and celebrating his straight teeth with a selfie, which went on to be his most liked tweet to date. Although some fans would miss his signature tooth gap and severe overbite, most would join Daniel in his celebration, with him actually claiming that 2020 was the best year of his life so far. At the same time, Ice JJ Fish would share videos of him singing new songs, as well as front-facing car videos of him advising people to embrace God and leave degeneracy behind. He'd finish out 2020 commentating on the election between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, making several big predictions, none of which would actually come true. Ice JJ Fish would release one last album up to today, and a few singles as recently as December 23rd of 2023. God's Perfect Timing would be more of the same of Daniel's R&B gospel fusion, but it unfortunately had a much weaker reception than his other work, with songs struggling to crack 5 figures in terms of streams. Really, 2021 to the modern day would see Ice continually posting rabid tweets, facecam videos centering around Christianity, usually with a condescending, judgmental tone, and even low-res, live, laugh, love-esque memes with the goal of owning the non-believers. This can only be described as what the youth would call speaking Japanese. Ice rants are riddled with grammatical errors and made-up words, adding to the comedy that a man who was formerly singing about his bone is trying to educate others on Christian doctrines. When describing how events in the Bible correlate with real-world events, Ice can be heard combining the words correlate and align into correline, a word that exists in no English dictionary. In another rant, Daniel tells his followers that no such thing as easy belief is ism. There are very few comments even attempting to correct or point out Daniel's strange word choices. Like, almost nobody seemed to notice this. This may be more of an insult to his follower base than to Ice himself, but it's safe to say that Ice was likely not changing a lot of minds with these inflammatory rants, with many comment sections inundated with refutations of many more of his wild statements. Even if there was actually some good intentions in his videos, like encouraging fans to abandon destructive addictions in exchange for a relationship with God, his depressive delivery likely got the message lost. Ice would even attract the ire of Christians by stating that most Christians don't truly live as Christians, denouncing so-called half-Christians. On a positive note, Daniel would announce in October of 2022 that he had gotten married. It would seem there truly is someone for everyone.
He wants to to change the way you think and the way you live. You know, there's freedom from your sin. You ain't gotta be homosexual. There's no such thing as easy beliefism.
Now, it's not hard to feel bad for Daniel. At some point, nearly all eyes in the rap community were fixed on his come-up and his eventual bizarre crash and burn. There are even moments in his music where there seemed to be some understanding of musicianship. At least some musical talents would be required to get to those ends. Daniel has deleted hundreds of videos over the years for unknown reasons, likely due to copyright purposes because he's used so many unlicensed beats from other artists, or possibly due to him disavowing his raunchy past music. An account called Ice JJ Fish Archive on YouTube has made it their mission to archive every single piece of Ice JJ Fish media that has ever existed. Updated as recently as December 30th, the archiver has managed to obtain some truly legendary pieces of Fishverse media. The majority of the lost Seasick record has been found and preserved on the channel, along with music videos for remixes of I Love McConaughey's Tuesday, and even the original video for fan favorite Get Lost. For the past 4 years, Ice JJ Fish Archives has obtained 147 pieces of rare Ice JJ Fish clips, songs, and even undocumented mixtapes like Criminal Mind and Dreams Come True. Not all heroes wear capes, but this guy is likely scarred from his level of radioactive Ice JJ Fish exposure from hunting all this down. With time, the whole timeline of the Fishverse might actually be restored. We can only hope that we're treated to more lost media from Daniel's past as time goes on. It very well could get way better or worse from here. Many highly talented musicians fall to the wayside on a yearly basis. Some of my favorite artists that I've heard ever have like less than 10,000 Spotify listeners monthly, right? Could things have been different if Ice took his music making seriously and used a short burst of fame to make an actual career of longevity in music? We'll never know. But whatever the case, he made an impact, he made a splash, he got over 100 million collective views on his songs, and to me that's an accomplishment in and of itself. Is Ice an example of how embracing your true self can alienate your fans and implode your career before you even have a chance to shine? Or is he yet another delusional musician destined to suffer from his vain attempts at transcending meme status into musical stardom? Great questions. The only one that I can answer is, well, you didn't ask, but I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching. Until next time, this is the Tom Dark channel, but you should subscribe anyway, and bye. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support. What's up? What's up, squad? We're back, which is, I think, good. I feel like it's good to be back, okay? Like, sometimes you're not back, and it's not good. But today we are back. We are, in fact, here. We're here. And we're going to discuss some things that are going on. We're going to discuss some things that are going on. We're going to be playing some Fortnite with King of Nothing. We're going to be talking some drama.
Oh my god, Byron, bullying is bad. Bullying is fucking fantastic. You're gonna regret it.
Yeah, Fresh commented on one of my videos.
He did?
Yeah, that was in the last frame.
What video was it?
It was the Andrew Tate video when he got arrested.
He commented on it because he said that you were
I
like,
put it-
fair about it?
Yeah, he was like, yeah, great video, objective and unbiased.
Damn, you're backstabbing him like that after you guys were such good friends, bro? You didn't even message him, did you?
He's the first famous person, or second famous YouTuber to comment on one of my videos. Honestly, that's the reason why I didn't make this video before. But this just gave me the opportunity to do it.
I don't encourage it, I don't enjoy doing it, and I don't think it's a good thing at all. But god
Why Jordan Belfort?
I just wanted white dudes.
That's funny.
damn, do some people deserve it. In case you don't know Fresh and Fit, these are by far the biggest clowns on all of social media.
For the record, for you three to answer this, what percentage of college women do you think are being flown around the world? I want to hear from all
If
three
I
of
had
you.
to argue,
I want to hear.
off of like probability wise, if I argue, maybe like 30, 40, 50.
Dude, that clip is insane. That just shows how out of touch they are. Do they actually believe that, or are they just saying that? What do you think?
No, that was 100% serious. Like, not a joke.
Okay,
at all.
okay. I know it's not a joke, but do you think they actually believe that, or they're just saying it for like their audience because they know it gets them points with them?
No, I
because I
mean,
feel like there's no
look,
way you think 40%. That's like millions and millions of girls getting flown out every week.
Well, look, Fresh is like a mind-numbingly stupid guy. Like,
Myron's not though.
He kind of carries the podcast, but yeah, Fresh doesn't really talk that much. And there's a reason why.
as you can tell, because Myron didn't really answer that question.
Yeah.
But yeah, fresh. I mean, they live in a different reality, bro. They live in Miami. The type of girls they talk to are not things that you and I can relate to.
Yeah, they're not representative of the average chick in general.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a sister, and she would never go on Fresh and Fit. Like, she would never talk to them or anything.
Yeah. No self-respecting woman would go on that show.
Yeah,
exactly. Unless you want to get like blasted.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
And these clowns have just
Why the monkey?
He's mocking because he's black.
Just made the biggest mistake of their entire careers. They recently posted this 2.5-hour-long podcast
Zerka?
calling out Abba and Preach,
Yeah,
where they made
Zerka
some of the
and
most
Zika.
ridiculous claims I've ever heard in my entire life.
I ain't gonna lie. When Preach talks, I be thinking he has Down syndrome.
Dude, you
Yeah.
run a podcast with Fresh.
So it's kind of like she's winning. He is on the other hand.
And they also lied on video on numerous occasions, and the insults they made were the same as what the kids in my middle school used to say. And once they realized they weren't getting anywhere with words, they decided to start dancing around like monkeys and making ape noises, all because the people they were talking about have skin that is black.
Don't bite your fat ugly wife! Don't bite your fat ugly wife! I need to get the.
Holy shit.
They're going off.
Bro, he is molding so hard in that clip.
I at least
Like-
appreciate that they are like just going mask off and like trying to be funny. At the very least, like there is
Yeah.
entertainment, you know, for better or worse, right? Appreciate that.
Yeah,
about
yeah,
them.
I agree with that. They're trying, but like, bro, you can see him like shaking in that clip right there.
Oh yeah, he's not enjoying it.
He was,
And if
he was
that wasn't bad
actually
enough
involved.
on its own, Myron's mental breakdown over Abba and Preach actually started the night
like the circus
before
music.
when he decided to do this.
I think enough people know now that these dudes have literally zero talent. Zero talent. We got guns. We're fucking ready in this teams.
Clown, bro.
Are you on Circus Coke? No. What's with you, man? I don't need no fucking drugs. What the hell? Got this, baby. We out here.
This guy's a fucking loser. Look at him looking.
So how did we get to the point where Myron's molding this hard? Well, let's have Myron explain
Zoom in
the
on
whole
his bald
backstory.
spot.
Long story short, I went ahead and called Abba Blue Pill, okay? Way back in the day on a stream
What do
when we
you,
were doing 2 to
what do
3
you think
podcasts
so
a day
far?
with Rolo and all them. I didn't necessarily
It's a good
recall
video. I feel like my one complaint would be that I feel like a helpful thing with any video you do is to spend a decent amount of time just in the beginning for like a minute or two, like establishing like context of like background and stuff. I feel like this video will appeal to people who already don't like Fresh and Fit or have seen your channel, but the people who have never heard of it, I think it's gonna be hard for them to get into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
Like something I always try to do with my videos, like if you go to my channel, I always try to make a point to spend time establishing context, so that with anything, like with Illuminati, a lot of people already know the Illuminati drama, right? A lot of people already know it. But for the people who aren't exposed to it, I spend a decent amount of time like it all herself by calling out another YouTuber for I have the teaser, and then you skip forward a little bit. Journalism. Instead, she gathers information from news articles and other. I'm describing her channel. I'm showing the background of it. Boasting over 200. Like I like to have a very narrative way of doing it, and it's okay if that's not what you want to do. But I think if you want to appeal to more people, it can really help to try and structure your stuff kind of like a 3-act video. Like kind of like a movie script. I'm not saying you have to write like me, but what I am saying is it can help to kind of establish context, then get into like, oh, okay, this happened, and then this happened, and like you kind of guide the audience through. You kind of handhold them, because that's what a lot of people need if they just don't know about the situation and they're not terminally online watching all this shit like you and me are, right?
Yeah, no, I agree 100%.
Yeah, so that would be my one main critique is like so far for next time would be like try to spend time in the beginning like establishing everything, and then get into, and you can make fun of them in the intro. You just don't want to blow you just don't want to get right into it, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
it was. He comes on the show.
It is funny,
He confronts
though.
me about it. Hey, you called me Blue Pill, blah, blah, blah. Which we're
I
going to play some of
appreciate
that, by the way, for y'all as well. I addressed it. I'm like, hey, you know what? It is what it is. I was
I like
wrong
his
about
swag
you.
here with the
On
hoodie.
air,
I need to
we
do that.
patch it up right then and there. All good. He stays for the after-hour
Yeah,
show,
it's hard to
has the
pull off,
conversation,
though.
etc. Right? Everything's good. Months after the fact, they go ahead and make a hit piece saying that we're cappers and they attack our integrity, our ability to be honest, how we're not necessarily who we purport ourselves to be, etc. Which, bro, for guys like us that are in the self-improvement space, integrity and honesty are huge.
Okay, first things first, Fresh and Fit have no integrity for anyone to even
got
attack
the
them for in
gameplay,
the
let's
first
fucking
place.
go.
Both Fresh and Fit sell
Yeah,
a course
first
on how to
gameplay
pick
video
up
on the
women
wall.
and claim that course is going to change your life.
Yo, everyone that took action on our course, I guarantee is going to change your whole life.
Yeah.
I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Yet, Both of them are confirmed to have used sugar baby websites in order to pick up women where they paid women money in
Holy
exchange for
shit.
intercourse.
Beginning to end.
I feel like I didn't know that.
The honest truth.
This is bad.
With no cap, we met on Seeking.
Oh, is it Seeking Arrangement or whatever?
Yeah.
Damn.
Emotional
He didn't
damage.
like
You
that.
approached me on a sugar daddy website and asked me to be your sugar baby, and then
Never
couldn't
did.
afford my allowance.
Never did.
He couldn't.
Dude, what his fucking reaction? Why would you not? Why would you not get more mad about this? You know what I mean? Like, why would you not just get fucked? Like, if you're being falsely accused, the general reaction should be getting mad instead of just like, that didn't happen. You know? I'm sorry, it just didn't go down like that. You know what I mean? Like, that should be such a fucking insult to them. That should be such a fucking insult to them. They should be so mad because that insults their whole manhood. Like, you pay for hoes, like you can't even pull them without just. You look so bad, and they're not even willing to go after that. You know what I mean?
But these are the guys trying to sell you a $500 DMing course.
I mean, in fairness, like if they are paying for, it's not necessarily, you know, an indicator that they can't get it for free. But even sell, like it does make them look bad. You know.
I think it's only. I mean, anyone should do what they. If you paid for, I wouldn't even think about it twice. But you don't sell a course on how to pick up women. You know, like yeah.
Fair enough.
My $10,000 allowance a month and said, haha, that's funny. Why don't you just come on my podcast instead?
So despite the fact that Myron self-identifies as a top
1% man, bro. That's
Not
so
even dog.
cringe, dude.
percent man on this.
Well, they know that girls like dogs, right?
That's
he shows
fresh as
himself
fuck.
on the Fresh and Fit podcast on this website.
That's whack.
What are these like candids, like him walking and like skinny jeans, like just like walking?
I'm gonna look at the Discord.
No,
But
you're
that
good.
girl's voice was horrendous.
Yeah, definitely look
Um,
at the Discord because I have the screen share open or whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on there.
Yo, what's up, Dumpy?
Seeking.com. It's basically an escort site.
Narc
It's
Raid, what's
described
up,
as
Kristen
sugar
Narc?
dating, where you gift women things in order to go on dates with them. There's a recommended list with the most popular
Thank you, buddy.
gifts. And
Appreciate that.
signing up, it immediately asks if you're looking for earners or attractive people. You then need to immediately put in your yearly income as well as your net worth.
There's no debate as to whether or not these guys have an ounce of character or integrity for anyone to even attack them over. These are two single 30-year-old men who live in Miami and only have relationships that are purely transactional, yet they have the audacity to try and teach the younger generation of men how to pick up women for the low cost of only $4.99.
Where's integrity there? Nowhere, bro.
Also, they can afford to pay more escorts.
See, that's good. I feel like that's a really solid point. I like that you put the clips in cleverly, like you put in the clips that kind of them insulting themselves. I will say, I feel like the added context would have made it like 30% better, but it's still like I like that you got to the meat of it pretty quick. Like that's good.
Yeah.
Of seeking.
You know,
I agree.
it's a vicious cycle.
What we're gonna do here,
The
guys?
Gaming Witch with a $100 dono. Holy shit. Thank you, buddy.
Oh.
Everyone put some W's for Gaming Witch. Can we get Waming Witch in chat? You with 100. That's very, very generous. Thank you.
Is
I
we're
get
gonna go
50%
through a lot of the lies because what I want you guys to understand is that these guys are a reaction channel. They edit their clips and they put it in a certain way to spin a narrative a lot of times that isn't true. A lot of you.
And this is such cope because they definitely do the same exact thing. Like in their
They
videos, they
do.
definitely take people out of context. This is what like everyone on the internet does to each other.
They do this in this same live stream, as we're gonna get to later. And bad, like he plays this 2-second clip of Abba talking on repeat, which is nuts.
You guys are like, Myron, why are you responding now? Just let it go, blah, blah, blah. What you guys don't understand is that these guys have been talking shit for the better part of damn near 2 years. They've released 20 plus videos on us, attacking us. And then, hey, at some point, Frank Castle's got to come out and hold these clowns accountable because they've been lying to you guys
Did
about
he say Frank
exposing
Castle?
the lies.
So this is less than 5 minutes into the hit piece.
Did he say Frank or did he say Frank Castle? Did he say
Isn't that
Frank? Did he say no Frank Hassel, like the boogie guy? No way, he said
Isn't-
Frank Hassel.
I thought that guy's name is Frank Castle.
No, that's Frank Hassel. Like Hassel is
Oh.
like hassle someone. Frank Castle is like a different.
The
Oh, he
Punisher.
said Frank Castle. Yeah, the Punisher. Because these guys love
Oh.
Punisher, right? It's like their whole. It's like their whole brand.
Oh, I thought it was the
and
boogie
Myron
guy.
is already
No, I
coping.
wish.
I've seen most of these videos on Fresh and Fit by Abba and Preach. I don't watch much of their content, but when they make a Fresh and Fit video, I have to watch it because I'm always down to see Sigma males like this get exposed.
So, my honest to God true body count, bro. No cap. Ready for it? It's over 1,000.
I don't believe that. I don't.
No, there's no one on this earth that f***ing believes that, bro. 1,000? He would be dead, bro, from how many STDs he has.
How many do you think it actually is? Like, and like 27 of them are whole, are like.
I think he's probably triple digits by now because he's rich and famous.
That's true.
And girls benefit from going on the podcast.
So they have a reason. They have a financial incentive to f him.
Yeah.
How many girls do you think have that actually were like attracted to him and liked him?
Maybe because he was like 30 when they started this podcast.
Okay, yeah.
But this is the guy.
Wasn't he?
this
He
is the
said he
guy
was
who-
married to a single mother or something, right?
Yeah, yeah. So no, that is not possible, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. He claims when he gets pressed on it, he's like, "Oh, this is my life, dude. This is my life," and it's like, dude.
Their explanation is like, so you really want to speak on that? Because like, if you come down here to Miami and you see what we do, you see how we raise up girls, and you see that we get, but like, you don't even know, like, you just aren't even in our world, man, and like, you could never be because you're a beta. Like, they say shit like that. Is that a good impression or what? Like, I feel like
There's clips like that in this video. I'm pretty sure. So yeah.
Like, just trust me, bro.
Do I know you?
Do I know you?
He tries to kiss her, she doesn't like it.
Yeah, you need to
Okay,
get
my
on our
friend.
course, bro.
You need a course ASAP. All right,
Yeah,
next.
you need the course ASAP.
Next.
Fresh, it looks like you need to buy your own course, bro. But anyways, as someone who's watched a lot of the Abba and Preach videos and a lot of the context behind those videos so I can make this video, I can assure you that when you watch the full context of these Fresh and Fit videos, it only makes things worse 99% of the time. Perfect example, just last week, these clowns made one of the women on their show cry while they were live.
You good?
Well, no, I'm not good. She gave up a 3-year fucking marriage to go to Miami.
Oh, yeah,
What the fuck is so good about a fucking palm tree and some fucking immigrants? What are you talking about? A 3-year marriage for Miami. She said, well,
Yeah.
let me go to
Did you say
Miami.
men?
No,
She threw away a 3-year marriage. Sir, you're making her cry. Oh,
We just been through a lot and I don't know what else to do.
Now, I could have played just that.
Okay, in fairness, if that's true, she needed to cry, okay? Because she just realized she's not crying because of what he said. She's realizing because he's like, oh, you're here now. Like, you were married and had like cool stuff going on. Now you're in Miami. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna get to.
She needed to cry. I don't blame her.
Just play it.
Okay, all right.
But the full context actually makes it worse.
the truth hurts. All right, well, look, if y'all want to leave and throw our mics around, that's fine. Check this out.
Because immediately after making the girl cry, Myron falsely accuses one of the girls of throwing the microphone, even though it's on video. She clearly hit it by accident, but then he weaponizes his own personal delusion and uses that as an excuse to kick the girl out because they made her cry by making fun of her for getting divorced.
I feel like the kicking girls out thing is just like a good like content thing because they think because it like gets a bunch of drama when chat all spams like www when she gets kicked out, right? It's like a high engagement thing. I feel like they don't actually care to kick the girl out. She didn't do anything wrong, you know what I mean?
This is one of the two podcasts out of all the people I made a video on. This is one of the only ones I wouldn't go on because they would just kick me out and get more views from it. So they make money by kicking people off. So I understand that, but in this case scenario, it's bad because he's talking about context, and like I'm going to say in the video, they don't understand the context that led up to her getting divorced.
Dumpy, I can add you after we watch the video.
Without fully understanding the years of context behind her marriage, which led to that decision.
So, look, man, if the sisters are gonna throw our mics around and shit, man, honestly, yeah, they're being emotional. Y'all can just leave, bro.
It's worse.
Well, your sister did, so just go with her. This is getting annoying. I actually think Tears was more views than your stand. Nah, bro, she did. Did they actually throw a mic?
Dude.
What I meant. Yeah.
What are we like?
Yeah, well,
Dude, that shit is horrible.
Actions have
Look at all the other girls.
Dude, okay, but these girls suck too. I don't feel that bad for them. They went on this show in the first place. Like at this point, you know what it's about. You know what I mean? You know what Fresh and Fit is about.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I do agree with that. You shouldn't be in that position in the first place.
Yeah.
The only good reason why you would want to be there is if you have OnlyFans. Then I understand.
I mean, the point against Myron counts because he was a dick and he did live at the same time. Like, all the girls are basically like they're made for each other. You know what I mean?
Just go, grab your phone. Ice will help you get it. Guys, we can hear you guys crying in the background. Just leave. Just give them their phones and stuff and let them leave.
So as much as Myron wants to cry about how everything that makes them look bad, even in the slightest bit, is just out of context, the fact of the matter is, Myron is a liar, and this out of context BS is nothing but a massive cope. The context is on video, and it's readily available for the general public to watch. And the worst part is they know the context does not justify the behavior. They're the ones in person having these conversations, and they're sober while they do it. Yet, these two self-proclaimed high-value men still want to complain and cry about context at every single opportunity they get.
We go trending on TikTok, videos get taken out of context, clip this stuff out of context. That one out of context as well. They're gonna take things out of context, spin it, taking things out of context, and going off of clips. Okay? Tweet kind of gets taken out of context.
Take out of context, one piece of text.
Out of context,
taken out of context.
I like how he can't even say, Fresh can't even say context. He can't even say, he's like, context.
Dude, his English. And he stutters way too much.
Yeah, I mean, is he native to the U.S.? Is he from here?
I mean, dude, if you're a full-time podcast host, if that's all you do, figure it out. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I've dealt with thousands of minorities in the last 5 years, and they all speak better English than
The
Fresh.
context thing is such a cope, though. Like that is their always go-to when they get criticized. Like, oh, it's taken out of context. It's just taken out of
Bro,
context.
there's text later in this video in writing that he shows where he's like, bro, they just took this text out of context. And it doesn't, the context does not justify him asking a girl to come on the show.
Right. Oh, did he try to exchange sex for like an appearance?
Yeah, in writing, and said it's out of context.
The clip was, then yeah, I'm gay. Was grossly placed out of context.
When in reality, these two
that was out of context.
be on their knees begging for forgiveness to us, being grateful that most people aren't sitting there watching these garbage 6-hour-long Fresh and Fit streams in full and really seeing how nasty these guys are to the guests that come on their show.
171 for 5'6" is obese, bro. Obese is 30 pounds over target weight. So you are obese. It ain't a little bit. It's obese. Bruh, it's obese. Like, that's what it is. She is obese. That's a fact.
You're calling this girl obese?
Yeah, I mean, so she is, based on the numbers she provided, she is factually obese, but he did this for 30 minutes, just calling her obese.
I mean, she visually does not look like that.
Yeah, I mean, but there's
You
like a
won't step on the scale.
scientific.
That's a fact.
BMI.
You are obese. A majority of men don't want obese women. You're delusional. You really think a majority of men want obese women, but you still are obese and you're trying to conceal it through mirages. Here's the facts. You're obese and you're lazy.
So
you
look
are
at that,
obese,
bro.
which is the definition of fat. But you are obese. It's a fact.
Dude, you are okay. Listen, you may think, but you are fat. You are delusional, and you are fat. You're really that delusional? You think you're not fat? You're fat. I need to do this to Boogie, dude.
It's a massive hypocrite because he literally takes stuff out of context in this exact same stream later on. So these guys don't actually care about context. They care about clips of them saying words,
which you are in 100% control of saying, by the way.
where they make themselves look bad.
And then real quick, people say all the time, yo, Fresh and Myron, why is this so personal? Well, when someone makes 20 videos about you and they lie about you for 20 videos, bro, you're gonna be taking it personal on some level. So it is what it is, bro.
Yeah, bro. And here's the thing.
Are they saying that ABBA lied about them in 20 videos? ABBA and Preach?
Yeah, you're not gonna like this part.
I was always taught as a kid, they start it, you finish it. And that's what we're about to do with these clowns.
Okay, so I actually totally understand taking it personally if you ask me. I think 20 videos with more than 500,000 views each is a tad bit excessive, but it is weird to me that as soon as the Red Pill grift started to slow down, they want to pick this beef back up. Because they've already said in writing in the past that they're not going to do drama anymore because they wanted to focus on providing more value to the audience by giving them more incredible dating advice, like how you should instill fear in your partner.
One of the mandatory ingredients for respect, you guys want to know what it is? Fear.
Of losing.
Yeah, fear. Whether it's physical violence or of loss. But
Bro.
the point is that woman needs to be scared.
Wait, what the hell?
Do you instill fear in Kai?
Every single day she's fearful that she's gonna get thrown out on the fucking street. This is so like psychotic. Like their approach for this shit is like they live in like a Marvel movie or something. She needs to fear me. Like they think they're like Thanos or something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, to specifically say fear of physical violence is insane. I'm sorry, but like,
She should be scared you're gonna beat her.
I mean, that fear. So men are obviously stronger than women in general. So that fear is already there. It doesn't need to be no, not fear, but that what do you call it? Physical.
I mean, they understand there's a disparity. Like you could.
Yeah. That's so, but that doesn't need to be like reinforced. It's just there. People know that as a fact. Like, so for him to say, make sure your girlfriend is scared of you, in terms of physical violence, is fucking insane, dude. This guy is crazy.
Yeah, no, that's
respect, guys. Fear.
And shit like that I wonder if they even believe it, because I feel like there's no way.
Terrible to say it, but fear is a necessary ingredient to respect. Because when you have fear, right? Fear of loss, fear of violence, whatever it may be, you're going to automatically respect. And when you respect someone, that typically comes from some type of authority.
But in all honesty, I do think it is kind of snakish behavior for Abba and Preach to have made 20 videos on these guys. Because Abba and Preach actually went on the Fresh and Fit podcast in April of 2021, and Abba physically met them. And although there was some disagreements, and Myron, the low-value man, tried to pretend like he never talked negatively about...
Okay, so what did I say? I said
but
blue pill?
you felt like I was kind of blue pill, so I just want to ask you about that. Why do you think I might be blue pill?
Well, from what I remember, I'm trying to remember. I would say blue, like, I'm trying to think, like, which video was.
I don't remember calling you blue pilled, beta.
It was the one.
I'm trying to remember. Cause yo, legit, we've done so many live streams. I'm trying to remember which one this was and what I said exactly.
For the most part, it was civil, and they did still do a second podcast together.
I feel like it's not snakish, and I'll talk about this when he's back too, but I feel like it's not really that snakish. I feel like, unless they're really good pals, like if I made a video about Augie, I would expect him to be kind of mad if I like did a video about him and didn't tell him beforehand at least, but I feel like he doesn't really owe him anything. Like just you go on their podcast once and then you can't make videos about them or you can't criticize them. Like I feel like that's pretty silly. Even if the conversation is like nice, you know.
I mean, well, do you think if we had met in person, that'd be snakish?
I feel like it'd be snakish if you did it right now, just because we actually talked like this.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think meeting in person changes it that much. Like if we talked once, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, that I would agree with. But I mean, my main thing that I think I could have communicated better in the video is like they still could have talked to them in a way that still makes them money. You know, like they could have, when they went on the podcast, they made like 3 or 4 reaction videos to the podcast. So they made a lot of money just from going on. And obviously they made the videos for money. So that's my main thing. Where I'm like, why not just talk to them about the problems
But it's
you
not.
have and
But
still make money from it?
But it's like, so you think they should have gone on the podcast again?
At the very least, tried to. I mean, at one point,
Is it even that productive to go on? Like, are they even like getting that much done in terms of this conversation? You know what I mean?
Well, it would be a lot more reasonable. I mean, because I think people are quick to defend Abba and Preach because they're very likable. They're great dudes from everything I can tell. But I think in this case, I mean, I think in general, making 20 videos on the same person is a little bit excessive.
If that person's like posting content like almost every day, making these long streams, I feel like it's not.
I mean, even in the last video that Abba and Preach made on them, which they deleted, in that last video, they were like, oh, we've made 21 videos on you guys, and we're going to keep making them. And I don't know if it got taken down or they deleted it or what, but that video is gone now. But you don't think that's excessive? 20 videos on the same person?
Not really. I mean, if there's enough to talk, about, like, why not?
You don't think you could effectively communicate certain points within 16 videos?
I mean, okay, yes, that's true. Like, did it need to happen? No, but like, if they keep being stupid and it's still entertaining, like, why would you not make the video? You know what I mean?
Well, if they also only got views off Fresh and Fit videos, then I get it. But they get views off anything, right?
I guess. I just feel like it's just such a non-issue. Like you made too many videos about someone. If you're repeating the same exact thing, like for content, like okay, I would keep criticizing them. But I feel like it's not that. I feel like it's not like wrong or something.
So you don't think it's snakish at all? Not even in the slightest.
I don't think so. No.
I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, this wasn't.
If they're friends, if they hang out regularly, if they're like boys, yes, I get it. But one podcast, like that's their job. Like that's. You know?
Yeah, and they're not exactly like, it's not like they made like 20 documentaries on them. Or like 1 hour long videos. They are like quick and casual videos, but they were insulting them in a lot of these videos. Like they used to run this ad where Abba would say like, my man Fresh is 28 going on 80. Which is like,
damn.
Which is like really for Tiege Hanley, and it was hilarious. It is a little, it's different.
The thing is, like, Fresh and Fit insult everyone. They definitely insulted Abbott and Preach for their appearance before that.
They did.
Yeah, so it's like it's all fair game to me.
Yeah. I mean, to a certain extent, it is. But I just think after you meet someone, at the very least, there's a certain courtesy which doesn't have to be respected, but that's what I would have personally respected.
Maybe I don't know. I guess I just don't think of it that way. I don't know.
Do you think it changes things at all for someone to meet someone else in person, then make a video on them? Do you think it at least alters it a little bit?
It depends like what that means.
If they sit down and have a full-on 2-hour conversation, not like how you met Lasanabi. Like I said,
like
you should
still,
make
I
more
feel like you
videos.
still don't owe them. Like, just feel you don't.
Not that you owe them. It's like something that most people would have assumed as courteous. Not that.
I don't know. Chad, what do you guys think? Is it sneakish or is it not? I'm curious what you guys think. Maybe I'm kind of off the pale, off the.
No. This was the most unpopular opinion in the video.
It was.
Yeah, by far. So a lot of people did disagree with me. Can we run a poll, maybe?
Yeah, we can run a poll. I'm not getting sleepy. Just had coffee. All right, snake or not snake are the two options. Is it snake? This isn't working.
And to be fair, they also kind of did the same thing to Sneeko too, where like the day after, Abba and Sneeko were friends, and Abba would warn Sneeko very effectively too about how he's going to get banned. But then a day or the same day he got banned, they started making videos talking negatively about Sneeko, which Abba and Sneeko were.
Are they really friends though? Like, are they really friends?
They were way more than Fresh and Fit. Like, they would have real conversations on stream, like, consistently. Like, so I think, like I said, I think people give Abba and Preach a pass because, like I said, they are great dudes from everything I can tell.
Apart from that.
But I think this is a flaw that I think I wouldn't do that. If I knew Sneeko, I'm not going to start making hit pieces on the guy, you know? Like, but yeah, maybe that's.
Well, there's a difference. Like, is it a full-on hate piece or is it like clowning, or like hit piece, or is it clowning on it? You know what I mean? Like, those are different things.
Both Sneeko and Fresh and Fit were deeply offended by their actions. That's
well, they're offended anytime anyone makes fun of them.
No, I think they're pretty good at taking credit. Aside from the copyright, like Sneeko.
What do you mean aside from the copyright? That's like the worst thing you can do.
Sneeko never did. Sneeko never did that.
Well, Sneeko
he gets a lot of shit, bro, and he just takes it right on the chin.
I wouldn't. I mean, he spurgs whenever someone criticizes him.
Yeah, he does. But like, he doesn't start making videos back or anything. He just moves on. Like, it is what it is.
At night with other guests. And in my opinion, I think if you physically met and know a content creator personally and you have their phone number, I don't think it's exactly the most ethical thing to do to make more than 20 videos speaking negatively about them. Even though Abba isn't required to reach out to Fresh and Fit, these guys were.
Yeah, I forgot. You should be in now.
I lost. You won.
Never friends, but that's just what I would assume was a common courtesy after you've met someone in person. And I think Abba is at the very least aware that what he did was a tad bit wrong, because when he got confronted on it by Zerka, he kind of froze up.
Abba, it says here that you guys started the beef. You guys shot first.
I started it.
You made a YouTube video on a guy's podcast you went on?
Absolutely, that's exactly how it went.
So you leached off them and then I think that's so badass. Why'd you do that?
Anyways,
that is cruel, bro. How could you? So you went on their podcast and the next day did a hit piece on them?
Absolutely.
So yeah, I personally disagree with this. I'm not saying you can't make a video on someone if you know them.
In fairness, he's not like saying that he did like something wrong. Like, he's just saying like, yeah, I did that. There might be more to that. But Zerka typically is just a degenerate control. You know what I mean?
Yes, but how can you defend yourself from that? What would be the valid? I met these guys, and then I'm gonna go make 20 videos on them. What is the explanation?
Well, it's like our relationship is purely professional. We're not really friends. We have disagreements. There was never some kind of agreement we made in which I can't make videos about him after the fact. Like, that would definitely be a decent one, I think.
Yeah, that is one. Damn, you're good, Tom.
Well, it's just like there has to be some kind of deeper like if you're actually like, there are people that I'm friends with outside of YouTube that I hang out with that like we get along, like we met through YouTube. Fuck! I just pinched my finger out of my desk. Dude, it hurt. It hurt so bad. Okay, there's people I know who are like I'm friends with outside of YouTube stuff that I consider like we have a deeper connection. We just happen to meet through YouTube because we had some things in common. Then there's people who I have a purely, pretty much professional relationship with. If I talk to someone regularly and we kind of like have gotten to know each other, like with you, like we've talked a few times a week for the past like few months, right? It's been a while now. We've been hanging out a little bit. I would expect you to message me or me to message you, yes. But with Abba and Preach and Fresh and Fit, I feel like they don't seem to have a real connection, like a real friendship. Like they know each other a little bit, but they did like one podcast together. Maybe they texted a little bit, like, oh, maybe they went to dinner once.
It was actually 2 podcasts in the same day, so it was like probably 4 hours of talking.
Yeah,
face to face.
I mean, even so, it's like I don't know. Do Fresh and Fit give any courtesy to like anyone they talk to? Like really? Like are they really loyal to anyone? Like for a real reason?
I mean, they did delete their Andrew Tate stuff when he went to jail, which I think is I don't defend Fresh and Fit. I made a fucking 1 hour long video shitting on them. But I do think that's a loyal move, right? Because they would have made a lot of money off those videos in that time. And yeah, I mean, I think in general maybe they're loyal to the red pill dudes, but probably not anyone else.
Yeah, it's just like it doesn't. I mean, I just don't feel like they have any real loyalty, really. You know, I feel like it only goes as far as like making money or being a part of the right side as far as the red pill community, or like defending the right person. I feel like they drop almost anyone at the drop of a hat. If the audience as a whole determined that they were stupid or like they figured there wasn't anything to get out of them. You know what I mean? They don't strike me as super like good people.
No, I mean, it's mostly Myron when you're saying they, because I feel like Fresh gets unfairly lumped into a lot of this stuff.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
Fresh
I just feel
kind of
like
just like there.
I just feel like even crying about it on their perspective is just kind of like, well, I mean, I guess that sucks, but like I don't really feel bad for you guys, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think they're definitely able to be criticized. I think they're one of the easiest people to criticize based on shit that they say, as we'll see in the rest of this video. It's pretty horrendous. It only gets worse from here.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess we can just keep watching and see what happens. Dude, I'm ordering 7-Eleven food right now. That's so.
Dude, no, you're gonna get food poisoning, dude.
We're gonna rock it. We're gonna rock that food poisoning, bro.
Dude, why are you getting 7-Eleven food?
I just feel like it, dude. Butter chicken pizza? That's crazy. I wonder if it's probably bad.
Butter chicken pizza from 7-Eleven?
It's gonna be so fire, dude. We're gonna do a review.
You're gonna die.
Nah, we're gonna do a straight up
instant
review.
Death.
Yeah?
No.
Well,
First of all,
suddenly...
bro, you're fucking rich. You're buying 7-Eleven food?
Dude, I want it.
Stop. Are you getting Uber Eats or is Kai getting it?
No, I'm getting Uber Eats. I'm not sending her out. Dude, I want that 7-Eleven food. What can I say? I'm just in the mood for something foul, something disgusting. Like, my diet's been really good lately, and I feel like it's been too good, so it's time to be disgusting.
Yeah, but that's just not the way to cheat on the diet.
No, this is the way, dude. This is the way. What the fuck?
Did
Why
you
is the
get
camera
that,
not in
though?
focus? Okay, we're good now. What's up?
Did you get that pizza you were talking about?
Yeah, dude, I ordered the butter chicken pizza.
Oh.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing.
Damn.
All right, we're gonna keep watching this video.
Thing is that this isn't what
So I disagree with this. I disagree with the snake point.
I personally would have done.
Yeah,
if it were up to
I
me,
can definitely see
I would
why.
have at the
Bo
very
Lex?
least reached out and tried to talk to them in a way that's still monetizable sometime before making the 18th video. So out of this entire 2.5-hour long podcast, this is probably the best point they made, but it only gets worse and worse the further we get into it.
Let's go ahead and into this Coke Fest right here, bro. I have a problem with you.
Me. Why are these callouts so goddamn gay?
Yeah.
Immediately deflects and says, "Oh, this is gay." Oh, we're gonna talk about gay here.
That's what they do. That's what they do, though, too. They definitely call things gay.
This is the best part of the video.
In a second.
You got a problem with me. Like, we never. What is this? This is so bizarre. You're going too far with this.
That was the bottom.
Nah, bro, you heard it out of his own mouth.
I know.
Red Pill do stay saying the gay shit. You never noticed that?
Yeah, just put
Blue pill.
Hey, bro, you need to cut that shit up.
He didn't put the comma at the right place. Fresh and fit.
They want to talk about us being gay. Okay.
You had a prostate orgasm.
Yeah.
You have?
What? Wait, what?
Whoa. Whoa.
What are your thoughts on prostate orgasms?
That's interesting. I didn't know that about him. In fairness, when they say gay, I don't think they mean gay. I think they mean that's whoa.
On the diet. Because they would have made a lot of money off those videos in that time. And yeah, I mean, I think in general maybe they're loyal to the red pill dudes, but probably not anyone else.
Yeah, it's just like it doesn't. I mean, I just don't feel like they have any real loyalty, really. You know, I feel like it only goes as far as like making money or being a part of the right side as far as the red pill community, or like defending the right person. I feel like they drop almost anyone at the drop of a hat. If the audience as a whole determined that they were stupid or like they figured there wasn't anything to get out of them. You know what I mean? They don't strike me as super like good people.
No, I mean, it's mostly Myron when you're saying they, because I feel like Fresh gets unfairly lumped into a lot of this stuff.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
Fresh
I just feel
kind of
like
just like there.
I just feel like even crying about it on their perspective is just kind of like, well, I mean, I guess that sucks, but like I don't really feel bad for you guys. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think they're definitely able to be criticized. I think they're one of the easiest people to criticize based on shit that they say, as we'll see in the rest of this video. It's pretty horrendous. It only gets worse from here.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess we can just keep watching and see what happens. Dude, I'm ordering 7-Eleven food right now. That's so...
Dude, no, you're gonna get food poisoning, dude.
We're gonna rock it. We're gonna rock that food poisoning, bro.
Dude, why are you getting 7-Eleven food?
I just feel like it, dude. Butter chicken pizza? That's crazy. I wonder if it's probably bad.
Butter chicken pizza from 7-Eleven?
It's gonna be so fire, dude. We're gonna do a review.
You're gonna die.
Nah, we're gonna do
That's
a straight up
instant
review.
death.
Yeah?
No.
Well,
First
suddenly...
of all, bro, you're fucking rich. You're buying 7-Eleven food?
Dude, I want it.
Stop. Are you getting Uber Eats or is Kai getting it?
No, I'm getting Uber Eats. I'm not sending her out. Dude, I want that 7-Eleven food. What can I say? I'm just in the mood for something foul, something disgusting. Like, my diet's been really good lately, and I feel like it's been too good, so it's time to be disgusting.
Yeah, but that's just not the way to cheat on the diet.
No, this is the way, dude. This is the way. What the fuck?
Did
Why
you
is the
get
camera
that?
not in focus? What's up?
Did you get that pizza you were talking about?
Yeah, dude, I ordered the butter chicken pizza.
Oh.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing.
Damn.
All right, we're gonna keep watching this video.
Thing is that this isn't what
So I disagree with this. I disagree with the snake point.
I personally would have done.
Yeah,
If it were up to
I can
me,
definitely see
I
why.
would have at the
Bo
very
Wax.
least reached out and tried to talk to them in a way that's still monetizable sometime before making the 18th video. So out of this entire 2.5 hour long podcast, this is probably the best point they made, but it only gets worse and worse the further we get into it.
See, let's go ahead and into this coke fest right here, bro. I have a problem with you.
Why are these callouts so goddamn gay?
Yeah.
Immediately deflects and says, "Oh, this is gay." Oh, we're gonna talk about gay here.
That's what they do. That's what they do, though, too. They definitely call things gay.
This is the best part of the video.
In a second.
Got a problem with me. Like, yeah, we never. What is this? This is so bizarre. We go too far with this.
Abba's the bottom.
Nah, bro, you heard that out of his own mouth.
I know.
Red Pill do stay saying the gay shit. You never noticed that?
Hey, bro, you didn't put the comma at the right place. Fresh and fit.
They want to talk about us being gay. Okay.
Had a prostate orgasm.
Yeah.
What?
Wait, what?
Whoa. Whoa.
What are your thoughts on prostate orgasms?
That's interesting. I didn't know that about him. In fairness, when they say gay, I don't think they mean gay. I think they mean like gay as in lame instead of homosexual. In fairness.
No, they mean homo. They mean homo.
Yeah, okay.
Because they do in the.
They
in
clarified
later,
it. They were like, "There's gay." Yeah, okay. See, I like Abba and Priest, so I'm playing defense.
Wait a minute, hold on. Wait. He's calling me gay. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. Even the girls fucking shocked.
You hit the spot right. They got level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm open.
Dude, his face is disturbed.
Prostate orgasm?
Her face when he says
It's
it.
I mean, for me, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, so let's go back to the clip here. But we're gay.
Okay, I totally understand if that's not your thing. Obviously, it's a preference, but just being objective about it, if it's a woman doing it, that is not a homosexual act. If you want to say
What the fuck are you? You went into the science of if it's gay or not, dude. That's fucking bull.
I mean, dude, that is not gay. That's just not gay. Chat, what do you think? W or L?
Is it gay as in like you're with a man? No, but it is like gay.
I think you could be a totally straight. Not that I do this or do I promote it, but I think you could be a straight man and have prostate orgasm. Like if one of my friends told me I got my ass ate last night, I wouldn't be like, "Oh, you're a homosexual."
Yeah. I mean, I kind of would. I would be like, I wouldn't mean it as in like they like guys, but I would be like, you are gay. I would call someone gay if they let a girl lick their asshole.
I don't know, man. I mean,
You don't. Okay, King of Nothing. Do you have something to confess to me?
No, I'm not into that. I'm Middle Eastern, dude. My asshole is not appealing to any woman on this earth. I promise you that. But I don't think, like I said, I don't think I would look at someone else as homosexual if I found out they
Okay,
got
as
ass.
homosexual, no, but as in like gay, like yes, I would be like you're gay. I don't mean they literally like men, but I would be like, dude,
Yeah.
you're like foul, like you're a fucking weirdo.
But as I'm gonna get to in the video, Myron can't be homophobic because he is homosexual.
Myron's homosexual.
That's the main issue, 100%.
100%. 100%. Okay.
it's weird or that's not what you're into, whatever. But it's just not homosexual. We can't pretend like it's something that it's not. The fact of the matter is, Myron is only calling other grown men gay like this because he's projecting. And I'm not saying this as an insult.
You have the
because
definition of projecting.
I think being homosexual is an insult. I'm saying this as a statement of fact. Myron Gaines is a closeted gay man. Because one, he's literally admitted it on numerous occasions.
In case you guys didn't realize, I got a confession too. I'm gay as well. Okay, then yeah, I'm gay. But think that I'm gay.
He's joking. He's joking.
This is the smoking gun.
And you find out that I might have done some gay equipment in the past to make some money.
Bro,
What would happen?
come on.
What do you mean by that?
That's
it's
nuts.
Okay, it's like a
That's
joke or
nuts.
something. It's a joke.
No, that one is not a joke. This one, and I have more. Don't worry.
What do you mean by that?
And as Myron himself tells his audience,
when someone shows you who they are, you're supposed to believe them fast.
yeah. Number 2, this picture is sus. And if Myron saw this
Is
exact
there any
same
picture of you like this with another man?
No, but I did. When I said goodbye to BG Cumby, when we were leaving Rusty Cage's house, I did give him a kiss on the cheek. I admit, that did happen. Okay, because I was gonna miss him. I was gonna miss him.
I don't think that makes you gay, but I think having it photographed, and again, it gets worse as we get
I'm
further.
sorry, guys. It's real. I did. Me and BG
I mean,
Cumby.
the problem is,
I'm sorry.
Imagine
It was in
Myron
an
doing.
Italian way. Okay, it was like an Italian goodbye. Okay. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they both look very Italian, especially Myron. You know? So
Yeah, you just got
maybe it was like in a French way.
same picture, but with Abba's face on it instead of his, he would 110% be calling the guy a homosexual and using that as an insult for 2 hours straight nonstop. And 3, this one is just insane.
Okay.
This is nuts. There is not a single straight man in this chat right now that has a picture of this.
Yeah.
Like this of them. No way, bro.
Dude, a big
No
happy
way.
birthday goes out to my boy today, leaving soon for Georgia, then Texas. I'm gonna miss my loud black buddy.
What the fuck is
Hashtag
this?
pause,
What the fuck is
hashtag
this?
soon, hashtag baby come back. That is wild.
What
That
the
is
fuck?
wild.
As a straight
This is the same
23-year-old
guy
man, there's
in the kissing picture.
This is fucking it. Yeah, this okay. There's mounting evidence.
no picture of me where another fully grown man is shirtless, laying down on
And
my
there's another
chest,
one too. There's another guy.
hugging me, crotch
What
to
happened?
crotch.
What
while
happened to
I'm-
this hotel room? What have the walls of this hotel room seen? What did the neighbors have to hear? What is going on?
Yeah. Just Myron
the
getting
bed
moved up.
while there's another shirtless, fully grown man on the same bed.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Dude.
And if him admitting to being gay on video wasn't enough evidence, and if the pictures don't speak for themselves,
Another?
every time Myron gets cornered,
Yeah, that's the same guy. That's not a friend. That's a fucking
And if him admitting to being gay on video wasn't enough evidence, and if the picture...
What?
Bro,
Is he
oh wait, no,
kissing
that's
him?
not the same guy. I don't think that's the same guy.
Is that not Myron though?
No, that's Myron. I mean the white dude.
What's going
In
on?
the
Pictures
last
don't speak for themselves. Every time
Where's that picture
Myron gets
from?
cornered by one of the women
From
on
when
his
Myron was
show,
gay
he starts doing
and
this
not
really
closeted.
weird and elaborate cross-dressing role-play fantasy with them.
What if I started wearing heels and a dress and acting like a girl? What does it feel? Someone tell me. Exactly. I walked up to you in a club and I had heels and a dress and said, hey man, it's not like I'm gay or anything. I like girls still. Like, you know, what would you think? The real reason you wouldn't want to go out on a date with me is because I'm acting like I'm gay, right? Yeah. And that's a turn off. Yeah.
And there's more than 100 other examples of Myron doing this exact same thing. And again, in the full
Yeah, true.
context, it's way worse.
He does talk about it quite a
sometimes he'll
bit.
go really deep into detail about like what color heels he wears or what day of the week he likes to wear them on.
Yeah, I like to wear heels on Saturdays and wear lipstick every now and then.
That one we have to pause, right? Pause.
Dude, this guy's face.
And as a straight man, I cannot relate to this. These are not thoughts that I would even begin to conceive in my mind as a tactic to attempt to win an argument.
I mean, guys, any accusations that I play for the other team? Very true, man. Very true. 100%.
And the worst part is that Myron knows for a fact these pictures are out there, and all of this evidence exists.
Dude, this is a horrible image. This like just got. You should just tweet out this image at them. Just be like, yo, what's up, Fresh? Dude, just this picture right here is insane. Dude.
Proving that he's at the very least not who he
This is the
pretends to
leader
be
of the Red
online,
Pill.
and he knows for a fact these are not the actions of a straight man, yet he still decides to insult Preach, who's married to a woman, for a sexuality which he's projected onto him, which more than anything shows the sheer level of delusion that this man operates his day-to-day life at.
Wait, yeah, hold up, pause it. Dude, that guy's gay. That guy, I'm sorry.
You think he's a closeted homo for real?
Bro, you're straight, right?
Oh yeah.
What picture is there of you where there's a jacked, shirtless, fully grown man on your chest.
I mean, okay, there aren't any. But to be honest, the more convincing one for me is the one where he's like hugging the guy from behind.
Yeah, that's a very suspicious position.
That one is very
and also,
like.
when you combine that with the shit he says about like, oh, what if I did gay porn in the past? And all this other shit where he's like, oh, you guys, you don't like manly men? Well, we need to wear heels on Saturday.
Dude, the picture of them at like, where even are they? Are they like Rolling Loud? Or they're at like a concert or something? Like that picture of him like hugging, like that's really disturbing. That's really disturbing, bro. I don't like it. I really don't like it.
This guy's up.
Get out of here, man. But all of a sudden, it's like, pawn it off. Pawn it off. Bro, if anybody made this problem happen, that would
Dude, I've been appreciating to make another video calling him gay.
No, you did pawn it off because I challenged you, and then you went ahead and said, oh, preach my white job, blah, blah, blah. Bro,
he's scared.
Bobak said he's the only gay on weekends. Yeah, he fucked Joe Biden.
He is scared of preach, man. These guys are thirsty for views. You guys got to understand.
His donut says anal and leak. Yo, that's crazy.
When this beef first started, there are 1.2 M subscribers.
First off, every single YouTuber, including Mr. Beast and PewDiePie, is thirsty for views. Views are how YouTubers produce income. This shouldn't be a surprise to anyone in 2023. Views are the reason why Fresh and Fit kick women off their show after inviting them on the show, after intentionally making them cry so they can clip it out of context and gain views and make more money. Also, Fresh doesn't have to go back to Grant Cardone's office just to milk him dry and beg him for money.
How much money did you make last month? $120. $30 a week.
Wait, what is this? Is this Grant? This is Grant Cardone?
Yeah.
Why is he here?
This is Fresh begging Grant Cardone for money.
But this is like a skit. But what is this?
Is it a skit?
It is clearly. It looks like a skit.
Like I said earlier, I do think 20 videos is
what
a
was
little.
That from? Okay, wait. Yeah, the camera angles and wait. Fresh and Fit. Okay, Fresh.
I think that's part of
Grant Cardone.
He went on the podcast.
Grant Cardone reacted to Fresh's old interview.
Wouldn't sell it over me. However, since you asked me, I will.
Younger Fresh.
He said he made $30 a week. He's a grown man.
You want to sell yourself or sell the water?
Sell the water? That doesn't have as much value as me, sir. Sell the water.
This is like a skit. This is like Wolf of Wall Street. This is like sell this pen.
Might be a
okay, sir. This water here, I wouldn't sell it over me. However, since you asked me, I will. This water here, it's very good for you. Has a lot of nutrients in it as well. However, at the same time, this water can be or not be important to you.
But the whole thing is what you're supposed to say is, do you have this water? And they say no, and it's like, well, then you should buy it for me. Like you need it, right?
Not particularly, sir.
I mean, more so, yeah. I mean, yeah.
That's what they say about it.
Asking questions. Yeah.
Disconnected from the server, then I came back.
Dude, I hate Grant Cardone.
I can do a number of things, sir.
Yeah, this I mean, it's definitely like it's like acted out or something. It's like a skit of some kind.
A bit excessive, but on the other hand, Abba and Preach get more than 1 million views consistently, making Jubilee and the Button reaction videos, so they get views no matter what. So I honestly don't think they made these videos strictly for money, because I know for a fact they're making more than enough regardless of whether or not they make Fresh and Fit videos. I think they actually wanted to speak out against the BS Fresh and Fit say on a consistent basis while getting paid to do it. Second, Myron needs to stop pretending to act tough. The proof is on video. You can't just lie and expect to not get called out.
No, you did pawn it off because I challenged you, and then you went ahead and said, oh, Preach will fight y'all, blah, blah, blah.
He's scared.
Nobody is scared of Preach, man.
Yeah, Abba did pawn off the fighting to Preach. Not all grown men are interested in going to a different country just to fight over internet beef when they could just not do that.
Beta man.
But Myron and Fresh started the boxing BS when they said they would box both of them, not just Abba. Then Preach accepted that challenge to fight, and then these self-proclaimed alpha males, Fresh and Fit, ducked that 2-on-1 challenge, and thanks to modern technology, everything I'm saying is verifiably true.
Come back to Miami. Let's box it out. Talk it out. How about that?
And
We're here
you
waiting.
If you really want to talk about that, you guys fucking box, I'll box both you motherfuckers too.
No, I'm gonna take one bitch and the other bitch. You guys are two bitches, twin sisters.
That's your new name.
So Myron ducked this fight after calling the guy out.
That being said, boxing. Start number, hit us up on the side, you know where we're at, we're mad, so let's do it.
Yeah, you didn't even do that. You proposed to fight, talked, then when the person accepted, you're like, I'll bring $500,000. I offered you $20,000 to just show up. Win or lose, you were going to pay him shit beforehand. And you still cower up talking about, no, you need to get promoters. No, these guys think everything is about money. It's not about money. And I'm going to say this to you guys. I don't play with fights. That's why you never heard me please come on here and say we would fight some people.
Then tried to twist the truth on video like the little weasel that he is.
And they pulled like a rice gum shit where they challenge someone to a fight and then like don't do it. That's embarrassing, dude.
Yeah, I mean, with the you're talking about iDubbbz, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, Ian challenged him like 2 or 3 years later, though.
I've just been sent a video. I have no memory of this happening.
Say, I love you, oh, fuck.
This video's not real. This video's
That's a
not
deep
real.
fake.
That's not a real
That's a
video.
deep fake.
That didn't even happen. That's
That's
not
a
a real
deep fake.
video. That's a deep fake, yeah.
But that's not as gay as the Myron.
That was AI technology. We were wrestling, and for the record, I won, okay? For the record, I won.
While knowing for a fact that the proof and the context is readily available for everyone to see.
They got your ass on camera. Nigga, they got me on camera. This is the clearest video I've ever seen. This is the most HD ever. This is 4K. How did they get you in 4K? And I think y'all niggas up too. You really want to talk about that? You guys want to fucking box? I'll box both you motherfuckers too. Now you guys know why I didn't want to fight with people. Okay? Smart people discuss ideas, stupid people discuss people. And we made a mistake, right? So with that said, we apologize, okay, for talking about white, country, and making ad hominem.
And either way, Myron is 33 years old. This guy needs to grow up. Calling people out that are bigger than you to a boxing match, all because you insulted the guy personally first, is how the children in my elementary school used to act.
Maybe the only reason talking about my legs right.
What are your thoughts on Myron talking about fight?
I mean, I feel like it's typical. To be honest, I don't even necessarily blame him from like a business standpoint. Because like it's just financially not really worth it to fight someone because like training and stuff, like the money you lose from time spent on it.
Well,
but
they said off camera.
What I do blame him for is just the like challenging him for not doing it. Like that is kind of
Yeah, that's the main issue. Where like if you're gonna call someone out, you actually gotta follow through with it. And if you're gonna call someone out, don't call out someone bigger than you. That's
and I'm gonna explain to you because I haven't spoken about it and I haven't explained to you what happened. What happened was this. When the whole debacle with Fresh and Fit happened, they were trying to get some juice to get at us. What happened on my other Instagram page, I got canceled, I got deleted, right? They went throughout all my pictures and went to see if they could find a picture of my wife. If you don't know anything about me, I don't post about what I got. I'm talking about where I live, vehicles, whatever. I don't post that. I don't put pictures of my people around me. Why? Because people on the internet are weirdos, okay? They found a picture of someone and I'm going chief with that person, right? We're chief to chief. This dude is so feminine, it's ridiculous. But we're gonna address that. We're gonna address that a little bit later on. Let's continue.
They both have gyno. I've seen in the church.
Yo, this dude is definitely on some Batiman. Hold on, let's continue on real quick because this is a bombshell here.
And he took that picture and he said, that's his wife.
Preach does have questionable fashion taste. He's wearing like an overcoat.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Just like a
Y'all
hitman.
built an entire attack on us.
That might be
based upon me making fun of your fat wife that was never your wife in the first place.
Whoa.
And then trying to insinuate that we're racist towards Haitians. Last I checked, we got a dude right next to us repping the fucking Haitians, man.
There you go.
We're actually down here with the fucking Zoes. What are you talking about?
I got a Haitian friend. I can't be anti-Haitian.
Yet again, Myron is projecting. He calls Preach feminine after calling him out to a boxing match, then ducking that boxing match in 4K, which shows how brain dead Myron really is.
I think they're delusional and deserve to be put down like a dog.
But boxing aside, no straight man is this concerned about the sexuality or the femininity of other grown men without having some sort of deep-rooted insecurity going on in their own minds.
I mean,
Second, the attacks Abba and Preach made on Fresh and Fit were based on their actions and the words that came out of their mouths. They didn't just make 20 videos crying about how Fresh and Fit insulted Preach's wife and made fun of Haiti. They made videos about these clowns when they did things that were objectively stupid. For example, they made a video on Fresh and Fit falsely copyright claiming people who criticized them. Why did they do that? Because these guys are massive hypocrites who pretend to be these free speech warriors when the cameras are on.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a big believer in free speech and saying what you want to say. I don't think anyone should be canceled, even my worst enemies.
Right now in this society, we're led to believe that we have free speech, which we do.
Yeah, dude, when you fuck with free speech, that's when crazy things happen. We live in a world now where free speech isn't really free anymore. Because nowadays, bro, it's starting to get ridiculous.
It's the last stronghold for free speech.
Yeah, it really is.
These guys don't believe in free speech. They don't get. I assume you're gonna bring up the whole copyright thing. You're not.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
They do not. Dude, complete
They don't
frauds.
care.
And my next video is on Big Boy Crypto. He does the same thing. He's like, oh, free speech. It's so good. We need free speech. And then he tries to sue people that make videos on it.
Yeah. Straight up.
They're frauds,
Like,
man.
I really hate that too because free speech is like one of the only things I'm like passionate about politically is freedom of speech. And I hate when these like right-wing dudes get so big from promoting that, like talking about freedom of speech, and then they just instantly crumble as soon as someone criticizes them. Like that's so frustrating. I think Sneeko is the only one who hasn't like totally cucked.
I don't understand how you could support someone if they have conservative type of values and that's one of their main talking points, but then they do these types of things when people criticize them. Like if someone slanders you, I get it, right? If they say you're a fist or a foul, I totally get it.
Well, slander is not protected by free speech, right?
Yeah, so I get it, but that's not. They just copyrighted people for no reason. Like,
Yeah, that's just embarrassing, man.
Can discuss ideas without persecution. That's what this country was founded upon. First Amendment, motherfuckers, okay? The right to free speech.
However, when people criticize them behind closed doors, they file completely false copyright claims against YouTubers who criticize them, including more than 10 separate false claims on Auburn Preach videos.
Fresh and Fit decided to hit us with dozens of copyright claims. We saw this was probably going to end up coming, and honestly, not upset about it at all.
So yet again, Myron is just straight up pretending like the truth is something that it's not. They did not make 20 videos talking about how they insulted Preach's wife and country, but this level of delusion is what happens to someone when you're surrounded by a bunch of yes men who don't check you when you're in the wrong and saying some BS.
This whole discussion kind of proves what I've always said, is that women have a very difficult time taking accountability for their own actions.
And regardless of whether Myron insulted the wrong person or not, insulting the looks of someone's wife is not acceptable behavior in any context. And it's even worse, specifically when that person is not a public figure like Preach's wife. And just because they insulted the wrong person, that does not change the fact that it's not acceptable behavior at all for a 33-year-old man who LARPs as this high-value man and sells a $700 course on how to become a high-value man.
Who is the high-value man? Who qualifies that? Because all the women in here, they just said that it's about ambition, it's about character, your personality. Is it you flexing for other guys? Who's qualifying? Like, who are you becoming high value for? Other dudes on the internet?
Yes, the red pill was actually scientifically designed for closeted men to impress other closeted men over the internet, and somehow Myron can't even do that properly.
Physically put me out, right?
No one's gonna physically touch you.
What's your name? Fresh and Fit. Go ahead, put me out.
Yeah, so she stepped on my foot. She did it.
Owned by a woman?
She stepped on my foot. Yeah, she stepped on
Now
my
you guys
foot.
know why I didn't want to fight with
She insulted me. She stepped on my foot.
And these losers.
What happened to the fear of physical violence? Clearly, she's not scared of that.
In fact, they were in the wrong by insulting Preach's wife and his country, which is why they literally apologized for both of those things on video.
Okay, for talking about his wife and making ad hominem attacks on them.
I think the best thing to do when you're wrong is just admit it, like they already have in the past. And if they wanted to
The thing
respond
is, like,
after
they say
the
they're
21st
sorry, and then they just keep doing it to other people. Like, they
Yeah,
don't really
exact
show
same
any
thing.
character growth, right?
Well, they did it to the same person after.
Yeah.
So if you remember in the beginning, they were like his fat, ugly wife. Like,
That's
dude,
horrible.
Are you fucking
Jesus,
insane?
That's really not.
And she's not. I guess it's a little different if it's like Anissa or Gila Klein, right? Because these are like content creators also.
Yeah.
But nobody knows what Preach's wife looks like.
Yeah.
That's where it's like, you guys are nasty, nasty guys, man.
First video, I think that's totally justified, but don't take back your previous apology that's on video and in writing and then do the exact same thing again. They're literally proving to the entire world that their word means absolutely nothing.
Guys, the man who's calling like a betrayer, you know how many times we've met and spoken? Once.
Okay, so not only did we meet and speak once, but look at this shit, guys. The reason why I flip out on this guy, look at all the hit pieces they made on us. 20 plus videos talking shit.
Wow.
Then he makes this accusation right here.
My other boss. Well, you can't get on the platform. So wait, you want to bang a girl?
This is
you
bad.
want to come on the platform for clout? And you think that's burning desire?
Look, I'm about getting a soul. I don't care about smashing out.
I want her soul.
Bro.
So he shows a
I want
text
her
message
soul?
between me and this chick.
That's
Well, I
the
got
type
something
of
for y'all
shit you
real
say
quick that
when
I'm
you
gonna
have,
pull up.
80
I'm
IQ.
like, Albert.
I'm just being honest and stand it. I'm not collaborating with you unless we. Whoa, you fucking bunch of dudes that know and aren't special. You could have just said no and kept it moving, but you clearly in your feelings going through it. Go ahead and screenshot the conversation to Clout Chase. I don't care what 75 Sims said in your story to White Knight. The difference is what I say and what I want. Don't care what you think they do.
Preach. I got the entire
This is out of
conversation
context.
right in here.
It doesn't change it.
Oh, look at this.
He's about to
See
show
how he
the
takes
full
this one
context.
part right here. I'm just being honest. I stand by it, blah, 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 blah.
This is the
But he
same
doesn't show
message.
y'all the entire conversation of her talking for hours on hours on hours on hours to me prior to.
Yeah, we should do a collab. Interesting YouTube collab in Miami.
Wait, there's a big
I want to read more.
I go over.
Oh, you do?
hours on hours on hours on hours to me prior to it. There's a big difference. But the thing is this, Abba and Preach are not concerned with the truth.
Really is.
So on one side, right, he goes ahead and says that I try to get girls to come on the show. Debunked. Next thing he says.
Oh, wait,
y'all know
Not
this clip, right?
debunked at all.
You skip.
Oh, I thought-
Serious
I thought-
mental problems if he thinks showing this entire conversation
Oh, yeah, there
does
we go.
anything besides make him look like a professional Weinsteiner. First of all, he reaches out to her to see if she wants to come on his show. Then he asks her whether she's single or married. Then he says, I only collab with girls I date.
Damn.
Then, after she
I
rejects
only
him,
collab
he
with
says,
girls I
I'll
date.
only collab with you if we have intercourse. So again, this is just another one of those situations where he immediately deflects to claim claiming it's just out of context because it makes him look bad.
Like,
but in
literally the entire context is just, yes, I want to have sex. Like, that doesn't, what he said is
reality, Myron showing the context here does nothing but exposes himself for the absolute crime stain that he really is.
So on one side, right, he goes ahead and says that I try to get girls to come on the show, jump on. Next thing he says, y'all remember this clip right here? You guys say, oh, yo, Byron, let it go, let it go. Would y'all let it go if someone said some bullshit like this about you on a big podcast with 4 million subscribers?
Well, why am I going to spend my day socializing with somebody who's like a rapist?
Wait, what? Hold on. See, this is what...
You look how sneaky he is. He even said the simile of like. Yeah. This snake fight, he even said he's like.
Bro, well, again for y'all, just in case y'all missed it, because everyone seems to
Did he call Myron a rapist?
have fucking amnesia when it comes to what these guys did.
They're
that
claiming
stimulated
that's what
us
he said,
responding.
right? They're claiming he called him a rapist.
Yeah, so he actually takes things out of context, like I said earlier, in this same exact
they did
video.
show like 1 second.
One more time for y'all.
It's literally 3 seconds.
Why am I going to spend my day socializing with somebody who's like a rapist? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
So as much as these guys want to cry about context, they play a 2-second clip on repeat of Abba allegedly calling Myron a rapist. Myron, if that's really what he called you, and you're not actually a rapist as he allegedly called you, sue him for slander immediately, and you'll win 100%. But unfortunately, that lawsuit wouldn't go anywhere because that's not what Abba said at all. So let's roll the whole clip.
I can't be cool with people who don't have integrity. That's me personally. I won't go after you, but if you're someone who I think is a reprehensible person, I'm not trying to have business relationships with you. Why would I? Why am I going to spend my day socializing with somebody who's like a rapist? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and this is somebody like, if you go around stealing from people all the time, I'm gonna look at you crooked. Like, why would I want you in my circle of someone to conversate with? Why would I put my name beside yours for my fans to be like, if my fans see me beside you, I think you have moral character. And if I don't, that means I'm recommending you to people when I think you're trash. So my whole thing
is he even talking
I'm not
about
gonna
Myron?
No, he is.
I think he went there with I don't remember. So he is talking about him, but he's not saying he's a rapist. Okay, no, that's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to be friends with a
He's
bad
just
person.
describing how he wouldn't want to associate or be friends with a bad person.
He's not
he brings that
calling
up
him
as an example along with stealing as
Abba,
actions that one would do to qualify as what
he's smarter than that. He's smarter.
I don't think he would call. I mean, there's no evidence that Myron is ever.
Abba defines as a bad person. Again, Myron, if he actually called you that, that's horrible. I don't think anyone likes slander. I defended Myron from slanderous lines of questioning in my Ethan Decline video.
This is very bad. I think he may have assaulted you. I mean, at this point,
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that, but like again,
That
like,
shit
so please,
Ethan did what he's claiming that Abba did. Like, Ethan actually did it.
Bro, that
your
guy
time
is
and
so
money.
nasty. When I put that in my video,
He's
I wanted
sneaky.
to make a whole nother video.
You could do a whole video. I think Destiny talked about that. I think a few other channels talked about it because that actually would be like a decent video to do. I think just talking about.
Well, it's in my Ethan video, but I'm saying like a whole.
It could be an
nother,
independent
like,
video.
No, it wouldn't be about that. I'm just saying it reminded me how horrible. a human being
You could do an independent video about that. Because that makes Ethan look horrible.
He's a horrible person.
Yeah.
Sue Abba for slander and lose because that would be so frivolous considering the evidence and how bad faith of an argument this is that you'll be the one paying his attorney's fees. But he won't do that because he knows he's lying, he knows he's misrepresenting the verifiable truth, and behavior like this is honestly offensive to the intelligence of the people that follow them because on one hand, he's mauling about context, but in the exact same live stream, he's unironically using out-of-context clips to misrepresent the truth in order to paint a picture that is verifiably false.
Every single time you watch them, you're sitting down, you're vaping, you're getting high, and you're just getting worse.
And here's the thing, instead of us talking about it, let me prove it to y'all real quick. As you guys can see here, they made a bunch of videos talking shit about this guy named Skippy, who's a virgin that's not really living his life the way he's supposed to be. This is a guy that needs help. What do Abba and Preach do? They just bash him and make fun of him.
Okay, that's funny. And secondly, these guys don't care about helping anyone, considering the fact that they engage in behavior that only serves to like not benefit men, like sleeping around. Like it's like Andrew Tate, like. Oh, you know, OnlyFans is so bad. Then they constantly OnlyFans girls, like constantly. Like, is it really that bad? Like, do you have any values at all?
Well, one of their employees literally had an OnlyFans in the past, so I mean, these guys.
I mean, and Myron was doing gay, according to your video, so.
Yeah. But yeah, what do you think about making 5 videos on YouTube Skippy though?
I feel like it's just funny. Like, if there's a lot of content about him, why can't you do it? Like, what's wrong with that?
I mean, I just feel I feel like if he saw those videos and he saw, there's millions of people.
He put himself out publicly in like a TV show to be known as the virgin. Like, he likes it, dude.
You think he likes it?
Yeah, definitely. He likes the attention.
You think though, like getting roasted, someone like that, I feel bad. Like
he's not a priest. Like he's a. can speak for himself if he has an issue.
You don't think there's like something wrong with this dude?
I
don't think he's normal.
I don't think he's normal either, but like he's an adult. Like, he can consent to being made fun of on the internet. Like he chose to be. Yeah, someone says he literally wears a shirt that says like for a 40-year-old version. Like he's.
Yeah, but to me, it's like making fun of like the repeats in high school.
Yeah.
Like you just don't. You could just not do that. That's what I'm saying. Like.
Dude, we brought him on the podcast.
But it's just not. It's not wrong to make a video about it.
I don't think it's wrong, but multiple and you have millions of followers. Like if you made a Tom Dark video, you probably wouldn't see that, right?
But it's like he's a
made,
public
like,
figure.
6.
He's a public figure. Like he's like a public figure who's I don't. This is an interesting perspective from you as like a commentary channel. You think there's something wrong with like mocking someone on the internet if they're a public figure?
If they're like this guy, like so Ethan declined. He can take criticism. He's not like right, but this guy clearly has something like mentally wrong with him.
Does he, or is he just like
I
a
don't know.
loser? Like, okay, and if there is something mentally wrong, like, what do you like? If they have BPD, can you not make a video about them? But if they have Down syndrome, you can. Like, what is the line? You know what I mean?
If there's like a risk of actual suicide based on getting roasted online, I think that's kind of.
Do you think there's a risk of actual suicide from Skippy? He's been roasted online for years. He hasn't.
I don't think it helps to contribute to it. If you get what I'm saying.
Brandon,
I'm
the
not-
poop smoking will be very simple. We'll be like enough to poop on somebody.
You get what I'm saying or no?
I guess, but I just feel like he's literally on the podcast. He went on Fresh and
Yeah,
Fit.
they did try and help him. Based on the clip they showed.
They don't actually care though. It's all posturing. They don't give a shit. This
Yeah,
guy. Dude,
it is.
they helped him, and then as soon as he left, they were like, "This loser. This guy sucks." From Beta. You know that's what they did.
Yeah,
and he looks better than Fresh, but obviously that's what they did.
Okay. You live in the United States? Yes. Okay. Do you have running water? Yes. Do you have electricity? Do you have food in the fridge? Yeah. Okay, you got nothing to be depressed about. There's children right now that don't even have clothes, that don't have food,
They're really helpful
that don't have
with this
anything.
by saying
We're giving them
this.
the reality. We flew him out here. We tried to change his life. We gave him offer him free coaching. What are these guys doing? Oh, let me make a
So we
bunch of
told him
videos.
that
I've been telling
because
y'all
he's
for-
depressed, he shouldn't be depressed, and his life is good, and he's a loser, and he needs to wake up. And honestly, we really helped him a lot, guys. By flying him out here, we really helped him a lot. I think this guy's life's changed from Fresh and Fit. I don't think so.
Do you think it's more beneficial for? I think in the case of someone like this, I think it could possibly help. Someone
I mean,
like
maybe,
this
but
to
they
get
don't
into
even
the
care
rest.
about that. They don't care.
They don't care. No, they do not care. They
it's
care
like
about making the most amount of money.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, intention matters. You know what I mean? I feel like they really don't give it.
But I think with someone like that, though, I think like if he were to watch like Andrew and Tristan Tate, I think someone like this could possibly benefit from it. Versus
Maybe.
like
if he
you're
hasn't
just
benefited
watching,
now
like,
and he's like
anime.
45 though.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Is he 45? That's.
I mean, he's 40 at least. He's been 40 for a while. I feel like he's been
Okay.
in his 40s. Yeah.
Okay.
So all right.
I mean, he's fun.
I like this video. I don't want to clip chimp the whole thing because it would take another hour to react to the rest of it. But I like it. Yeah, should I skip to the end of Fresh and Fit?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Would be a good segment. Okay.
That
Good.
work?
Then we can wrap this. I mean, that works for me. I'm gonna go get the food and then I'm gonna eat it as we watch the rest of it, and then we can have a discussion and play some Fortnite. How's it going? What's up? We're back streaming, okay? The streaming Tom Dark arc continues. What's up, guys? How's it going? How's life? Hope you're doing good. Today we've got a lot of drama to get into, okay? I'm not going to dance around it too long. There's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. I think the first thing we need to do is get into the fun stuff, okay? Because there are a few fun things, there are a few nice things going on. It's good to acknowledge the good with the bad, okay? It's not going to be all negative. First of all, I want to check out this video. I don't know if you guys know who Coyote Lovely is. I'm not going to get too into the drama right now because I don't totally understand what happened. He was like, it's this furry YouTuber, right? Coyote Lovely is this furry YouTuber who I have talked about in a few of my videos because he's like this furry, but he's like one of the good ones because he exposes other like zoophilic furries, right? Basically, he was like, you know, a good guy exposing people. I cited him in a bunch of my videos and stuff. But most recently, he was exposed, I think, flirting with Hypnotist Sappho. Hypnotist Sappho was the first degenerate furry I did a video about on my main channel, actually. But she was like, was this VR tuber who went on stream. And she was, or not on stream. She went on YouTube. She was like, I am attracted to dogs. I guess there's some other stuff that went on. I don't really know the full context to it. Maybe he was a shitty friend or something. I don't know. I gotta really look into it more. But this came up on my feed, and I did quite enjoy it. From Masturbatory Tales of Wonder. I feel like I know this guy, but he made like an edit of the stream with Coyote on it. It says average drama live stream. This is like a little animation. We're gonna take a look at this.
Coyote. Enough! Lustrous, I've been part of 50 f***ing servers. It doesn't suddenly make it a conspiracy for all f***ing 50. No, but you're an administrator here, and you and I are closely tied together, because I hate to tell you this, Coyote, we've been friends for 4 years! I've worked with you on things! I've been on your channel, you've been on mine. We have been in the frickin' trenches for each other, Coyote! That's why!
We've been in the trenches.
And
That's why!
You pull this stupid crap without even checking with me until you've done it. But now you're saying, well, why should I think about that? Why should that be a thought process? Because when you care about people, you think about how your actions affect them. But you're right. It's just a random Discord server. LOL. Nothing on the internet affects real life, despite the fact that you and I both have dealt with people who have been groomed on the freaking internet and reported them and exposed them and tried to get the victims doggone justice. That's not gonna fly here, Coyote. It's not gonna fly.
Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh. I believe everyone involved in the story should die.
So I like the video. Okay, I thought it was funny. It was keck. That's my take on the Coyote Lovely drama. Some people are gonna ask me this, that. All I know is he flirted with Sappho, and that this video is epic. So if you guys want to check out some funny content, subscribe to Masturbatory Tales of Wonder. No idea what else he does. Maybe he denies various genocides. Honestly, I'm, impartial on that issue. I have no idea what he does, but I like this video. This video was keck. This video was based. It was good. I enjoyed it. You enjoyed it, so go subscribe to him. We're spreading a little love. And there's also some other love being spread right now because friend of the show, Wendigoon, is getting married, guys, okay? Friend of the show, Wendigoon's getting married. She said yes, boy. Here's a picture of him and his girlfriend. Congrats to them. It's good to see. Good to see the trad lifestyle, guys. Good to see the trad lifestyle being promoted in the modern day. Yeah, happy for him. He's a good YouTuber. He's a good guy. You guys don't want to know what Wendigoon says in private. I'm just kidding. I'm just trolling. That's meta-ironic, meta-irony. Congrats to him. Happy for him. I hope they're both, enjoying themselves, enjoying their lives and stuff like that. They've been pretty nice to me, so congrats to them. Got the positive news out of the way, okay? Masturbatory Tales of Wonder. Amazing content. Wendigoon getting married to his girlfriend. I don't know if that's content, but it's amazing. It's good. I'm happy about it. Now we got to get to the bad stuff. Maybe not bad stuff. I don't know. Entertaining stuff. Storm. Twitter bullshit, okay? If you guys don't know, there's this Twitter account from this guy named Anon Bird. Oh, here's his account right here. I don't know if you guys have seen this account, but he's really funny, okay? He's really funny. If you have a Twitter and you're not following him, I'd recommend following him. Now, I don't know him personally. I don't know a lot about him. I don't know what he thinks in private. I don't know what kind of ideas he promotes, but I can say that on his Twitter account, he's extremely funny. He's extremely based. He's extremely interesting. His dick's actually quite large, and I think that you should follow him. So that's my proposal. That's my proposal. I'm pitching you guys just as a business idea. Obviously, you guys and me are in kind of a business relationship. We're trying to get the next thing off the ground. We're trying to get this next IP going. And it's important. It's important that we try to that we promote the ideas that we think deserve the funding. Obviously, we're all millionaires. We're trying to provide some money for these small startups. And I think at Anon Bird with 2 Ds, okay? Anon Bird with 2 Ds on Twitter is a valid candidate, and I think he's got some great product going on, being his tweets. You should follow him. And on that note, guys, someone's been shitting on Turkey Tom a lot lately. Someone's been shitting on me a lot lately, okay? People on Twitter, they're not happy with me. They're not happy. We can see this bad YouTube content account, which is, if you go to there, let's see who's moderating this. I like Fortnite women. Yes, I run YouTube bad. Wannabe artist 18. Use tropical fire. This person, this is your art? Or maybe this isn't their art. Okay, there's this person, and then it's also run by a 14-year-old who also apparently plays Fortnite. I don't know the deal here, but they made this tweet. They made this tweet shitting on me. Okay, and it says they didn't really say anything, just post a screenshot of all the videos under bad YouTube content, obviously implying that I, Turkey Tom, makes bad YouTube content. And here we have the Degenerate series in full. 1, 2, 3.
God damn it! Where the fuck is my hat at?
And then there's the misinformation being spread that I stole the thumbnail from Ghost Gum, which is just retarded, okay? It's retarded. Spread that I...
The victims doggone justice!
So I like the video.
This is harsh. I believe everyone involved in the story should die.
If you guys want to, various this video, Nagoon, girlfriend, promoted in private for him. Congrats to them. Got his girlfriend. I don't know if that's content, but it's amazing. It's good. I'm happy about it. Now we got to get to the bad stuff. Maybe not bad stuff, I don't know. Entertaining stuff. The storm. Twitter bullshit, okay? If you guys don't know, there's this Twitter account from this guy named Anon Bird. Oh, here's his account right here. I don't know if you guys have seen this account, but he's really funny, okay? He's really funny. If you have a Twitter and you're not following him, I'd recommend following him. Now, I don't know him personally. I don't know a lot about him. I don't know what he thinks in private. I don't know what kind of ideas he promotes, but I can say that on his Twitter account, he's extremely funny. He's extremely based. He's extremely interesting. His dick's actually quite large, and I think you should follow him. That's my proposal. That's my proposal. I'm pitching you guys just a business idea. Obviously, you guys and me are in kind of a business relationship. You know, we're trying to get the next thing off the ground. We're trying to get this next IP going. You know, and it's important. It's important that we try to that we promote the ideas that we think deserve the funding. Obviously, we're all millionaires. We're trying to provide some money for these small startups. And I think at Anon Bird with 2 Ds, okay, Anon Bird with 2 Ds on Twitter is a valid candidate, and I think he's got some great product going on, being his tweets. You should follow him. And on that note, guys, someone's been shitting on Turkey Tom a lot lately. Someone's been shitting on me a lot lately, okay? People on Twitter, they're not happy with me. They're not happy. We can see this bad YouTube content account, which is, if you go to there, let's see who's moderating this. I like Fortnite women. Yes, I run YouTube bad. Wannabe artist 18. Use tropical fire. This person, this is your art? Or maybe this isn't their art. Okay, well, there's this person, and then it's also run by a 14-year-old who also apparently plays Fortnite. I don't know the deal here, but they made this tweet shitting on me. Okay, and it says they didn't really say anything, just post a screenshot of all the
fuck
videos.
it. I want my hat,
content. Obviously implying that Turkey Tom, makes bad YouTube content. And here we have the Degenerate series in full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, they only have 7 of them. There's 8 now. And then there's the misinformation being spread that I stole the thumbnail from Ghost Gum, which is just retarded. Okay, it's retarded, and I need to prove this. I need to prove this. I will not stand for the slander. I'm raging, okay? I'm mad, I'm seething. If we type in the Discord, degenerate, youtube.com, okay? We're doing it again. We're doing it again. This video with a Wojak in the thumbnail, okay? Clearly has a Wojak, has a logo, has my little guy. This video is from June 14th, 2021. June 14th, 2021. Now, if we go to Ghost Gum's channel and we search for the first Degenerate video, the Reddit Degenerates, this video was uploaded on February 8th, 2022, 8 months after. I am the originator of the Degenerate title. It is me alone. He stole it from me, and I'm okay with that. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. And I reclaimed it, okay? I would say that me using that thumbnail is comparable to a black person reclaiming the N-word, and therefore I should be respected for my decision. Anyhow, so this person shit on me. I was just like, whatever. I ignored it. I didn't acknowledge it. He's just like, it's whatever, you know. A lot of people in the comments were defending me, saying the content actually isn't bad. I think most of the people that have a problem with it are just upset about the thumbnail. And, you know, I get that the thumbnail's a little cringe, right? It's the Wojak and loser scrapes pedos. But, you know, at the same time, like, you should be more mad at the people who click on it and enjoy it, because every one of those videos gets a million views, right? And that's why I do it. I think I would be stupid to stop doing those thumbnails using Wojaks, because they are successful. But I ignored that. But guys, someone tweeted at me, and I raged, okay? I raged a little bit, and I had to own them, and I think I did own them. So there's this gimmick account called Cringe Political Posts. The only person they're following is Vosh. I'm kind of in between on if this is a joke that, like, Vosh is cringe, or if he's, like, the only uncringe one. I honestly don't know. But we have this tweet that says, "Get a hobby," and they showed all of my videos here. It's the same exact screenshot. And they got a little bit in the replies, but they were mostly being fine. Okay, they were like people were treating them fine. And I couldn't stand for this. There's a spider. There's a spider. I don't like it. I don't like spiders. If you guys don't know this, it's in my sound foam. Fuck you, Phil. Crawling under the heater. Fuck. I actually really don't like spiders. You guys may not. I really don't like spiders. This is real though. I don't like spiders. This is real. I don't know how it survived through the winter, but I need to kill it. I'm gonna find it and kill it and exterminate its whole family and bloodline. Anyway, eat it. I'm not that hungry. I already ate dinner. Sorry, I already had my bowl of bugs for the day. So this tweet comes out and they're shitting on me. They say get a hobby, and I'm just thinking, like, this is coming from someone who runs a politics Twitter account, posting cringe, and the whole account is showcasing the most potent cringe from conservatives, liberals, TERFs, and more. Biased but based. So this is some kind of like leftist account, and they're like owning the chuds or whatever. But it's whatever. You know, if they didn't fuck with me, I would not go out of my way to go after them. I will say they do post like fake screenshots. Like, this is not a real thing that this guy said. Propagate misinformation, and I didn't like that. So I decided to tweet at them. Okay, and I ratioed them with a factor of 24. I said, you run a political Twitter gimmick account as your hobby. I turned my YouTube hobby into a full-time job. We are not the same. Suck my dick. And this got 27,000 likes So now I can brag about it on stream, okay? I can brag about the facts that I owned. I f***ing owned. And then I also said, I don't know why my videos ended up on their account. Anyway, maybe their political issues is with me calling out pedophiles. I suspect this person thinks I'm some kind of like alt-right chud or something because I said the N-word on Discord, and that's why they're mad. I honestly don't know what their problem is, but I don't know. That, you know, they seem to think that making fun of pedophiles is cringe or something. So I had to call them out. And then I noticed they were following Bosch, and I was like, what's up with that? And then all these people started coming out of the woodwork. All these, like, you know, I'm not one to, like, be like Rice Gum, be like, irrelevant. I don't really care about that. But I'm just saying, like, it was, like, a bunch of accounts with, like, 30 followers who were, like, furry profile pictures. And they were like, bro, Turkey Tom is such a loser. I f***ing hate Turkey Tom. And I found this one in particular. This guy named Isaac Stinkbun at Buddy Watch Out. He said, you're both just two f***ing losers, Lamau. And I looked at their account because I see Isaac Stinkbun. I see the dog. I see this, you know, no minors kind of thing going on. And I'm like, what's going on here? What's going on here exactly? And so I looked at their account, and this is what their bio says. Funny Fart Bunny, level 23, so I guess they're 23 years old. Roleplay allowed. And I realized this is like a 23-year-old, like, furry role player. I can't actually show anything that was on their account for two reasons. First of all, even if it was still around, there was a ton of, like, fat porn on it, so I can't show that to you guys. And their account's actually gone now, so one tweet is all it took, I guess. I don't know, they're gone. Rest in peace, Isaac Stinkbun, the Funny Fart Bunny. We will mourn his loss. We'll mourn his loss for sure. I don't see why these people, like, go out of the woodwork to talk shit about someone with a lot of followers. Like, if they're scared of the pushback, right? Like, if I, you know, when I quote tweet someone like Aiden Ross or Sneeko or, like, who else do I quote tweet? Fucking anyone, okay? When I'm shitting on them. Like, I'm expecting that there's a possibility that they respond to me. Because of course there is. And if they did, I would get massively shit on. I would get massively fucking shit on. So I gotta prepare myself for that possibility. But these people, like, they, like, with, like, the most, like, obviously I'm gonna make fun of this fucking person, okay? They know I'm gonna make fun of this person. They know this is, like, what I do. And so, when this guy did it, like, maybe he thought that I wouldn't do anything. But I had to. I had to fucking shit on him, and he kind of got owned. Rest in peace, Isaac Stinkbun. The whole Losers Creeps Peepos thing has also become kind of a meme, both among, like, some of my fans and some of my haters. This one says, Turkey Tom, come on, Turkey Tom Jr., you gotta eat your food. Turkey Tom Jr., no, it's yucky. Turkey Tom, here comes the Losers, Creeps, and Peepos, makes Discord sound notifications. Turkey Tom Jr., so we're getting stuff like this, and then we're getting, like, this one, Turkey Tom, when you tell them there'll be Losers, Creeps, Peepos at the function. And then there's also just these people in the comment section, people on Twitter just lie. Remember when he got caught being racist on Discord and his defense was, I'm autistic? I literally never said that, and I'm not autistic. Diagnosed anyway. But yeah, there's all these people who just say things, and there's people who are like, we called Pyrocynical file. I didn't say that. Whatever, guys. Listen, misinformation being propagated about me. I think it's time to start spreading misinformation back. Just kidding. Yeah, the Degenerate series is going to have a few more installments. We're going to keep doing them. Obviously, the thumbnails work, so there's no reason to stop doing it right now. But I am getting a little tired of the content, so we're gonna be moving on a little bit from the pedo compilation videos. But there is one coming out on Friday, and there's also one coming out in like a few weeks that's about TF2 Degenerates. The most recent video I posted, though, just for anyone who missed it, was about a furry. It's gotten some praise from the furry community. They seem happy with it. The disturbing story of Quantum Kitty. It's about another degenerate furry. Kind of the stuff you would expect, but there's some funny gems in there. So when I'm done with this, go check it out, okay? Only when I'm done here, though. You can't abandon me. You wouldn't leave me, would you? You like me and you care about me and you remember me. You remember me. For another little piece of news, before we get into the main stories, Ethan Klein was called out by Philip DeFranco for fat-shaming him. It's kind of funny. We're going to watch this clip. Just a little bit of Ethan Klein news, because obviously I can't keep his name out of my mouth. I'm obsessed. Let's check it out.
Ethan Klein done goofed again, and this is the last time.
What?
I don't want to talk about it. We're going to talk about...
Wait, what? What the fuck did I do?
To Ethan Klein, can you stop talking about my fucking weight on your podcast? Well, I personally use people saying negative things about my weight or my looks as further motivation when I'm working out, to the point that I even do like David Goggins-esque bullshit, like taking the audio of them calling me fat or whatever language they use and mixing it with pump-up songs for my workouts. There are also tons of people that deal with weight issues and eating disorders, which...
I never really understand what he just said. I'm not a long time gym bro. Okay, I've been working out for like, I don't know, a month and a half, but I just enjoy working out. I don't need the motivation from like people who make fun of me on the internet, but whatever. We'll let it slide.
Well documented that I've talked about myself having an eating disorder that I've had to really fight to overcome over the years. So when you say on your podcast to hundreds of thousands and if not millions of people that I am permanently doughy, that I am a ham sandwich, it's
ham sandwich.
Have a genuinely negative impact on other people. But that's where I'm going to leave it. I don't want anyone going after anyone because of things that were said about me. I just think that we should all try to be better. And then I want to take us.
What?
He's like fucking shocked. His mind is blown. He's like, what? He definitely said that about Phil, by the way. I don't doubt it for a second. That's just like his thing now. Like, I think he wants to be funny again, so he like says edgy shit, and then he gets pushed back for it constantly and has to apologize, and he probably does in this video. I haven't seen the whole thing yet.
Actually coming for me? Philly's actually making a serious... Philly's being serious right now? Put in a video that I'm like fat shaming him? Oh my God. What? Don't I always compliment him and say...
Do you think Phil made this up? There's no way he made it up.
Great it is? What the... When did I say that? Dude, I'm always praising him, saying how awesome it is that he lost weight. He has never once messaged me or texted me and said, hey, can you please stop talking about my weight, by the way? Ever.
Well, it's like, if you talk about him publicly, like, already, like, why would he message you privately to be like, don't do this? Like, if you should talk to him publicly, he's going to respond publicly, obviously, right? Wendigoon Pretend says, thank you for the kind words about the engagement, babe. I think this means we can't keep doing our Discord goth mommy dom roleplay Thursdays thing. But thank you nonetheless. We agreed not to fucking talk about that, Wendigoon. What the fuck? Just kidding, guys. We don't do that. We don't do that. We don't. Funny joke, Wendigoon. Congrats, buddy. Thank you for the 10. But yeah, I think Ethan is losing a lot of his like kind of mainstream support. There was this period during like 2016 to 17 to 18, around the time the podcast started, that he kind of like he was still like kind of the like favorite kind of lovable uncle of YouTube, like funny guy. He was supported by like DeFranco and people like that. Kind of had his time to like break into the mainstream, and I think a lot of that is shrunk because of his strange behavior, and he's kind of like down here. Duck Steady for 2 says, let's start clowning Aiden already. Okay, we're getting there. So the title of the stream, what you all came here for, Aiden Ross. You guys probably all know who Aiden Ross is, okay? I know who he is, obviously. One of the biggest streamers on Twitch. He's a part of this like W or L community. From what I understand, he started doing Grand Theft Auto streams, GTA RP, and he ended up blowing up because I think he became friends with, is it LeBron James's son? And then they started streaming together, and eventually he met LeBron, he met all these rappers, he became a part of this like clique. He's called like Lil Uzi Vert on stream. He's talked to a lot of famous people on stream, and he's huge. He's fucking huge. On YouTube, he's got like 1 mil, you know, he's pretty big, but on Twitch, in that kind of more insulated community, he's one of the biggest people. He's one of the biggest people. Here's a video he posted on his Twitter of him from a few years ago.
What's up? Look, so I want everyone to look. I'm streaming right now. Shout out to this kid. I don't know who it is, but he's talking to me. He's a new fan. Shout out to him, man. But look, January 1st, 2019. I'm just gonna let 2019 know I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna make it on Twitch. I'm gonna make it on YouTube. I'm gonna do everything I possibly can to bring me and my brothers to success, because that's all about 2019 is about the 3 golden rules. Most important, always believe in yourself no matter what.
Always believe in yourself.
What? Never give up.
Never give up.
And never take anyone's judgment.
Never take anyone's judgment. He forgot 4. Scam your fans. Aiden is in the news a lot recently. He got banned from Twitch the other day. Twitch star Aiden Ross banned after streaming porn, now lashing out. That's not totally... Okay, he was banned after he streamed porn, but this article from Kotaku... Obviously, Kotaku is the peak journalism, okay? The absolute epitome of journalism. Levi Winslow, thank you for this title. He was not banned because he streamed porn on Twitch. This is not the case, but that's kind of what this implies. But anyway, we've got this article here. Aiden Ross, one of Twitch's top broadcasters with over 7 million followers, the fuck is, get these fucking ads away, has been banned from the live streaming platform for the 8th time. This time it appears to be permanent following a string of incidents he's engaged in on rival streaming platform Kick, including pulling up porn for his largely young audience. Ross has since responded to the permaban, saying Twitch did it for no reason. So Aiden Ross got fucking banned. You guys probably know that I don't like Aiden Ross. Some people don't like him because he's, you know, he's streaming with Kanye or whatever, supposedly. He talked to Nick Fuentes. He likes Andrew Tate. People don't like him for that. I don't care about that. And this is kind of a situation where I don't like Aiden because he's a fraud, but I don't like the people who hate him because they're fucking losers. And I hate everything they stand for. But Aiden stands for nothing, so it's kind of a hard, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. This is why I hate Aiden, though. I hate him because he scammed his fans on this MILF token pump and dump scam.
By the way, that MILF token shit I did a while back, I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a... I hope none of you guys actually bought it.
He just looks so fucking evil in this clip. And it's one thing to like do a sponsorship. I don't care. I do sponsorships, whatever. But I mean, he's so blatantly just like, yeah, I scammed everyone, whatever. It's so funny that he just like is so blatant about it. But it's actually like, if you think about the consequence of what he actually did, it's like he promoted a coin to his fans with a promise of them getting rich off of it. His fans, the people who made him famous in the first place, people who are supposed to be supporting him, people he's constantly saying, oh, I love you guys, you support me so much. And then at this quickest opportunity, he scams them. He fucking destroys them. Where are you guys all convinced I'm on Coke? I'm not on Coke. I'm on Diet Coke. Anyway, so Aiden's been big for a while. He's been doing a lot of collab streams. He's kind of the successor to Rice Gum in a way, with Rice Gum streams. Rice Gum used to just like stream like talking to hoes and whatever shit, talking to them, call other streamers, trying to talk to like random rapper people. And Ross is kind of a part of that same culture. He's a much more recent creator. And he met Andrew Tate a while back. He streamed with him for a while. You know, obviously Tate is kind of this right-wing, kind of controversial guy, preaching about masculinity, stuff like that. And Ross is just like this kind of soy, like loser who streams on Twitch to like kids and doesn't really do anything. He doesn't really believe anything either. And Andrew like felt very compelling to him. I think, you know, in my head, I think Aiden kind of saw cynically that there was this kind of market for this kind of stuff in the same way Nico did. Because obviously Andrew Tate was the most famous person, you know, in the world for a little while. Certainly on the internet. I mean, everyone was talking about him. His name was like the most searched thing ever, above Mr. Beast, above everything else. And despite the fact he was banned on YouTube, banned on, you know, Twitter, fucking Instagram, he was still being watched just because people re-upload clips of him. And then he got to kind of, you know, accrue more of an audience through other people's streams. Aiden was one of those people. And Aiden flew to Romania to meet Andrew. They did a stream together. This is a video of it.
Congratulations. You know, I have work to do. I'm done. Where you going? I'm ready, bro. I'm really gonna do this. Y'all don't understand, bro. I'm really gonna do this, bro. Like, I think it's time, bro. It's time I needed this. I need to come here for a reason. I was thinking to myself, I was like, why am I in a hotel room all day, every day? What am I doing in this hotel room? With my friends all day. I'm sitting around, not really doing shit. Goodbye. Life is about making me the best of myself. But guys, listen, I'm not gonna sit around and mold. I'm gonna scream, I'm gonna do things, but off and behind the scenes, and I'm gonna have like a little page or something, like little vlogs updating you guys on my journey. I'm gonna take pictures before and after. I'm really like not playing around this time. I'm 22, you know what I mean? And it took me a while to understand that, and you know it did. And I just want to say, bro.
He doesn't even say anything about it. He just sniffs his chair. Keep in mind, Andrew Tate was wearing like a bathrobe, so presumably the only thing he was wearing was like underwear. He just smelled his fucking sweaty ass. Based butt sniffer? Based hole sniffer, guys? How based is that? But yeah, so that's the deal with Aiden. You know, he you know, jokes aside, okay, ass sniffing aside, Andrew Tate was kind of this guy's role model. And as you can see in the clip, you know, Aiden got some advice from him. He was like, I'm gonna stop jerking off. I'm gonna stop doing this degenerate shit. I'm gonna become a real man. I'm gonna work out. Okay, and I respect that a little bit. You know, there's some good messages in there. We've got this clip where Tate tells Aiden to stop jerking off.
Gonna happen. But it feels better. But it feels better to do it. Yeah, but it feels better to do it inside of a woman who you love to build a beautiful family.
I agree with you. I agree with you, bro. Like, even just right?
Absolutely and utterly not. God is always watching. It's disgusting. It's embarrassing. Next time you're jerking off, understand that God is watching. And imagine what you look like. Imagine the look on your face. Imagine your expression. Would you put that video on the internet? Imagine how everyone would laugh at you. God is laughing at you. This is why he made this girl leave. Stop jerking off. Stop being a bitch.
This is why he made this girl leave you. So Aiden looks up to Tate a lot, whatever you think about Tate. Tate is like his role model, right? And he started doing a lot of content about Tate. He shaved his head. He went on podcasts talking about how he's going to become like the next kind of role model for his fans. He said, you know, I want to promote a positive message to my audience. I want to become a role model for them. I want them to look up to me, and I want to be a source of good. In the past, Aiden felt like, oh, well, I was just, you know, I was hedonistic. I wanted money. I wanted, you know, this. I wanted that. I wanted fame. And he got that. You know, he got the Lambo, stuff like that. And I was like, guys, I'm not about that anymore, okay? I'm about preaching a good message. I'm about helping the world. I'm about helping the young audience that I have.
Tate putting it into my head in the mental that, like, hey, like, you
he made me really believe, like, you need to be the best version of yourself. You have so many people who watch you on a daily basis. And, you know, you have people that really are studying what's going on with you and everything on the internet. And if you show your viewers that you're changing and you know, following things you're saying, making promises and, you know, following through, then it's going to change the way your viewers look at you and the way your viewers also treat themselves and live their life.
Have you thought about this prior to having that exchange with Sage? Like, have you ever thought about this prior? Were you ever thinking like this?
Nah, I wasn't, bro. To be honest, I'm very comfortable. So he goes on Full Send podcast with Nelk. He's like, guys, I'm changing. I'm not going to be like that anymore. I want to be a different person. I'm motivated to become a man. Stop being a person. And since then, he's been getting edgier and edgier. He, you know, not only did he shave his head and start working out, but he also started kind of parroting some Andrew Tate type opinions on his stream. One of these opinions was that hot tub streamers are bad. They're poison, according to him. And people got really fucking mad at this. Obviously, the hot tub
I'm gonna
streamers
flat
are
out
bad.
say it, bro. I don't know how many people are gonna back me on this. Twitch, I believe heavily. You know, I saw one person that lost a lot of money to gambling. You guys banned gambling. You guys moved on quick. I think we have a problem, Twitch. I think there's the hot tub streams, bro. I think it should be banned from Twitch. I think hot tub streaming should be banned from Twitch. You know, it's soft. It's a portal to OnlyFans, and you know, it's in the same category as gambling, right? Because it's promoting poison, you know what I'm saying, in the brain, and it's making people addicted to it's feeding their addiction to jerking off, which is a serious problem we have. You know, I'm gonna flat out say it. I don't care who agrees and doesn't agree, but it's just a fact in my opinion.
And you know, my opinion on this, I'm not for banning pretty much anything except for, like, you know, child from illegal content, because I think that me encouraging others banning and others downfall would probably lead other people to make me a target in some way, make, you know, people I agree with the target. And I think that, you know, the more people who are allowed to speak and share their stuff, the better overall, okay? I would rather hot tub streamers and gamblers and, I don't know, let's say like right-wingers on something like that, be able to speak their opinion than none of them, right? I'd rather all of them be able to than none of them. You know, I'm kind of supportive of the idea that OnlyFans is probably bad, but at the same time, I don't know that I would support banning it. Twitch is not a porn site. I don't give a shit. It doesn't have to be. I don't think that girls in cleavage is porn. It's softcore porn, sure, but I still think it should be allowed on Twitch. But I also think people should be able to say the N-word on Twitch, okay? I want girls to be able to take their tits out, and I want to be able to scream the N-word on Twitch. It's that simple. But, you know, there was a lot of frustration with Twitch, with their decisions, with their inconsistencies, and I talked about recently. Twitch is kind of really, you know, going through some competition. Twitch is going through some competition. And the competition is Kick. I already talked about this in a video. This is an article that says, why do they say train? I thought it was Train Rex. Isn't it Train Rex? Train Rex. Yeah, it's Trainwreck's TV, not Trainwreck. Whatever. Trainwreck claims his new platform to rival Twitch will revolutionize streaming. Streaming star Tyler Trainwreck Nicknam believes his new rival platform to Twitch will revolutionize streaming due to one brand new feature. And basically, you know, he's hyping up this new kind of streaming site. We didn't know the name of it yet. Obviously, now we know it's called Kick. He's saying, you know, there's going to be a new revenue split. It's going to be 95 to 5% in favor of streamers, which is pretty good. And a lot of people were hyped about this because there hasn't been, you know, good competition to Twitch really in a while. And whenever there's been, you know, a little bit of competition, it doesn't last very long. Like, we had Mixer, and they kind of only had, like, Ninja go there. And then there was D-Live, and D-Live was, like, PewDiePie used it a little bit, and then it was, like, Nick Fuentes' site. And, like, I guess Ethan Ralph was there for a little while, right? So none of these sites really got off the ground. But Kick has potential. The reason Kick has potential is because Trainwreck, who is one of the biggest streamers on Twitch of the last, I don't know how many, 2-3 years, right? He's the one running it, and he's a streamer, and he has that audience to bring over there. And then on top of that, you have all these other streamers promising to go over there. It seems somewhat promising. And I can't go on Kick too much because there's some 18+ content now and then that gets through, but you can see it looks like Twitch, basically. In my opinion, it looks a little better than Twitch. I like the dark mode. I like the fact that there's less rows of content. You can see there's, you know, 30,000 people watching Slots and Casino. I think the site is backed by Stake, so obviously there is kind of the motivation there for Stake to get new people on their website. But, you know, there's some other content creators going on, and just the fact that Twitch has some competition, I'm happy about it. Okay? And a lot of people were excited about this website, including Aiden, who seemed to be under the impression that there's no TOS on Kick and you can do whatever you want.
Bruce is going, Speed's going, everyone's going to Kick. I'm just going to tell you guys now, they're all going, bro. Think about it. The platform cannot fail if everyone goes. Even Sid just say, yo, I'm not even joking. They're all going, bro. Why would they not go? They're going to give them equity and millions of dollars. I'm going to tell you guys right now,
Guys, why are we clipping this? I said it on Twitter as well. I don't want people.
But, you know, Aiden was excited for Twitch, or sorry, he's excited for Kick because Twitch is very restrictive. And if you know anything about Aiden, he likes to be controversial, he likes to be edgy, especially in the age of like this new kind of Andrew Tate content arc, right? Where he probably feels a little bit of pressure from the mainstream hitting on him, breathing down his neck. He's probably a little scared of what might happen to him on Twitch. Kick seems cool because it's run by a creator who might be a little more in tune with, like, you know, he might be a little looser about the rules. According to him, there's no TOS, and a lot of people are excited for it. Your Rage also talked about it on stream. He said he's excited for it. He might go to Kick.
So listen. So Chow, we moving to Kick? Chow, we moving to Kick?
And these are some of the biggest streamers on the platform. I mean, Aiden Ross is huge, Your Rage is huge, and they're all kind of from the same community, which means that they share some viewers. So people are excited for that. And Aiden decides to go on. And what's the first thing he does? Can you guys predict? Does he decide to do his normal content? Or does he decide to go off the deep end a little bit? Well, as I talked about in a video, and is relevant to this kind of story, Aiden decided to watch porn.
What do y'all want to watch on porn? What do y'all want to watch, bro? I don't support porn. Like, I don't support the shit. The fuck do y'all want to watch on here? I don't support the shit. I don't condone it.
Guys, I don't support it. I don't condone it. Anyway, let's watch them right now.
I don't support it. What the fuck do y'all want to watch?
And a lot of people called him a hypocrite over this. A lot of people were like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, Bo Blacks made this tweet where he was like, less than 1 month after saying porn is poison for people's brains, Aiden Ross shows porn live to 85,000 people. Jake Lucky says Aiden Ross thinks Twitch should ban hot tub streams. It's promoting poisoning in the brain. It's feeding their addiction to jerking off. It's just a fact in my opinion. And here we have Jake Lucky's tweet saying, days ago, Aiden Ross decided to blatantly stream porn to his viewers on Kick. Not sure how nobody is talking about this. You know, there's a point here about hypocrisy to be made, obviously. It's pretty hypocritical. But it's also worth noting that 85,000 people watching on a site that isn't Twitch is fucking crazy. That is insane. That is huge. That's huge numbers on Twitch, but on off platform, that is huge. If Bobax is right with that number, then that's a lot of people watching Aiden Ross, you know, off Twitch. And that's part of why I'm kind of optimistic about Kick. It's like his audience is kind of that kind of loyal audience that will follow him wherever he goes. And Kick could have a serious user base if they go there. And Train got kind of mad about this because a lot of people were like, oh, well, why don't you ban him? He didn't ban Aiden, but he was like, this is not okay. I'm not happy about this. There were some clips that came out of him talking about TOS in general. A lot of people thought there would be no rules. If you go on Kick, there is a TOS there, but a lot of these streamers seem to be under the impression that, like, oh, we can just go there and it's not going to be a big deal, and we can say whatever we want. We can be as edgy as we want. It's going to be a far cry from Twitch. And Trainwrecks was basically like, no, there is a TOS. There's no. He's saying there's no hate speech allowed. He's like, there's a difference between hate speech and free speech. Obviously, I, am not in agreement with that opinion, but, whatever. He said that, there's not going to be hate speech allowed. We're not going to allow you to say this, say that, no misinformation, stuff like that, and no porn, no sexual content.
Let's talk about that.
I can talk about anything you want.
I mean, he's going to Kick.
Yeah, he's
dipsetting on Twitch.
Oh, really? He is.
But don't you think he's going for the wrong reasons? That was my problem. Don't you think he's going for the wrong reasons? Because he's going right. I'm not even trying to hate. I'm not trying to hate.
You're right.
Don't get me wrong.
You're right.
But he's going because there's no TOS over there. In reality, and that's kind of there to protect him because he's under the impression that like he's just gonna go over there, watch sports, watch fucking all these TV shows or whatever it may be, movies and stuff, and that no one's gonna come knocking on his door.
I think when he went live and said all that, I have this feeling that it was maybe his way of, because as a streamer, I think I sensed an insecurity myself when I was watching him say all that stuff. That seemed more like a way to,
He's trying to get around, not even trying to, but he thinks that it could be like a safe haven for getting around the usual no-nos of Twitch. You know what I'm saying?
I think the reason he said that wasn't even for that. I think he was just trying to hype it up and smoothen the transition. Because I think he
just have like straight up reasons.
So I guess Train seemed to think that he was using it as like a marketing thing, but obviously, Aiden knew that there was some level of TOS. Train got mad later on stream. He was like, you can't fucking do that shit. If he does it again, he's gonna get probably banned.
I had a serious talk with him. It's not allowed. He does that again, you understand there will be a serious consequence, if not a full ban. You understand? When Aiden pulled up porn, I and other people at Kick, higher ups, shoot him the fuck out. That can't happen. A lot of these younger communities and these streamers that are exaggerating on stream about no TOS, and I'm not talking about the Twitch or YouTube streamers, I'm talking the Kick streamers.
And obviously Kick is a business, and in that way I sympathize with Train, because if you want to have one of these websites take off, if you want to have it on the App Store as an app, which obviously you fucking need in the modern age, right? You need to have it on the App Store because, everyone uses their phone for everything. Then you can't have porn, you can't have illegally copyright, illegal content streamed there, piracy basically. You can't do that shit. You absolutely cannot do that shit. So, you know, on one hand, Aiden has that kind of side of the internet angry at him. And on the other hand, he has, you know, the lefties mad at him because he starts going the fuck off. He's kind of in his, like, his edgy arc now. He's in his I don't give a fuck arc. I think he is probably, you know, getting sick of just having so many restrictions on Twitch, not being able to say this, not being able to say that, thinking this, not being able to say it. So he's been getting pretty edgy. He said there are only 2 genders 2 days ago. And you had, you know, a lot of replies. Some of them were just kind of memeing. Finster said, if only 2 genders, why do non-binary people make PP hard? You had a lot of meme responses, but you also had a lot of people really mad. Obviously, Sneeko supported it. Sneeko said, nobody canceled Aiden Ross when he was acting gay on stream. You know, obviously that would be his kind of thing, right? He likes that stuff. But Aiden is going a little bit sicko mode, I would say. Okay, a little bit sicko mode, because right now saying that there are 2 genders is a big no-no. Is a big no-no. He's been on stream saying shit like men can't fucking get pregnant and stuff like that, which I mean, you know, that's true, I guess. He's in his kind of edgy, I guess, right-wing arc, if you want to say that position is right-wing. It probably is now, right, in the modern age. It probably is a right-wing take. And then this guy came out on Twitter claiming to be Aiden Ross's half-brother. The thread is deleted now, so is the whole account. But this guy named Miller Ross said, I never wanted to bring this to my platform, but I need to get this rant out. I am Aiden Ross's half-brother. This is not a joke, and a few of you already knew. He was banned from Twitch yesterday and has been making erratic career and life decisions since meeting Andrew Tate. Fame came to Aiden really fast when he was still a teenager. So our whole family, including my mom, have worked hard to keep certain people away from him and keep him on the right path. We've always been a team like that. There's never been a problem before until last year my brother started talking to the controversial influencer Andrew Tate online. Aiden had just gone through a bad breakup with his girl Pammy, his first serious relationship. It was really vulnerable. I showed our dad some of Tate's content and he got really worried. So he made this whole thread being like, I'm concerned over my brother. I'm concerned over my half-brother. You know, he needs help, guys. He's being influenced by the evil Andrew Tate. Dexerto also published an article about it. Man claiming to be Aiden Ross's half-brother blames erratic decisions on Andrew Tate influence. And they go over the thread, basically in this article. It got published in the media. But Aiden says that it's fake. He says it's not real. He says, fake news, that's not my brother. You blogs post dumb stuff for interactions. Pick and choose me for what? How about you tweet out stuff about the fake woke Karens? You won't. Dextero, how many genders are there? Say it out loud. You know the answer. Men can't get pregnant. Which, I mean, men can't get pregnant, but yeah, he like I said, he's kind of on this edgy sicko mode arc. And then you have people like Jake Lucky tweeting out, what's going on? What's going on? Bro, what's going on? And Aiden responded with this, like, kind of Joker rant. He said, it's all unfolding. You know how many genders there are, and you know men can't get pregnant. I don't get the obsession with men not being able to get pregnant. I mean, obviously that's true, but maybe he's been hanging around too many blue hairs, too many feminists lately, too many cringe SJWs. Okay? You know how many genders there are, and you know men can't get pregnant. You only post bad things about certain people, but when people you're too afraid to come after mess up, you don't post them. You're a woke far left. Post all controversy, not just people you don't like. And I basically agree. I don't really like Jake Lucky. He's fucking annoying. Jake Lucky's an L. L Lucky. Jake Sucky, more like. And Aiden ended up getting banned on Twitch. Now, I've seen a lot of people talking about why he got banned. I've seen a lot of people saying it was this, it was that. Obviously, the article implied that it was porn, but I would say it might be this, honestly. I don't know what source this is. This is from Pop Topic. Aiden Ross permanently banned from platforming Nick Fuentes on Kick. According to a source inside Twitch, the ban was the result of Ross platforming controversial right-wing political pundit Nick Fuentes on his Kick stream. Ross called Fuentes and asked him about a planned holiday to hate on Jews, leading to accusations of anti-Semitism. Twitch's off-service conduct policy allows for penalties, including indefinite suspension of accounts for serious offenses done either offline or on other internet services. The insider stated that Ross was banned for engaging with a hateful group when he called Fuentes. I'd probably say that's the reason, if I had to guess. Nick has really bad optics for a lot of these websites that really don't like him. Twitch won't ban girls for having sex on stream. You know, the girl who literally got fucked on stream, you know, fucking full on, you know, on stream. You guys know what I'm talking about. That girl didn't get banned. She got a 7-day, like, suspension, and she's back streaming. And I think she did it again, and they just gave her, like, another, like, you know, temporary ban. So I don't think they banned him for, I don't think they banned him for the porn or whatever. I think what they banned him for was talking to Nick Fuentes. I do have a clip of it right here. Obviously, Sneeko talked to Nick a lot, and that was kind of an interesting arc, but now we've got this.
Hi, right now, I have a question for you. Nick, tomorrow is a thing called Day of Hate. It is basically a planned holiday to hate on Jews. Yeah. What the fuck is that?
I don't know. I saw a lot of that's funny that you called me. I used to ask about that. I have no idea.
So he called him. I think it's likely that's what's not going to happen. It really depends on Fuentes on Twitch. He's like the worst optics thing ever. You know, as far as running a business, having Nick, you know, associated with your business is probably a bad idea in that way. So, you know, whatever way you feel about that. I think that's probably why Aiden got banned, if I had to guess. Aiden has already been getting kind of in this direction for a while as well. You can see here's Aiden reacting to Sneeko, like, I think getting sturdy is the term they use, or is dancing in this moment. So retarded.
Y'all better not, bro. Y'all know how wrong this video is, right? In so many fucking ways, bro.
Yeah, the 824, that lasted a long time, huh? But so we had that. Bruce, which is someone who's closely associated with the W or L community, I suppose, also talked about Aiden being banned. Here.
I will have to say myself, I do not agree on that. All right? I don't agree on that. You know, Aiden was a big part of Twitch, still is a big part of Twitch. He made Twitch kind of this is probably some drunk thoughts, but definitely made Twitch mainstream and definitely ruined a lot of chats within the get-go of making Twitch mainstream.
I don't know if this guy knows anything about, like, the history of Twitch. I'm not totally anti-Aiden. I'm not totally anti, you know, I think he's playing time and everything. He did not make Twitch fucking mainstream. Okay? Twitch would exist with or without him. They don't need Aiden Ross. Now, you know, 10 to 20 streamers leaving, that's a big deal. But I don't think they need Aiden Ross. He did not make Twitch mainstream. Twitch has been around for like how long? 15 years or something like that. Plenty of other streamers that are bigger than Aiden have been bigger than Aiden. Anyhow, okay. And Aiden ended up apologizing for the porn incident. He was like, guys, I'm sorry. I know I'm a hypocrite for it. So, you know, props to him for acknowledging the kind of hypocrisy on his part for that.
Jake Lucky tweeting out a clip of myself pulling up porn on Kick. So in the clip, I just want to say, by the way, I'm taking full accountability.
Why are there 4? Hey guys, here's my pills. Here's my hard drugs. This is Tylenol. This is cocaine. This is heroin. We got my heroin pill and my weed pill right here, guys. We're gonna take them all. See what happens. I remember this one time I was at my friend's camp and they gave me like a 1-a-day pill. And I couldn't figure out how to swallow it. And it was like a blue pill. It had blue dye on it. So by the end of like me trying to like shove it in my mouth, I was like, rah, rah, rah. I just had like blue stuff all over my face. Just a little tidbit, little story for you guys. Aiden apologized for the porn incident.
For that,
Took accountability.
I understand like the damage that can cause, and it honestly was very hypocritical. I said something like, it's the same. It is the hot tub streaming stuff. It's the same thing basically, right? I basically brought that up about the hot tub streaming and stuff. I just want to say I'm taking full account on that.
Stupid broken website. Yeah, let's deal with that. Some kids apparently are also going bald for Aiden. You guys have seen this?
This is what you've done to your fans. Say hi, Aiden Ross. Say hi, Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross. This is what you.
That's pretty funny. As for Aiden, you know, it's kind of a situation where, you know, like I said earlier, I think that Aiden is a fraud. I think he's retarded. I think he doesn't know what he's saying. I think he's not educated on anything he talks about, right? You know, I'm not someone who would probably call myself super invested in the right wing, okay? When I was younger, I was more political. Now I just kind of try to say it. But I am very pro free speech. And anytime people get big who are pro free speech, I'm supportive of that. I think it's good. But then, typically, with a lot of these guys who are pro-free speech when they get really big, there's a lot of inconsistency, you know? With someone like Sneeko, what I would have debated about if I had the opportunity to do that, was my issue with him that, you know, he says he's pro-free speech, and then he hangs out with Fresh and Fit all the time, and Fresh and Fit famously copyright strike people who are mean to them. And they claim to be pro-free speech, but they're not. They're fucking frauds. And, you know, I'm not trying to start beef with Nick Fuentes, not trying to counter-signal him in a big way here, but at the same time, he's not pro-free speech. Freedom of speech. He believes that when he gets in power, you know, he's a Christian nationalist. He believes that when he gets in power, his enemies should be silenced. That's his opinion, and I think he's open about that. You know, Sneeko's like endorsing endorsing him as like the next president of America, and it's like, well, what do you even believe in, Sneeko? Do you believe in freedom of speech? I don't even know if Kanye is pro free speech. I have no idea, but it just kind of, it seemed to me like there was a lot of inconsistencies in this kind of camp, and I wanted, you know, I want the promotion of freedom of speech, which is an opinion that it seems like nobody fucking talks about anymore, ever, which sucks, you know, but it is what it is. But you know, on the same token, the people who are criticizing him, like journalists, I fucking hate them. I hate Dick Sergio. I don't like Kotaku. Okay, I don't like any of them. And, you know, I also don't like Jake Lucky. And I also don't like people who are like, guys, he talked to this person on stream. He said this on stream. He thought this was funny. Like, I don't know. I don't care, okay? I think being edgy is funny. I think it's cool. And I'm glad that the pod is being stirred a little bit in this way. You know, it's entertaining. Above all else, it's entertaining. Like, you know why you never hear about Pokimane? You know why you never, ever hear about someone like Pokimane? Okay? Even though she's one of the biggest streamers, it's because she's fucking boring. She never does anything new. She never does anything interesting. She's just like an attractive girl who does kind of mediocre streams, okay? I don't find that compelling. I don't find it that interesting. I don't think it's that good. Someone like Aiden, you know, whatever you say about them. Someone like Sneeko even, they're in the news every week because they're entertaining. They're off the walls, they're high energy, they bring the content. I don't necessarily support their opinions, okay? I don't. But at least they're entertaining. That's all I want. I want the internet to be fucking entertaining again, okay? There's this this kind of there's this normification going on, okay? There's a sort of homogenization of the internet where, you know, because people want to be big, they want to be famous, you know, they kind of quell their personality and hide parts of themselves for success. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I think it makes sense. There are certain things you have to do to be popular, okay? You can't say this, you can't, you know, do that, and that's okay. That's okay. I understand that. I do that, right? There are certain jokes I would make in private on Discord or whatever that I don't make on my YouTube channel because it wouldn't fly with YouTube, and you know, that's fine. I used to be kind of salty about that. But now I'm just kind of more accepting of it in a way because it's like, you know, YouTube does have a business to run. I get that. You know, they can't have certain things on their platform. You know, they can't have certain people saying certain things. I understand that, but at the same time, there's a lot of people who are fucking boring. There's a lot of people who are fucking boring. They're not that interesting. They make bad content. Boring people. They don't even. Do they even have opinions? Do Pokemon have opinions? I don't know. Probably not. Bland. Someone like Aiden or Sneeko, you know, they're kind of dumb, sure, they're kind of low IQ, but at least they're fucking doing something. At least they're doing something. And I like that. I like that they're pushing the boundary a little bit. I like that they're, you know, stirring the pot. And it gives me something to talk about on my fucking drama channel. So I like that as well. Also found this article from Game Rant. Aiden Ross speaks out against Twitch following permaban. Famous content creator Aiden Ross criticizes the leading streaming platform, Twitch, in the wake of receiving a permanent ban from the platform. In a recent statement that's generated widespread attention, Twitch streamer Aiden Ross has spoken out against the platform's decision to issue him a permaban, citing concerns over transparency, consistency, and a lack of clear communication. Yeah, we actually don't know why Aiden was banned to this day, which is why I'm speculating, like, was it the Nick thing? Was it the porn thing? We don't know, actually. A few days prior to the ban, Aiden Ross revealed during a Twitch live stream that he had received a threatening phone call from a senior Twitch executive. The executive warned him of an indefinite suspension if he did not make significant changes to his content. As a result of this incident, Aiden Ross announced he was joining Kick.com, a newly launched streaming platform that boasts of offering more lenient terms of service than Twitch and better monetary benefits. Aiden further added that he was not intimidated and would continue to do things his way on Twitch. Well, obviously he's banned now, so he can't do things his way. Aiden updates, says, if I had blue hair, makeup, and painted my nails, would you ban me, Twitch?
I already locked myself in on Kick. Thank God. Because I told everyone that Kick was out to get me, bro. They were out to get me. They're out to get they're out to get all these fucking streamers. Every single one of these streamers, bro. And, you know, I'm gonna just tell you guys right now, bro. I'm not even gonna bash Twitch completely. One thing I'll say is this. If I have blue hair and did my makeup, would you have banned me, Twitch? It's a serious question. Would you have permanently banned me? If I had blue hair and did my makeup and fingernails, would you have permanently banned me, bro? No, they wouldn't have. Listen, I'm permanently banned on Twitch. It's done. It's already done. But I got permanently banned for no reason at all. No reason. How do you ban someone on Twitch? And my reasoning is for VOD/on stream when I haven't even been streaming there.
And you know, the thing about it is, like, on one hand, I get, like, getting on the blue hair people, okay? I get it, they should be shit on. But at the same time, that's not why they banned Aiden, obviously. They banned him because he's being edgy, he's being raunchy, he's calling Nick Fuentes. That's why they fucking banned him, right? That's why they banned him. Twitch, I want to be honest, I think is going to be in some trouble in the next year or two. I think they're going to lose a lot of their viewer base. I think that they're going to become kind of the, you know, cringe streaming site, and I think something like Kick or maybe even YouTube are going to become, you know, the bigger site. You know, Twitch, you know, sure they're running a business, but at the same time, like, did Aiden do anything that bad? Did he do anything that bad? I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. At the end of the day, Aiden's saying things that, you know, Twitch is not lenient for. They're going to ban him. I think that he'll see a lot of other success on other sites. Fake hood accent. Yeah, all these guys do a fake hood accent to appeal to certain demographics, I assume. But a lot of other people as well are kind of being pushed in a position where they feel like they need to go to other websites. For example, iShow Speed got a strike on YouTube. I don't know what he did. I haven't seen anyone saying anything about what specifically he did, but he's a pretty edgy guy. He likes to scream and shout on stream a little bit. Aiden said, Kick, stop being dumb. They treat you like a peasant. You're the biggest streamer. You deserve equity in a multi-million-dollar deal. Equity alone, you'll be an owner of your own platform. Don't be dumb, bro. I love you. And I'd agree. I mean, it'd probably be better for a lot of these guys to move to Kick, considering the, you know, the revenue split is a lot more favorable there. They can say what they want. They can do what they want. In the spirit of competition, why not go there? I mean, in my opinion, Twitch, considering their monopoly and the amount of complaints people have with them, they're in a position where why wouldn't people leave, right? It's kind of an adapt or die thing. If they're not going to allow the people who are bringing interesting content, then another website is going to host the interesting content. People are going to go there, and Twitch is going to get fucking owned. So, you know, in that kind of respect, I understand why people are moving, and maybe Twitch's reign has been too long. Maybe they deserve the downfall a little bit. Maybe we can't blame them, you know? Maybe we can't blame them. And I actually, listen, guys, I don't want to brag too much, but I'm a YouTube genius. I'm a cultural genius, okay? I know the predictions, and a little while ago, I was kind of talking about how I thought that there would be this, like, right-wing renaissance of content, and I think I made this video right before Sneeko started becoming kind of like a streamer in this way, but I made this video called The Next Anti-SJW Wave. This is uploaded December 23rd, 2021, so a year and 2 months ago, and in this video, I basically talk about how I think that, there's going to be a new kind of cultural wave of right-wingers, because RedTube has been big for too long. There's a lot of censorship going on. There's a lot of boring content going around. And I thought that there would be a new right-wing wave. And I was in favor of that because those guys are edgy. And I like edginess. I think, you know, more edginess is good for the culture, okay? Obviously, you know, the era of YouTube I grew up in, a lot of people say, Turkey Tom, you're stuck in 2016. Turkey Tom, it's just stuck in 2016. It's embarrassing. Well, 2016 was like the best fucking year of YouTube ever, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? I've got this 35-year-old fucking man on Twitter.com telling me that I shouldn't be fucking playing that shit from 2016. 2016, okay, it was a good time. It was a good time on YouTube. It was fun. Obviously, there's a little bit of rose-tinted glasses going on because there was, you know, censorship even then. You know, the idea that 2016 was like the golden era of the internet. When people who are older would say, you know, way earlier was the golden era of the internet. Probably true, okay. Probably true. 2016 wasn't that good. But there's just a lot of content that I enjoyed during that time. There's an energy that I enjoyed, okay? And I think a little bit of that energy is coming back now that we're getting, you know, it's been a while. We're how many years out from 2016? 7 years, right? And I think we're going to see kind of a cultural renaissance a little bit. We're going to see a cultural renaissance a little bit. In that, you know, these things ebb and flow. For 5 years, you get the left-wing people being in charge, being big, being popular with the youth. The next generation is right-wing, right? That's just kind of how things go. And I think we're seeing that a little bit now with these guys. And I'm really curious what the internet's going to be like in a few years. I think, you know, the next 2 or 3 years, there's going to be a lot of interesting content. There's going to be a lot of funny stuff. There's going to be a lot of edgy stuff. There's going to be a lot of wild stuff. And, you know, whether that stuff is good or bad, I can't say. I don't know. I'm not the authority to speak on that. You know, at the end of the day, I'm 20. I don't have a lot of life experience. But it's going to be entertaining. I can say that. It was entertaining back then. It's being entertaining now. I'm enjoying, you know, the internet right now. I think it's been fun. I feel like, you know, the last time the internet was this fun was like 2019. And we kind of had a few dead years, but 2022 was pretty good. 2023, there's been a lot of, you know, interesting, funny stuff. And I think that 2023, 2024 are going to be big years. And we've already had so much happen in the past 2 months, right? We've already had so much happen. There's an energy that I think a lot of people feel. I think people feel kind of this changing tide going on. And, you know, I'm not really invested in that politically, but in terms of the content, I'm definitely invested in it. Because my number one concern is making the best content possible, being the funniest possible, being the most interesting possible, and just watching the drama go down. And the more toxic and insane the drama is, obviously, the more fun and profitable it is. So I'm excited for that. Aiden also teased a stream of Destiny going on.
You guys know Destiny. I'm gonna do a stream of Destiny. I would like to do a stream with a lot of bad idea. Why? Why is that a bad idea? Why is that a bad idea? Destiny's fire. Yeah, I do. So just come today.
So I'm looking out for that. Curious how that'll go. Maybe Destiny will talk some sense into him or something like that. He's been getting pretty raunchy on Kick, I will say, to this day. This is Hassan Hiker's editor. You can take what they say with a grain of salt. But it says, during last night's during last night's stream on Kick, Aiden Ross brought on a guy wearing a mask that said N-word, F-slur, K-slur, drawn next to a swastika with a Black Sun neo-Nazi flag on his wall. Aiden, I'm not trying to give you a platform. I just want to know why you're like this. And obviously he's mad about him platforming a Nazi, platforming an anti-Semitic conspiracy. I don't care. I don't give a shit. This platforming thing is never something I've been a fan of. It's certainly interesting. It's certainly fucking wild. So I guess we'll see where that goes. That about wraps up the Aiden Ross story. But yeah, it's been funny. It's been funny. It's been interesting. There's been content coming out of it, and that's what I've been excited about. Did Dumpy get striked? Just got striked on YouTube. Can't post for a week. What did he do? What did he do? At Team YouTube, I believe this video was falsely taken down for child safety. Link below. Nothing in this video violated your terms of service or community guidelines. The video is fully monetized after a manual review since June 2022. So it was like an 8-month-old video, 9-month-old video. I believe this was a mistake. Please reconsider the decision to my channel and strike as the video removed clearly not violent model ever. What did he do? Child endangerment. Did he just make fun of a kid or something? Is that what happened? If that's true. I hope Dumpy cleans up his backlog a little bit, unless it was a serious mistake. Oh well. Hope he's all right, man. Hope his channel's all right. YouTube gets a little touchy these days. Gotta be careful, guys. I don't know if you guys know this, but I look up his channel, Benji. He's probably still banned. Yeah, that's not him. This guy Benji was a big channel, big commentary channel with 1 million subs. He got banned and he hasn't been back yet. I thought it was a mistake or something, but since January 18th, nothing. This account has been terminated due to multiple or severe This account has been terminated due to multiple or severe violations of YouTube's policy prohibiting content designed to harass, bully, or threaten. This kind of like gameplay commentary channel where you react to you know, kids and make fun of kids, which is what Benji did. People are not cool with that anymore. They really don't like that shit. Kind of sucks. What the fuck is this? I don't want to see this. Benji kind of sucks. Even if he sucked, I don't think he should have been banned on YouTube. That's not cool. You know, I talked to Benji a few times. His content was not really for me, but, you know, he was a good guy. I liked him, so I feel bad for his channel getting banned. You know, that fucking sucks. Well, that about wraps up the Aiden Ross story. The title story, what you all came here for, but that doesn't mean that we're done. Okay, there's still some stuff I want to go over. First of all, you guys know who Heel Mike is? I'd never heard of this guy before. I didn't know who he was. I'd never watched his content. I don't know anything about him. Some stuff's been going on with him, and I want to talk about it. Exposed tweeted, what an absolute joke of a stream you had tonight at Heel Mike. Make some real content instead of sexualizing and using women for views. There are plenty of websites that are created for that type of content. Hopefully that isn't kick.com. I'm disgusted. I don't know who this exposed person is. They're Canadian. That sucks. Are they a gambling channel? They're a gambling channel. Why is he complaining about thoughts or whatever? Whatever. But he criticized him. So what did Heel Mike do? Well, I looked at Heel Mike's TikTok. Okay, I went on his fucking TikTok to see what his content's all about, and it's all scantily clad girls. It's like hoes constantly. Like, look at this shit. He's some kind of, I don't know, pimp or something. I don't know what's going on here.
Wow, it's a... What the f*** is that? What is
It is no crop top.
Oh my
It's a motherfucking cloak.
Oh my
10 seconds later.
I don't really get it. It's just kind of content where he like talks to, like, he's just got this girl's like ass out here. He just hangs out with these hoes. I don't know what the deal is with that. Not really my thing. Haram! Okay, it's haram. But before he went live on the 22nd, I believe, on Kick, by the way, yeah, kick.com/HeelMike, he says, live on Twitch with that Myogos. I don't want to go on there, thinking there's porn there, but she's some kind of porn OnlyFans person. Here he is standing with her. They're getting ready to stream, I guess. Then an article came out right after he streamed. It says, Twitch streamer Heel Mike banned from Kick after receiving head on stream. Twitch streamer Heel Mike received a one-day ban from news streaming platform Kick after streaming himself receiving a blowjob to an audience of over 25,000 viewers. Over the past few weeks, several Twitch streamers have moved over to Kick, a new platform that aims to rival the streaming giant by allowing creators more freedom with what they're broadcasting. So far, this has resulted in streamers doing everything that's not generally allowed on Twitch, like gambling, streaming the Super Bowl, and even seemingly filming themselves having sex. So far, all those acts have gone completely unbanned, proving that Kick is going to be a lot more relaxed about what content creators get up to, even if they're setting up to show underage audience members porn and threatening those who share the footage around. It seems there was a limit, however, being blowjobs. 1 day ban on Kick after average 15K views, and honestly, I got lost in the sauce, was over the top. We'll be back with energy, but not being disrespectful. This is why Kick is the GOAT, because they reached out and tell creators what they did wrong. So we got a 1 day ban. That's it for getting fucking head on stream. Obviously, I can't show the video itself, but I can show a small clip of it that was re-uploaded to YouTube. This is his face reaction. I've seen another video of it where he pans down and you can see her head bobbing up and down. So it is real. He's still on Twitch, by the way, as far as I know. But he only got a 1 day ban on Kick. Yeah, we already showed this response, but it seems like he's becoming a big guy on Kick. He's taking it seriously. Like,
How do you mean?
Streamer. If you go to his account, it's mostly just him like hanging out with a host. Lol, I made more money on Kick streaming in 4 3-hour streams than I did on Twitch in the last 30 days. I love Kick. Hit 11,000
You can
followers.
select
1K subs on Kick,
18
over 4
plus.
streams. I don't actually know if they even have ads. I haven't seen any ads on Kick as far as I know. So yeah, Heel Mike. Content creator to watch out for. I know you guys want me to say that it's cringe. I guess it's cringe, but I don't know. It's kind of cool, okay? It's a little cool. Getting ahead on stream, okay? You guys don't know what's going on under my desk. You never know. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. You guys are going to shit on me for it. I think it's kind of funny. Baghead under the desk giving head. Don't look under the desk, guys. Whatever you do, don't look under the desk. Get down there. Get down there. Get down there. Fuck off. Yeah. Listen, me and Baghead, we go way back, okay? I think that, you know, just a friend helping a friend out. I don't think it's a big deal.
Does Kick allow minors?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I'm pretty sure the internet allows
desk
minors.
camera, so I can show under the desk. And just for a little roundup, a few other stories to talk about here. Yes, the rumors are true. At Happy Punch Promo is in talks with Boogie2988 and Wings of Redemption for a boxing match in May 2023. Is this actually gonna happen?
This video is going out to you, Jordy. You know, I tried to box Ethan
What a beautiful physique going on here.
Ralph, but he's too fat. And I tried to box Sam Hyde, but he would have just killed me. But you, Jordy, I think I can knock you out in round 1, son. Come on, Jordy. Come on. Come on, let's go. Come on, Jordy. Come on. Come on. Come on, Jordy.
I must have missed
Come
that.
on. Come on, Jordy. What's the matter, huh?
I
Are you
was
chicken?
literally just...
I guess they both agreed to it or something. They're in talks. I don't know if that's really gonna happen.
Finishing up that one dungeon because I was falling asleep playing
Wings
that,
is a
so
total pussy. Boogie's
I
also
might
a
have
total
missed it.
pussy, so I don't think it's gonna happen. One of them at least is gonna pull out, if not both. So I guess we'll see what happens. But I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens with that. And as a little bonus meme here,
I
got this tweet from DJ Screwdriver, which is 4 people on stream pulling up things they're not supposed to. Here's me.
Yeah,
You guys have seen this
I
clip,
got like
obviously.
a eyelash in my eye.
Yeah,
but
this is them, I
dude,
believe.
I'm sorry for the coincidence,
Oh my,
but I
holy
was
shit.
literally just about to hop off stream.
TOS. Yo. Classic
It's all
moment.
love, but
Classic moment.
I was
Not gonna
falling
happen
asleep
again,
playing
guys. Obviously,
Diablo
not
over
gonna
here,
happen
so
again. What was it? Oh, just a little,
I'm gonna
just a
take
little
this
prawn on stream. Okay,
pretty
just a little-
girl,
little
and we're
good
gonna go to
prawn.
bed.
Pull it up on stream. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Actually, it didn't even
I hope you
happen.
have a
It
good
was
day.
a simulation. It was in Minecraft. That video
I
was
will
deep fake
catch you
AI, high budget,
later.
alpha
Take care.
graphics, CGI technology. But yeah, not gonna happen again, guys.